At this time, Rudia heard that Sung Min was coming back and asked Evelia if she was empty. Rasen was coming back. Evelia saw that Rudia was speaking empty. She immediately gave her a hammer. She said to be polite. Rudia was beaten and cried out, "Yoke, bored of living like this, let me go back to Rasen." Evelia let out a cold sigh and then added, "Rasen just went to greet the owner and left, I can't see him." Rudia heard that and exclaimed in an unbelievable voice, "Well, no way." Evelia then asked her why not, to which Rudia replied confidently, because she was Rasen's best friend, he had told her. Seeing Rudia's cocky expression made Evelia want to tease her even more. Family was number one. Rudia continued to protest, but she was Rasen's fake contract. Evelia giggled again, it didn't make any sense. Seeing herself, Rudia grinned and continued to justify, "You are also his relative?" Evelia asked in surprise. "Why?" Evelia innocently replied, "If you marry Rasen, of course you will become his family." Immediately Evelia slammed a hammer into Rudia's head, causing her to scream loudly. "Oh, why do you sign my head?" Evelia replied gravely, already telling her to be polite. Meanwhile, the news of Sung Min's return to Maiden's house had also reached Persha. She cautiously asked her subordinates, "So that kid was about to go on a pilgrimage?" Persha's subordinates nodded, "Yes, Miss Persha." Persha let out a breath in annoyance. After hearing that he had leaned towards his sister, I was wondering if I should cut off his hand. Persha squeezed his slender fingers and ignited a fire of rage. This guy was lucky. Suddenly a spiteful voice interrupted Persha's conversation with her subordinates. "What are you babbling?" A sword-wielding brute shouted loudly at Persha, "Not only burning our things, but also stealing Sylphia's wings and the jelly neck." He turned his murderous eyes to stare at Persha and raised his sword. "In Mr. Henker's name, I must execute you." A junior of the mighty man approached in front of Persha and asked, "Where do you hide Gushur?" He was immediately struck by the sharp blade of Persha's subordinate. "Miss Persha, please hand it over to me." The annoyed Persha in her body approached the other man with a disdainful smile, an unusual move that caught her subordinates by surprise. "2, miss." The burly man didn't know he was facing death, so he still arrogantly shouted, "You want to die? Okay, the moon goes," and soon after, he flexed his muscles to Persha. But Persha just watched him calmly with a sinister laugh. "Your arm was so solid." The other man who heard that was even more cursing in his voice, full of silly words. Persha narrowed her eyes with a mischievous look and casually announced to him, "That arm is not going to belong to you anymore." The provoked burly man grabbed Persha's head and died, his big hand wrapped around Persha's delicately beautiful face, but she didn't protest. The next second, the other man threw Persha against the wall in front of him and caused an explosion that sent bricks and stones splashing, smoke and dust, but even so, Persha's subordinates calmly stood to the side watching. The man who had just attacked Persha arrogantly declared, "The Maiden clan was nothing but a nail." The man who was in the opposite direction seemed very anxious to remind the juniors, not to be subjective, not to look down on the Maiden clan. The still swaggering junior replied, "Boss, you're worried," and the next second, his face stiffened as he glanced down at the arm that had touched Persha earlier. The junior let out a frustrated scream when he saw when his arm had been completely severed. "My arm was broken." He didn't even feel anything until he looked down at his shoulder. Persha had just come out of the dust and was holding the man's arm in her hand, her eyes flashing like a devil. Persha let out a disdainful smile glancing at the burly man and lifting his arm aloft. "Let's see, which part should we choose as an ornament?" The big men standing there were all horrified by this sight. They shuddered automatically backwards unconsciously. However, very soon, these people regained their composure and became aggressive and drew their swords and rushed towards Persha and her subordinates. What are you afraid of? Even if they are Maiden people, they are only 2 people." The men rushed towards Persha in unison at the command of the ringleader, "Killing them for us," and immediately flames flared around Persha. Persha glanced calmly at his subordinate, Sando. Sando also replied calmly, "Yes, me." Just then, Persha gave Sando a mischievous smile and ordered, "As long as one guy touches me, I'll take your life first." Very soon, the strong men were divided into many pieces lying on the ground. The only one who survived was the one who was blindsided. He dragged his body and fled in bewilderment. He did not expect them to be so monstrous. Just one of the countless blood of the owner was already so strong. "But we are also one of Lord Henker's elite armies, and yet we are," the man who can't help but creep at the thought of Persha and her men slaughtering his comrades with sweet cuts. The moment he came face to face with Persha, he seemed to see a demon and not a human, and the deep amused smile on her face haunted his mind. The blinder was finally able to cross the cliff with his exhausted body. He stuck his head in his neck and ran for his life in terror, having to hurry back to tell the news. However, just as the man thought he had escaped, a killing aura came behind him, startling him. Although he felt the killing chi clearly, there was no one around him. The next second, his running body was lifted into the air, a faint red shadow of death appearing behind him with a scythe raised. In the blink of an eye, the scythe's head was struck down by the scythe and flew towards Persha, who calmly grabbed the head with a cold, indifferent expression. Persha stared at the head with cold eyes. It was beautiful from afar, but I must be wrong. Immediately Persha crushed the head of the trash man and moved on to another topic to ask Sando, "Oh, I wonder if the trash man's journey is over." Sando immediately understood what he meant. "If you mean young Master Carlton." Sando asked Persha curiously, "Are you going to see him?" Persha walked away coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "No, I have no interest in incompetent vermin." Meanwhile, in a remote, murky and dark forest isolated from the outside world, a powerful energy is exploding that lights up a corner of the forest. Carlton, after years of austere pilgrimage, has greatly increased his magical power. He has now reached the level of a third-level mage and can destroy powerful opponents like orcs. Carlton still had a grudge against his brother since he was beaten at that maple mansion, and he grinned sinisterly to himself. "I'll see you soon, Rasen." Back to Persha, she was also smiling, but her eyes were filled with annoyance, which was annoying. "I couldn't touch that, Rasen, but I couldn't ignore this so easily." After pondering for a moment, Persha suddenly bared her teeth and smiled mischievously, and there was a sinister gleam in her eyes. "At least an offering should be prepared." At this time, at Sed's house, Sung Min is eating a farewell meal with Kassen. Kassen curiously asks Sung Min, "What is Sixhang?" and he replied, "I plan to travel everywhere for 2 years to collect treasures and become stronger." Kassen chewed and nodded and said, "Well, so go out and cultivate, why should you?" Sung Min also didn't hesitate to explain to him, "Well, mainly so that I could have a chance to be independent." I said that was easier to understand. After thinking about it for a while, Sung Min revealed more to Kassen, and also, then the siblings in the family will not be able to do anything to me. Seeing Sung Min talking about the struggle in the clan with such a casual expression, Kassen suddenly felt sympathy for his situation. After a moment of contemplation, Kassen sincerely said to Sung Min, "His enemy is his relatives, unfortunately." However, Sung Min grinned to dispel the heavy air. "Well, the maiden clan is like that." After eating, Sung Min stood up and looked out at the rain with a mood full of sorrow. He suddenly called his name, "Kassen." Kassen immediately walked out beside him. "What's wrong?" Sung Min extended his hand to Kassen with a sly smile. "Even if I return, we are still friends." Seeing Kassen smile back, Sung Min added, "You know what I mean, right?" Kassen without hesitation shook Sung Min's hand and gave his assurance, "Of course." Meanwhile, in the guest house for Soso, Era's voice is echoing throughout the house, "Let me help you go." Soso firmly shook her head in refusal. "No, I can take care of myself," Era said in confusion, "but if you have done it all, I know what to do now." Soso replied firmly, "Are you my servant?" Era pleaded again, "Then let me serve the lady," but Soso steadfastly said, "No." Era exclaimed with a disapproving expression, "Why?" Soso replied calmly, "Because I'm better at arranging than you." Era said this and stiffened her throat. "Well, that." Era awkwardly tried to think of a way to convince Soso, which was also true, but still. Suddenly Soso's tone became quieter. "Era, do you think we can still be this close when we get home?" Soso's question made Era pause for a moment. After thinking for a while, Era replied in confusion, "I don't know." Soso is still optimistic with a gentle smile. "It's okay, Era, it's going to be a little difficult, right?" Suddenly Era stood up with a serious expression. Soso asked her, "Rasen is back?" Era said in a different cold tone than before, "Yes." Soso looked up at Era with a gentle but implicit gaze. Rasen liked her warm look better. Era turned away coldly. "I couldn't let the young master relax too much, for the sake of both of us, and him too." Just then, Era disappeared into the air as if she were invisible. just at this moment when a knock on the door sounded. Sung Min said from outside the door, "Mom, you know I'll go back to the main palace tomorrow." So replied calmly, "Yes, I know." Soon after, Sung Min made a suggestion, "When we go back, I will go see you first. If possible, I want you to come with me." So was stunned as soon as she heard Sung Min's bold proposal, "Mother." She trembled in awkwardness and anxiety. If she saw him again, that, understanding So's mood, Sung Min immediately reassured her mother, "It's okay." Sung Min said in a firm voice, "Now that you have a child to protect your mother." After hearing your son's words, So didn't say anything more. After a moment of silence that seemed to replace So's approval, Sung Min continued, "Well, there's one more thing, I have something I want to ask of you." Meanwhile, So's tears are shed as she is touched by her son's growth and the chance to see the husband she will always remember. After Sung Min finished talking to So, the system announced that a variable affecting the plot had occurred. When Sung Min left, So stopped crying and walked out with a big smile calling Era. At that moment, Era wasn't about to show up even though So had directly called her name. But she finally stepped right next to the steps where So stood. "How did you know I was here?" So replied calmly, "I felt your presence." Era as the top assassin couldn't help but be shocked to hear that, "My presence." So continued to smile brightly and said to Era, "I'm glad to have you company here." Era tilted her head reverently, thanking him. So spoke again in a cheerful voice, "Rasen told me to go see him with him." Era was a little surprised and happy for So, he meant. So intertwined his hands together with a happy expression, "He didn't want me to live in hiding anymore. To be honest, I wasn't sure if it was right to do so." So freely confided in Helen, "Thinking back to now, my life is fine, my background is poor, so I can't help Rasen. Every step we take is looked at, and those looks will become a weapon aimed at Rasen. But Rasen tells me to just ignore it. He says I should do what I want because the consequences are already dealt with." So tells Era about a conversation with Sung Min where her voice trembles with happiness. After taking a deep and relaxed breath, So happily continued, "So I decided." Era curiously immediately asked her, "What's wrong?" So said firmly, "I will support Rasen." Era opened her eyes in surprise, "Would you really do that?" So immediately expressed her determination, "I thought I didn't have that ability, but it wasn't. I've been in hiding for so long for fear that I'll harm him. I'm sure those guys have tried to harm Rasen. But now that I understand that Rasen has his own path, living like that won't help him." So confided in Era with a big smile. In the sunshine, So's face seemed to light up, making Era admire in her heart. It was great, she had neither power nor knowledge or skill to assassinate, much less family, so where did that will and motivation come from? The more engrossed she was in looking at So, the more Era felt admiration and respect in her heart. She blurted out, "Now I understand why the homeowner loved him the most." Era frankly shared her thoughts without hesitation, much to So's surprise. However, as soon as she spoke her true thoughts, Era quickly disappeared. So looked around in bewilderment looking for Era, but she couldn't sense Era's presence nearby. Era had now slipped into a corner with no one and silently blamed herself, daring to judge her again. The more Era thought about it, the more alarmed I felt. Why would I do that? If those people knew what I was saying, I would be killed. In that moment, Era's eyes were filled with confusion and awkwardness. Why did you become so soft, Era? The next day, Sung Min along with his mother and 2 servants set off to return to Maiden's house. Before they left, Magner went out to see them off. Sung Min greeted him happily, "See you soon, master." In response to Sung Min was still Magner's usual temper and cold expression, meeting the monkey, disappearing. Hampton after a while was much more mature and the boy was still responsible for carrying the luggage. Magner continued to yell loudly with a cringe, "Don't send letters or anything, I don't want to hear rumors." Sung Min tried to suppress his laughter and responded, "You know." Magner let out a cold sigh and specifically reminded Sung Min, "Don't tell anyone who knows I taught you, it's embarrassing." Sung Min nodded over the speaker with a grin, "Yes." Before getting into the carriage, Sung Min deliberately teased Magner, "I will send you a letter, master." Of course Magner is more irritable, "Did you hear what I just said?" The maiden men then quickly climbed into the carriage and the horse immediately galloped after a resounding howl. Sung Min sat in the car with distant eyes looking ahead, His heart was filled with thoughts about the future. He was about to return to Maiden's house. Although Magner stiffly dismissed Sung Min, when the carriage left, he still stood there watching for a long time. When no one else was around, Magner grumbled honestly, betting this kid wouldn't send a letter. When the carriage had traveled quite a distance, Sung Min pondered again, there must be a mage of the main palace at the teleportation gate. I don't know who will be waiting for me there. Half a day later, the carriage carrying them stopped in front of the teleportation gate. Sung Min looked around and saw no one, so she turned to call Era. She immediately replied, "Yes, young master." Sung Min asked Era curiously, "I have to go through the Black Sea, so I guess the mansion sent a mage. Who is it, you know?" Era didn't know the information about this either, so she thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps." At that moment, a figure appeared from the other side of the teleportation portal. When the woman was fully exposed, Sung Min couldn't help but roll his eyes in shock. He couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, Evian." Evian politely greeted everyone. The librarian of the Starlight Library. Evian was willing to serve him. In his heart he secretly exclaimed, "It must be an ice mage to be okay. I guarantee that the prestigious Sword Clan must also give her some benefit. I guess this means that this place is very heavily guarded." Although Sung Min still feels scared when he meets Evian, he can only reluctantly smile. He has not seen Evian for a long time. Evian calmly summoned the teapot she had made before coming over. "Drink some Earl tea, young master." Sung Min just heard a silent rebuff in his heart, "Tea, Count tea." However, he still tried to smile amicably at Evian. "Okay." Era standing next to him frowned slightly in puzzlement at Sung Min's attitude. The young master didn't like to drink Earl tea. Why? Sung Min's next action made Era feel even stranger. He forced a bitter smile with an elevated cup of tea. "Cold tea, that's good." Evian was a little excited and blurted out, "Because he was back, chocolate," but before she could finish her sentence she quickly regained her usual cold voice, expecting him to visit the Starlight Library regularly. Sung Min nodded and replied, "Okay, Evian, let's go." Evian also nodded happily, "Yes, young master." Era silently observed something strange between the two of them. Chocolate is their cue or something. Just then, they were enveloped like a giant bubble by a membrane of energy and entered the teleportation portal. "Let's go." As the bubble carrying the group of people passes through the Black Sea, the monsters beneath the sea floor constantly rush to attack but are all hindered by the magic bubble. Sung Min also saw the monsters at the bottom of the sea for the first time, so he couldn't help but open his eyes in amazement. After a few minutes of moving, Evian spoke again, "We are almost here." At this moment, a dazzling light shone through everyone's eyes as the teleportation portal appeared in front of them, the light dispelling the dense darkness at the bottom of the deep sea that made everyone narrow their eyes at the sudden change in brightness. When he stepped out of the teleportation portal, the magic bubble also slowly disappeared. Evian told them, "We are here." Hampton walked out of the gate with the same pale expression as the previous teleportations. "I vomited a few times but it was okay, young master." Even Sung Min himself felt sluggish. "It's moving fast." After letting everyone rest for a while, Evian bowed reverently to invite Sung Min according to the rules. "The luggage is ready, let's go inside." Sung Min nodded to her, thanking Miss Evian. Sung Min turned to Soso who was trembling silently just now. "Mom, you are ready." After a moment of closing her eyes to reassure herself, Soso opened her eyes with determination. Just a few hours later, they had returned to Maiden's main mansion, and the maids who had just heard the news were buzzing and gossiping. Lady Soso had suddenly come back. The maids were even worried on behalf of the weak Soso. How was she going to deal with the anger of the other ladies, so to speak? I think what was wrong with her. When Sung Min took Soso to see Decatra, he immediately went on a rampage and asked, "Rasen, are you doing it?" Sung Min got goosebumps when he felt Decatra's murderous temper, but he didn't flinch and said, "Yes, it's you." Decatra's rage rose again, terrifying Sung Min. This overwhelming aura, feeling like he was about to faint. Immediately he explained to Decatra, "Only by doing so will she be safe. What else do you want?" Decatra still angrily continued to question Sung Min. "Why do you have that thought?" Sung Min immediately explained with a strong reasoning, "Because husband and wife should love each other." As soon as he saw that Decatra's facial muscles were slightly dilated, Sung Min asked him a fatal question, "Don't you love your mother?" Dekatra stands in front of Soso. Of course he can't deny his love for fear of hurting her. Instead of giving an answer, Dekatra confronts Sung-min again, telling me how Soso got here to protect your mother. Sung-min replied firmly, because it's time for her to wake up. He clenched his fists to show his steadfast will. I always tried my best not to tell anyone where I was to keep you safe, but then later, I learned that the peace we have when we escape is not true peace. Without the power to suppress others, there is no use. At this moment, Dekatra seemed to wake up. He was blank for a moment and then said to Sung-min, "You're right, the weakness of the man is a failure." Dekatra couldn't help but blame himself for his previous actions, the way he chose to defend Soso, so cowardly, the thing he despised the most. Sung-min saw that Dekatra was no longer harsh and started talking more freely. He knew he had no choice because he was also a powerless son before. Dekatra heard this and flatly disparaged Sung-min. "I said it was not wrong." Sung-min heard that and felt deeply hurt. "I agree." Suddenly at this moment, Soso opened his mouth to declare, surprising Sung-min, "I want to gain power." She tearfully expressed to Dekatra, "Neither my family nor the power to protect Rasen I have, my only strength, is you." Sung-min seized the opportunity to convince Dekatra, "Isn't that enough? After all, he is the strongest person in the world." That night was a sleepless night for Dekatra. He felt confused for the first time and didn't know how to handle the situation, so he listened to Sung-min and kept Soso by his side or lived isolated from her like before. Finally, in his confusion, Dekatra reached out to his right-hand man and only friend, Sun-kan. "What do you think?" Sun-kan said, "I didn't expect you to be worried about something like this." Dekatra lamented, "As a friend, you give me some advice," and Sun-kan did not hesitate to share his thoughts. "When he was young, he once told me I should live for the present rather than for the future." Dekatra was skeptical. "I said that." Sun-kan nodded affirmatively and continued, "So I lived for the present. Those presents intersect, so I stand by him today." Sun-kan bowed in front of Dekatra with respect. Young Dekatra was not afraid of his decision. "I trusted and respected all his choices. Your mind is your guide, so do what you want." Dekatra, after receiving encouragement from Sun-kan, immediately gave a relieved smile. "Thank you." Sun-kan went on to talk about his story, "My world before I met Lyle, which was ambitious." Sun-kan said with sad eyes, "You know, a year ago, she left this world because of a mysterious illness. After meeting Lyle, my world was just her. She filled the world inside me. But when she was gone, I regretted the times I didn't live for the present. If only those moments, I lived life more fully. I didn't have to regret it like this." Sun-kan tried to suppress the sigh that wanted to come out as he thought about his days without his wife. After adjusting his emotions for a moment, Sun-kan looked up seriously at Dekatra like two friends and hosts. "I wish his world would be warmer," and Sun-kan sincerely exhorted Dekatra not to lose the love of his life like he did. In the middle of the night, at the Maple Mansion, Era was asleep when she suddenly felt a strange aura enter the mansion. She opened her eyes as soon as she detected her opponent's movements. Era sat up, listening carefully and feeling who the enemy's target was targeting in this mansion. Soon, the aura became stronger and closer to Era's room. She disappeared in a puff of black smoke. The next second, Era appeared in Sung-min's room. A silence enveloped the room and there was no one here but Sung-min, who was sleeping in his bed. Era slammed her face down and walked straight towards Sung-min's bed. She could clearly feel the intruder was very close. Even as Era gets closer, Sung-min is unusually fast asleep, which makes her even more suspicious that someone is doing something shady. After a few seconds of deliberation, Era launched a dagger towards Sung-min's nightstand. The knife slammed into something right in front of Sung-min and blood splashed all over the bed. Even when blood ran onto Sung-min's face, he didn't make any move. The intruder quickly revealed himself after being stabbed in the middle of his hand by Era's knife. "Era, you are still so talented. I tried to hide myself to infiltrate here." Era seemed to have guessed that it was Sun-kan, and she calmly questioned why he had come here. Sun-kan smirked in amusement as he looked at the pierced hand. "I was just going to take young Master Rasen away." Era immediately asked who ordered him. Sun-kan casually turned towards Era. "It was the order of the homeowner." Era immediately looked incredulous. "The homeowner?" Sun-kan shrugged and replied, "She thought I was joking." Era couldn't help but ask more suspiciously, "Why at this hour?" Sun-kan replied openly, "Who knows, I have to take the young master anyway according to the master's orders. Era, after thinking for a moment, made a request. I will go with you. Sun Can is also comfortable satisfying her. If you want that, okay. By the way, I am still not used to this look of yours. You are really like my daughter. Hearing Sun Can say that, there was a sudden flash of confusion in Era's eyes. After that, Sun Can turned towards Sung Min's bed and started chanting mantras. He laughed and joked with Era, "Don't stab me in the back or something like that. Although the wound will heal, it will hurt." Seeing that Era was just silent, Sun Can glanced at her with mischievous eyes. She knew this scar was for her protection. Era replied indifferently, "I never made you do that." The next second, along with Sun Can's magic, Sung Min and Era were teleported to Dekatra. Era immediately knelt down to greet Master Ant. Sun Can also acted similarly. "I brought young Master Rasen." Dekatra nodded in response. "Well done, Sun Can." Then he glanced at Era. "Why are you here?" Era said frankly, "To ensure the young master's safety." Dekatra asked her, a little surprised, "Isn't Sun Can the one you trust the most?" Era coldly replied, "Yes, but I can't let my subjective opinion affect my mission to protect the young master." Dekatra clicked his tongue and nodded. "You are right, Era, you can relax. I will perform the ritual." Era said reverently, "Thank you, sir." Meanwhile, no one noticed that Sung Min was frowning slightly. Unable to wait any longer, Sung Min directly sat up. "Now that I am awake," Sun Can was immediately shocked. He should have fallen asleep from anesthesia. Sung Min just woke up and glanced at Dekatra with suspicious eyes. "Dad, what are you going to do to me?" Seeing that Dekatra just quietly took off his robe without explanation, Sung Min asked again, "Dad, what are you going to do to me?" Dekatra took off her robe and one side of her gloves before explaining. "The maidens are very knowledgeable about all kinds of prayer rituals. Physical enhancement is also one of them. Now I am about to carve the Dekatra ritual on your hand." Sung Min immediately came up with a thought. "What is the Dekatra ritual? If you named yourself for that magic, it must be very sublime." However, he still carefully asked Dekatra, "You must know what it is." Dekatra crossed his arms and looked at Sung Min with a little annoyance. "When I mentioned this ritual to the other children, they would immediately agree." However, Sung Min continued to be suspicious of the ritual that he had never heard of. The time and place were a little unusual. When Sung Min tried to use the Holy Eye to examine the place where he was standing, only to receive a message, the Holy Eye could not analyze this space. Sung Min squinted at Dekatra even more suspiciously. Besides, he didn't understand why he had to secretly perform this ritual when it was so late at night. Dekatra suddenly burst out laughing. "I like that point about you, but my favor is sometimes poison to you." Sung Min still couldn't understand the situation and tried to ask Dekatra, "Well, why did you do this to me?" Dekatra continued to reply, "Because I saw that God had given you a gift." At that moment, magic circles appeared around Sung Min, but he couldn't move. Something just activated. Sung Min clutched his left arm in horror, and blood splashes appeared, almost screaming, feeling like his whole body had been pierced by 1,000 needles. Dekatra saw Sung Min resiliently endure the pain and praised him contentedly. "Good job," while Sung Min just focused on his arm that was reddened with strange characters. "This is the Red Star Tattoo." The ritual ended quickly beyond Sung Min's imagination. Dekatra still said in a mystical voice, "One day it will help you." Sung Min asked suspiciously, "How?" Just as Sung Min finished speaking, a shock struck him and he scratched his eyebrows and fell. Before he fell to the ground, Sung Min could only hear a few short words from Dekatra, "And you would know." Dekatra looked at Sung Min lying unconscious with a slightly pitying expression. He didn't even scream. He must have been in a lot of pain. After some reflection, he said, "Sun Can, Rasen, he's weak now, but I think it's worth looking forward to in his future." The next morning, the sun had just come out and heard the chirping of birds mingling with Rudia's call echoing in the room of Sung Min. "Rasen, Rasen." Sung Min dreamily felt that something heavy and warm was pressing against him. As soon as Sung Min opened his eyes, in front of him was Rudia pressing on top of him. She grinned excitedly. He was awake. Sung Min dumbfoundedly rolled her eyes at Rudia's sudden appearance. She was the same as always, lamenting, "I'm so hungry." Seeing Sung Min's surprise, Rudia immediately explained to him, "It was the witch sister who led me there." Sung Min cheered when she saw Evelia standing in the room. "Sister." Evelia gave a gentle smile and nodded to her brother. She insisted on seeing him forever. Soon, Evelia's expression became intimidating to Rudia again, but she still refused to use honorifics, or you handed her over to you. I thought she needed another lesson. Rudia just heard this and cried in panic and told Sung-min, Rasen, don't, I have to get up early in the morning, that's it. Sung-min secretly thought she looked like a potty child telling stories to her parents. At this time, Sung-min noticed that the red tattoos on his arms were gone, and he wondered, well, yes, the Decatra ritual is no longer on his hands, surely this is not a dream. Evelia saw Rudia crying and unleashed the chains that bound her. Stop bothering Rasen, come here. Sung-min could only try to comfort Rudia. It seemed that she took care of her. Rudia was dragged away in tears. No, I was tortured every day. Sung-min continued to laugh. It seems that her mood is not bad today. Rudia was finally pulled out of bed with a hateful expression. Evelia calmly asked her brother when he would go again. Sung-min happily replied, I plan to rest for 3 more days and then leave. Evelia nodded and said, your mother is definitely worried about you. Sung-min was momentarily surprised to see Evelia's unusual address, mother. Evelia noticed her brother's shocked expression and asked, what's wrong? Sung-min shook her head in confusion, well, nothing, I think I'm a little misunderstood. Meanwhile, Rudia is angry at being chained by Evelia. She tries to fight the flames of anger, but Evelia is still very calm talking to Sung-min. She doesn't know what's wrong. But I hope you see through the truth. At this moment, Rudia's flames turned into a giant beam aimed at Evelia. The next second, the barnacle opened its mouth and dived to attack Evelia and spit out the fire, but Evelia was still very calmly waiting for that attack. As the beam approached Evelia, it quickly dissipated because of the collision with the magical shield she created. Evelia seemed to be used to Rudia's impatient impulse. The remnants of the custard turned into a flock of beautiful butterflies that flew around Evelia. She smiled softly at Sung-min, Rasen, you passed my test with that towering score. I tested you as the great lady of the clan, and now I'm going to reward you as a sister. Sung-min's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. She must have mentioned White Tiger. Evelia gently said to her brother, can you get up and walk here? Sung-min obediently did as she said, okay. Just as he stepped closer to Evelia, a magical cloak suddenly appeared on him. Sung-min opened her eyes in bewilderment. Sister, this robe is. Evelia nodded happily to her brother, yes, it is your gift. The Holy Eye immediately informed Sung-min about this white dragon scale robe. It is legendary among blacksmiths, a masterpiece created by the dwarf blacksmith leader Yuthalai Feet. It is known that Yuthalai put all his efforts into refining this. It possesses a mystical magical power. Sung-min looked at Evelia in surprise. If it was a robe made of white dragon scales, that she had worn it too. Evelia smiled and nodded gently. Yes, it was the robe she wore on her previous expedition. Sung-min couldn't help but be surprised because she heard that it had saved her life many times. He said to Evelia excitedly, this is the best gift I have received from you. Evelia added, it is no longer as powerful as before, so you have repaired it. Sung-min asked bewilderedly, what is it? Evelia then explained, only once, if you unleash its power, it can help you kill a mage below level 6, and it can only be used once, remember. As soon as Sung-min heard it, he felt stunned. Level 6 is a realm that people without anomalies can hardly reach. He will definitely take advantage of it one day. After that, Sung-min became even more excited. Thank you for this big gift, Evelia said happily. I hope you return safely. I am speaking as your older sister. And if it is in the position of the great lady of the maiden family, when you return, you must be stronger. Sung-min received Evelia's encouragement even more excited, yes. After Evelia took Rudia with her to leave, Sung-min told herself in her heart, she must come back strongly, so that she can protect the things that are precious to her. 3 days later, Hampton broke down with short tears and parted ways with Sung-min. Young master, I put all the antidotes in my pocket. I also recorded the detailed usage. Sung-min replied happily, thank you, Hampton. While Hampton wiped away tears, Era stepped forward to say goodbye to Sung-min. Young master must become stronger. Sung-min nodded and said to her, thank you, Era, take care of my mother for me. Before leaving, Sung-min also shook hands goodbye to Evian. Evian as well, remember to stay healthy. Thank you for coming to see me off. Evian happily shoved something into Sung-min's hand silently. Yes, young master. Sung-min looked down at her hand in surprise. She shoved something into her hand. The moment Sung Min spread his hand, inside was a small chocolate candy. Evian sincerely blessed him, take care. Sung Min couldn't help but smile. I think she gave me my favorite gift. Then he waved goodbye to Evian. Thank you, Evian, see you soon. Sung Min left the gates of the Maiden family castle in a mood. He muttered to himself, the young master of the Maiden clan, Rasen Maiden. According to Maiden laws, I will embark on an expedition to discover my self-power. Sung Min looked towards the castle gate one last time before leaving. Suddenly at this moment from the sky, a ball of fire flew down to Sung Min, startling him, Starfire. Just then, the fireball landed next to Sung Min, causing an earthquake explosion, rocks and smoke and dust. Rudia appeared from the explosion with a cheerful expression, Rasen, I'm not late, he, the witch sister let me go. Soon after, Rudia handed Sung Min Evelia's letter, in which she wrote, I think it would be better for me to teach you, but exploring the world is also a good idea. I've been coaching you for 2 years so I can teach myself, so go with your friend, she's my strength after all. After thinking about it for a while, Sung Min felt that Evelia was not wrong. He immediately asked Rudia, do you want to come with me Rudia? Rudia cheered excitedly, of course, I am very excited, I was freed by the witch sister. Just then, Sung Min took Rudia with her out of the path in front of the castle gate that had just been punched a big hole. Without wasting any more time, let's go. Sung Min, along with his surge of enthusiasm and strong will, began to walk on his path of exploration. He had to walk on his own 2 feet. This time, Sung Min is accompanied by the transcendent Holy Grail and Rudia without any silent support, but he is still completely confident in his ability to change the future. That evening, Sung Min and Rudia go to a hidden area in the forest away from neighboring villages. Rudia walks while sniffing, making Sung Min curious. What's wrong, Rudia? Rudia kept snorting closer, Sung Min sniffing as if sniffing, her expression also becoming more whimsical with each snort. After feeling it for a while, Rudia was so upset that she was on fire and she held her head and screamed. His clothes smelled exactly like that witch. Sung Min smelled the robe as she replied, Evelia, I don't smell anything. At this moment, something interesting in the distance distracted Rudia's attention, and she immediately exclaimed excitedly, oh, it's really here just as you say. Beneath the hill in front of them is a place called the Fat Cat Inn, which, according to the novel's original setup, has about 3 inns in the middle of Savior Street. The first one is the Fat Cat Inn. Fat Cat is operated by an organization called Illusion. Its symbol is quite adorable compared to a mysterious organization. It is not worth mentioning except that Illusion is related to Decatra. Illusion and Maiden's family have a secret connection. Sung Min opened the door of the inn with a friendly smile. I am on my way on pilgrimage, I want to stay here tonight. In the inn, true to its name, there are quite a few cats. The owner warmly greets Sung Min. Star pilgrimage, 30,000 kran for a night, plus meals is 35,000. Illusion's intelligence member, Brig kindly extended his hand to Sung Min. The checkout time is before 12 o'clock, but it is okay to pay a little late, because it has been quite empty lately. Sung Min, without hesitating about the price, agreed immediately and told the innkeeper, please take us to your room, while Rudia has already made friends with the 2 adorable cats of the inn. The innkeeper pondered for a moment and then pointed towards the stairs. Up the stairs turned right was his room, the 3rd room, the largest. Sung Min felt a little encroached in his heart, so he didn't lead us up. Suddenly Sung Min changed the subject to ask the innkeeper, it was too hot. His question made the innkeeper laugh. Ba haha, you are really funny, I can't sleep because of the cold. However, Sung Min continued to talk strangely, it is so hot, what should I eat? The innkeeper, although he was puzzled, was reluctant to ask, what do you want to eat? Sung Min chuckled and replied, a beer and 2 slices of pizza were perfect. The innkeeper immediately turned his face even though he was smiling, ha ha ha, then I'll prepare breakfast tomorrow. Sung Min chuckled in his stomach as he observed the owner's happy expression. He took a bite. The innkeeper smiled wryly and continued to inquire about Sung Min. However, he wasn't a bit young to drink beer. There was a sly gleam in Sung Min's eyes, and he casually replied, I guess. Just then, Sung Min gave a mysterious smile and looked at the cats and said, then I'll just play with cats. In fact, this strange way of talking is the password of Illusion. The sign is not difficult to remember but will make the listener feel very odd. on a hot day say it is cold, and on a cold day say it is hot. If you're young, ask for beer, and if you're old, ask for candy. This kind of contradictory paradoxical way of saying is the password to this place. In order to be able to operate secretly, the illusion operated under the maiden family. The maiden family members who were on their pilgrimage could enjoy the basic benefits of this place. The innkeeper, after learning that Sung Min is the seventh child of the maiden family, immediately gave a fake smile. We only have 2 cats here. He pointed to 2 cats and introduced, one was Hobbs, the other was Valve. Hobbs was very naughty so he was sicker, and Valve was fat from eating a little too much. The innkeeper asked Sung Min implicitly, which cat do you want to play with? Sung Min thought for a moment and then replied, I quite like playing with Valve. The innkeeper blackened his face, Valve. He smiled wryly trying to convince Sung Min, it would be happier if it was Hobbs. In fact he was secretly sorry, this maiden kid was asking for money. The innkeeper secretly complained in his heart, no matter how much money is to the maiden family, why don't he go home and ask? Sung Min knew in his heart that only outside the maiden family could benefit from money. It was a pity not to take the artifact but he needed the money more. Then he firmly told the innkeeper, I prefer the fat one. Then, Sung Min casually led Rudia up to her room with a look of satisfaction, looking down at the innkeeper, his face was still darkening. If the innkeeper doesn't help Sung Min, the secret contract with Illusion's maiden house will end immediately. And this place will have to be closed, so no matter how bitter the innkeeper is, he still can't react in front of Sung Min. However, the intelligence that Sung Min went to the Fat Cat Inn to ask for money was immediately transmitted to the main maiden mansion that same night. Dekatra after learning about it did not seem very surprised, I see. After pondering for a moment, Dekatra wondered about Sun Can, but how did Rasen know about this? Sun Can replied, I think maybe he found out about it from the library. A smile of delight immediately appeared on Dekatra's face. Did he find the right book in the mess? Interesting, Sun Can after thinking for a moment said, maybe Evian helped him. Dekatra was momentarily surprised to hear that, and he wondered even more, I thought the librarian was in a neutral position. Sun Can then explained, Evian probably had a special crush on the youngest boy. Dekatra immediately let out a laugh of amusement, my other children won't stop by such an old boarding house or read those books. Sun Can asked Dekatra in surprise and curiosity, do you mean you made this plan for him? Dekatra shook his head and replied, that opportunity was divided equally among all, just depending on each of them's abilities and gifts. Sun Can saw Dekatra's fresh face and smiled along, he looked quite happy. Dekatra didn't hesitate to admit, after all, that kid was the only one who followed the path I had outlined. After thinking about it for a while, Dekatra suddenly told Sun Can, but maybe today would be the last day for Operation Fat Cat. A peaceful night had finally passed at the Fat Cat Inn, dawn dawning with the chirping sounds of birds and the faint murmur of trees. The warm sunlight shining through the window and flooding into Sung Min's bed woke him up, but he just stretched his shoulders and didn't want to wake up, sleep soundly. When Sung Min reached up and bumped into the sacks that were stacked around his bed, he opened his eyes in surprise. Sung Min sat up in shock and examined the sacks. The inside was filled with gold coins that made his eyes glow. Since when? He didn't even feel anything. Wow. Sung Min was dazzled by the brightness of the sparkling gold coins, which were once about 3 billion gran, which was about 3 billion won, which was more than enough for 2 years of extravagant play. Hearing Sung Min's cheers of joy, Rudia woke up. She yawned and asked him, what's Rasen, breakfast? Sung Min excitedly replied, good morning, Rudia. Rudia excitedly stood up and waved her hands and feet in front of Sung Min. I dreamed about those cats, meow. Sung Min was happy because she received the money and giggled, dreaming about cats, because she slept in the Fat Cat Inn. Suddenly the smile on Sung Min's lips faded. He was a little shocked when he thought about it. Wait, Rudia dreamed. According to what the novel depicts, there are many times when Rudia's dreams are prophetic dreams. Whether the dream is good or bad, it is nothing more than a warning to her or her companion. There is even one time in the novel when Rudia dreams of an attack, and the fact that it happened puts Kassen on the brink of life and death. At this moment, the Holy Eye was also alerting Sung Min. A red alert flashed continuously, making it impossible for him to ignore it, which was also the moment that Sung Min knew something was about to happen. Sung Min didn't dare to hesitate anymore and immediately called Rudia, who was still adjusting her hair. While Rudia was still bewildered, Sung Min seriously raised her eyebrows and asked her, burning the fat cat to ashes. Just a moment later, according to Sung Min's wishes, an explosion occurred in the middle of the forest and smoke and flames rose from the location of the fat cat inn. The fierce fire quickly swallowed the entire inn. The old house, built largely of wood, quickly became a giant torch in the middle of the forest. However, outside the room where Sung Min was staying, a mysterious group of people wearing hoods were gathering. Instead of fleeing, they carefully closed in on Sung Min's room. The leader of the group poked his head through the door of the room and peered inside looking for Sung Min's whereabouts in the fire. He crept in and motioned for his accomplices to slowly approach the target. The leader, after seeing Sung Min nowhere to be seen, ordered his subordinates, "Okay, let's rush right in." At that moment, a fist pierced through the thick smoke and fire and aimed directly at his face. The leader was punched backwards in the shock of the juniors. The mysterious people immediately shouted and were ready to perform magic. The target was escaping, preparing to fight. This seventh child only had 2 spell rings, don't let it escape. Sung Min walked out of the room with his fists filled with mana and an arrogant smirk. It seemed like a rather unexpected attack. At first glance, you guys seemed quite strong. Suddenly Sung Min's hair turned silver. He calmly warned the masked people, "You probably know a lot about me, but that information is not necessarily accurate." When Sung Min's hair is completely white, the system notifies him, "Your power bursts for a minute." Sung Min confidently declares, "Now it's time to fight." The blindfolded people saw Sung Min's energy spike and cried out in panic, "His strength has changed, this amount of mana of his cannot be a Turing mage." After a moment of shock, they tried to stabilize their spirits and simultaneously perform magic, shield spells, and hurry. However, the defenses of the 3 mages closest to Sung Min were quickly broken by him in the blink of an eye, Sung Min moving past them like a gust of wind and simultaneously knocking them out of position. Sung Min even managed to snatch off a man's hood before punching him with bloody teeth. Meanwhile, a group of 3 other mages took advantage of the opportunity to huddle together to perform fire bending. He arrived. After chanting the mantra, they created a huge fireball that shot towards Sung Min. "Even if you were a maiden family, you wouldn't be able to escape from here." The fireball in the hands of 3 powerful mages as powerful as a dragon darted towards Sung Min. "We will drag you to hell." Sung Min momentarily stepped back in horror at the powerful energy that was attacking him. Star firepower, this is too much. However, at this moment, the Holy Grail excitedly appeared in front of Sung Min, thanking him for the meal. Sung Min also smiled approvingly at the attack of the other mages. A roaring explosion erupted after the mages' firepower collided with the Min. The 3 mages nervously looked deep into the raging fire. How was he? Just then, one of the stunned mages rolled his eyes. What? Meanwhile, the system informs Sung Min, "You can only maintain power for 52 seconds with the amount of energy you are possessing." The next second, the notification has changed to, "You can only maintain power for 53 seconds with the amount of energy you currently possess." Since the Holy Grail has just absorbed more firepower, the whole body is filled with mana. At this point the system has bounced to announce, "You can only maintain power for 2 minutes with the amount of energy you currently possess." Sung Min smirked and looked at the mages. He was at the highest state of magical power. Then he reached out to provoke them. "I was going to just play with Valve, but this is fine." Not long after, in a gloomy dark space, Decatra's cold voice echoed, removing his mask. Another group of mysterious people surrounded a glass ball and replied in unison, "Yes, master." The blindfold was gently removed, and finally the attacker turned out to be none other than the innkeeper, the intelligence officer of the illusion, Brig. Decatra immediately interrogated him, "Why did you attack the maiden family and the illusion team?" Brig couldn't help but swallow in horror. He shakily replied with his little finger broken, "Because I thought it was a way for us to keep working." Cold sweat dripping down Brig's spine, he told Decatra in horror. Decatra, however, was skeptical of his answer. "Strangely enough, I remember allowing that campaign to continue. Last night, while talking to Sun Can, Decatra asked if today would be the last day of Operation Fat Cat, to which Sun Can replied, 'Yes, it is.'" After a moment of hesitation, Decatra suddenly gave a mystical smile. "I changed my mind. I allowed the fat cat campaign to continue. Seeing Decatra's suspicion, Brig tried to justify himself. I was a member of the intelligence team. I thought the Maiden family wanted to know what was going on with the 7 young masters and his ability to handle the situation. The reason I attacked the 7 young masters and the illusion team was because it was supposed to be a small thank you to the illusion team for Maiden's kindness to us. We simulated it many times, though I never thought I'd speak directly in front of him. Back a short time earlier, after Sung Min defeated all the mages that had surrounded him, he casually sat down in front of Brig and said, "I won't ask who you are." Sung Min candidly tells Brig that this place is under the control of the Maiden House. If a fire caused by magic turns out to be catastrophic, the Maiden family would send a magic investigation team here immediately, and Sung Min bent down to look Brig in the eye, the cold glow in his eyes making him shiver in horror. Relying on the holy eye, Sung Min didn't need to remove Brig's hood to know his identity and personality as a petty spy who wanted to keep his business. Sung Min continued to tell Brig, "Maiden, don't care where I am or what I do." Just then, Sung Min suddenly pulled off Brig's hood, causing him to panic even more. When Brig closed his eyes in shock, Sung Min continued, "However, as soon as anyone dared to put a finger on the Maiden family in front of the clan's magic investigation team, they would be arrested immediately according to the law." Brig replied in a panic, "Yes, young master." Seeing that Brig understood what he meant, Sung Min calmly put his hand on his forehead. "Brig, the intelligence officer of illusion, you will be punished for daring to attack me. You will die if you really dare to kill me, but I have reconsidered because you did not intend to." Brig opened his eyes in horror to see Sung Min infusing his head with a strange flow of energy. "This isn't it, magic." Instantly, the flow of energy ran through Brig's body like an electric current, causing him to roll his eyes in pain. Sung Min injected a small amount of soul duel into Brig's body. Mana ran down his spine and towards his fingertips. The tip of Brig's little finger was immediately deformed. He had a hunch that the bone of his little finger had been completely broken and that he would never be able to use his little finger again. When he was done, Sung Min stood up. "Let's go, Rudia," and the Brig was still crawling across the floor in bone-piercing pain. "Ah, my little finger." Brig struggled to escape the fire with a heavenly groan. Damn, he couldn't use mana. Going back to the present, Decatra felt quite satisfied with Brig's answer. "I see, not a bad gift," Brig replied with a sigh of relief. "I'll keep trying." Just then, Decatra questioned again, "Are you the one who set the fire?" Brig hurriedly crouched in fear. "No, no." He honestly told Decatra that the fire was caused by the young girl accompanying the 7 young masters, whose name was Rudia. Decatra was stunned. The kid not only dealt with the ambushers but also deliberately made the investigation team rush to the spot. He discovered their intentions and showed his talent. Decatra thought more and more interested in Sung Min's personality. He dared to resist him but was also very wise. Even Evelia or Persha had never shown that confidence. He had lived up to the name of the Maiden family. Brig's broken finger proved it. After a moment of reflection and satisfaction with this test, Decatra decided to let go of Brig. "Go, I officially allow you to continue the activity," Brig replied. "Thank you, sir." Immediately after, Decatra added in a sinister voice, "This is a reward for proving your ability." He showed interest in Brig. "That finger was annoying to you, wasn't it?" Brig shook his head furiously. "No, no, this isn't worth anything." Immediately a small wind blade was created in Brig's pinky finger. Decatra without hesitation cut the pinky finger that had been broken and was aching with the soul-fighting energy in it. The pinky finger fell to the ground. Brig felt no pain, not even blood oozing out. Brig's pinky finger was severed with a very low sound. Instead of feeling grateful to Decatra, Brig showed a panicked expression. He cut it off immediately without feeling any pain. He swallowed in horror. "If it was my neck, I would have gotten out of here right away." So Brig hurriedly left the interrogation room and stepped outside to catch the warm sunshine. He just got outside when he heard the sounds of cats waiting for him. Brig's men are alive and waiting for him along with 2 cats who are still alive. The people who saw Brig appear were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. They were overjoyed to the point of bewilderment. Brig smiled genuinely comfortably and raised his one-fingered amputated hand to his subordinates. He had escaped quite easily. He would rather chop off a bone than live with a broken bone. It was easy to make a rubber finger and put it on. A few days later, Sung Min and Rudia continued their journey, but they haven't visited any hostel since. They sleep outside and catch wild creatures to eat along the way. They have traveled a distance of about 300 kilometers. They travel about 50 kilometers per day, and today is the 6th day. When it was dark, they stopped at a junction and sat by the fire eating grilled fish. Rudia chewed and lip-synced and asked Sung Min, "We have been walking for 6 days, where are we going?" Sung Min complained. "Until now," she asked. Rudia grinned and replied, "I was busy watching the view so I forgot." Sung Min clicked his tongue and told her, "We're going to Holland." Rudia thought for a moment and then nodded. "Holland, you mean Holy Kingdom?" Sung Min nodded in confirmation to Rudia. "Yes, you know that place." Rudia smiled brightly. "Hee, I read it in the book that the witch gave me. I took the test in it and yes." Sung Min suddenly felt a little pity for Rudia. She must have been going through a hard time. Rudia continued to ask curiously, "But why are we there? What's so fun there?" Sung Min walked up to the road sign next to where they lit a fire and said, "We can get a lot of things there." In the original setting of the novel, Holland has a lot of precious items. Sung Min thinks it would be nice if he could get a few before Kassan steals them all. Sung Min thoughtfully stood in front of the road sign and carefully thought, "Should we move on? Let's see, there are 3 routes. We need to reach the Holy Kingdom of Holland. The other 2 routes will lead us to the territory of the Grandel and Shilin." Sung Min was a little hesitant. Following this route does not mean that he will go to Holland, Grandel or Equatorial, because the continent is very large. This sign indicates the approximate direction. However, the reason why this route is important is because it shows what the world uses reference points. Suddenly at this time, the Holy Eye was automatically activated. Thanks to the Holy Eye, Sung Min discovered that on the road sign, beneath the 3 arrows, there was a faint inscription that was flashing. Sung Min frowned suspiciously and pointed to the inscription. "Rudia, can you read this inscription?" Rudia stood up confidently. Of course there was Rasen. Rudia immediately thought that the flashing inscription could be read without using the Holy Eye. As she approached the sign, Rudia read boldly, "Holy Holland, I have learned how to write that word." Sung Min paused for a moment and said to Rudia, "It's not it, down there." However, Rudia looked around at the sign with a puzzled expression. What's more, my eyesight is good." At that moment, Sung Min understood that it turned out that it was only him who saw the inscription. A flash of light flashed in his mind. "Wait a minute, think about it, this is..." Sung Min remembered the time before he followed Master Magner to find the 1,000-year dragon armor. It was the same thing he had seen on the ground before. A bright inscription flickered, but only he could see it. Sung Min immediately used the Holy Eye to read the inscription on the sign. It was automatically translated as, "Give the item back to my descendant." Sung Min wondered in surprise, "Descendant?" Suddenly at this moment the transcendent Holy Grail cried out to Sung Min, "Rasen, it was sucking all my mana." As he glanced at it, the energy from the mouth of the cup was gushing out and being sucked into the flickering inscription. Sung Min then reassured the transcendent Holy Grail, "We won't do anything for now." The transcendent Holy Grail smiled and replied, "Well, although this mana is mine, I will leave it alone if you will praise me." Sung Min immediately pleased the transcendent Holy Grail and patted it. "Okay, thank you for keeping it still." The transcendent Holy Grail immediately became more cheerful. "Moreover, praise me too." Sung Min waited patiently for a while. The inscription absorbed a lot of mana, but outside, nothing has changed. Just as Sung Min touched the sign, a bright white light flashed from the sign and a new inscription appeared above the sign like an illusion display. The Holy Eye continues to turn on the auto-translation mode. "Who can see that my arrangement is limited to the person who has received the 1,000-year dragon armor, or if he possesses the golden eye of the white swan, the eyes of wild beasts, the staff of Harlan, and possesses the Holy Eye." Rudia only sees the strange inscription at this time, but she does not understand the ancient language at all. Rasen. Naturally there are too many words. While Sung Min was still vaguely ignorant of what was going on, a man suddenly appeared dimly beside them. "Letting me introduce myself first." The man who appeared as a ghost could see through the other side. "My name is Kirtle. It is a pleasure to meet you, my descendant." Sung Min couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. Kirtle, that famous legendary great mage, this person is the real Kirtle. Suddenly Rudia approached the man and without hesitation fluttered at his feet. "I couldn't smell anything, I couldn't touch him. God, he wasn't human." Sung Min still hadn't figured out the situation when he heard the transcendent Holy Grail suddenly get angry and shout loudly, the old man was sick. The transcendent Holy Grail was so annoyed that he blushed purple in his ears. Just when I almost forgot about him, he appeared again. Sung Min immediately confirmed the identity of the other man. Thinking about it, the first person to own the Holy Grail was Curdle. Sung Min immediately tried to calm the transcendent Holy Grail. Calm down, he is not really here. Curdle, as if reading Sung Min's mind, immediately contributed, I am currently asleep in the North Sea. Sung Min just heard it and opened his eyes in surprise. The North Star Sea, it is located in the northern region of the end of the world. It was a land that humanity had not yet conquered, an abandoned land where humans could not live, simply because this forbidden area was so cold that no one could live, not even the Maiden family could conquer the North Sea. Curdle continued to speak like a pre-programmed hologram. I hope you will be able to wake me up, though, if you don't like it, it will be my destiny arranged. For the sake of the future, I have decided to seal myself in the North Sea. In order to release my seal, I am prepared to train my descendants with the necessary items. Sung Min immediately became excited when he heard about the items left by the great mage, but he added, you will have to fulfill 2 conditions to become my descendant. Sung Min frowned slightly, wondering, what conditions? Curdle went on to say, first to own the Holy Grail, second to own the Holy Grail. Sung Min immediately glanced at the transcendent Holy Grail that was showing a hateful face to Curdle. It just so happened that he had both conditions. Sung Min laughed immediately when he realized that he was falling into a wonderful coincidence, a godsend opportunity. Curdle continued to instruct Sung Min, come to Heian, if the fire tribe still existed, they would live there. Rudia pointed at herself excitedly, he meant me. Finally, Curdle said a few more words before disappearing, the key is to win the heart of the Fire Clan. If you can't establish a contract, you won't be able to get the Holy Grail. Go find the Holy Grail and come back here. Just then Curdle disappeared, making Rudia say curiously, oh, he's gone. Then, Sung Min walked up to the road sign and put his hand on it. Well, I just need to infuse mana into this. Sure enough, when the text flashed on the mana-absorbing sign, Curdle's hologram reappeared, I'm waiting for you, my descendant. In some miraculous way, Curdle was pre-programmed to be stunned. How could it be? You had already found the Holy Grail. After that, Curdle showed sympathy for Sung Min, my descendant, you must have gone through the arduous journey to get the Holy Grail. The transcendent Holy Grail is still grumbling, the damn old man, and Sung Min smiled triumphantly and replied, yes, I've been through a lot. The next morning, Sung Min and Rudia sit on the back of a giant bird and cross the majestic but extremely rugged mountains. When the bird called out a few signals, Rudia immediately cheered and said to Sung Min, Rasen, we have reached the unknown abyss. Sung Min thoughtfully held a fong in his hand and thought about what Curdle told them last night. Originally, when I arrived on this continent, I had no instructor, no arrangement, so it took a long time to achieve this power. I've had to wander a lot, so I've decided, I'm going to make sure that my successors don't have to wander like I do. I'm going to show you a faster, safer, and more secure path. When you find the Holy Grail, you have stepped 1 foot on the path of becoming a true magician. More important than the quantity and quality of effort is the direction of the effort. No matter how hard you try, if you cannot go in the right direction, it is meaningless. You can go in the right direction if you work in the right direction. People will call this path the magic path later. Since you have passed my first test and gained rights, I will arrange for your descendants. If you follow the path I have laid out, you will find out the truth. As soon as you finish, Curdle's figure gradually disappears little by little like a pile of powder falling to the ground. The powder seemed to be scattered here and there, but then gathered in the palm of Sung Min's hand, it solidified into a mass. When Curdle completely disappeared, Sung Min received the item was a tiger fong. He was completely confused by this item. This is true, this fong. According to the information provided by the Holy Eye, this is a loyal fong. The attribute is the fong containing the loyalty of the Golden Tiger tribe. Sung Min, knowing the information, it is even more anxious and complicated. He must find out what the Golden Tiger tribe is. That's why Sung Min and Rudia came to this unknown abyss. He stood up on the back of the bird and said, let's go, Rudia. Rudia waved happily to the bird, okay, thank you for bringing us here. Just then, Sung Min and Rudia both jumped off the bird's back and went into free fall, the risky act causing Rudia to cheer excitedly, oh, this is so fun. Sung Min also enjoys this thrilling game. When he was about to land, Sung Min immediately activated the wind attribute optimization that made his body flutter like a bird. Sung Min landed on the ground lightly like pink feathers. He couldn't help but be proud of himself. He was used to optimizing attributes, so everything was also much simpler. Rudia also easily landed with a grin. Interesting, can we do it again? However, Sung Min immediately rejects her. We don't have time, Rudia. Rudia obediently followed behind Sung Min and asked curiously, Rasen, why are we here? Sung Min immediately explained, to find the Crow clan. Sung Min was a little uninterested in replying, Crow clan. She even flatly disparaged the Crow clan. Ah, those weaklings, my father said the Crow clan was too cowardly to do anything with them. Although he didn't like the Crow clan, since it was Sung Min's decision, Rudia excitedly continued to ask what kind of family he was going to find. Sung Min suddenly took out a wrapper of gold coins and smiled cunningly, I have a way. Then, Sung Min started spreading gold coins along the way. The gleaming coins spaced evenly apart were clearly a trap. Sung Min walked and dropped the money on the ground without regret at all. Rudia couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's a waste of money, but Sung Min still very casually threw money on the ground. There is only 1 gran, I have 3 billion muscles, so it's okay. Very soon, the coins on the ground gradually disappeared. Sung Min was secretly excited in his heart. Well, they started picking up the money, but they were still very vigilant. According to the setting of the novel, the Crow clan is not like humans. Long ago, humanity considered the wings of the Crow clan as a precious object. And even today, in human life there are still traces of the hunting and trade of the wings of that Crow race. So, for survival, the blood of the descendants of the Crow. There is always an instinctive fear of humans. They come to this remote place to stay because they want to stay as far away from humanity as possible. Sung Min and Rudia waited until the next day but no crows showed up yet. Rudia complained, so bored, you are wasting that time Rasen. Sung Min laughed and teased Rudia, don't you like this very much? Rudia grinned again and replied, no, it's my favorite thing to lie down like this, I wish we were like this forever. Sung Min couldn't help but smile and told Rudia, she had to wait a little longer, she just rested. Rudia happily spread her arms and legs lying on the carpet, okay. By noon that day, the human crow finally appeared, causing Rudia to cry out in surprise, oh, just like you said, Rasen. The crows were shy and afraid to come in front of Sung Min and beg, man, more gold, okay. Sung Min immediately smiled approvingly in his heart. The Crow clan was no longer afraid. Rudia clapped her hands happily and said, birds can talk to us, Rasen. Sung Min immediately took out the money from his pocket, I have a lot of gold coins here. The crows saw that the money immediately lit up their eyes, can you give us more? Sung Min generously launched a gold coin, of course. The crows, who saw the gold coin coming, immediately scrambled with each other, mine, I foresee, my son is starving to death in the other house. A human crow did not fight with the others, but calmly asked if my people, my family was in difficulty, could I give more gold? Sung Min smiled slyly, okay. Just then, he generously threw a gold coin in front of the other crow. The brave crow immediately picked up the coin with bright eyes, gold coins, Tuma, rich. A tearful Tuma asked Sung Min, man, how to give thanks. The other crows also cried out in unison, thank you, thank you. Sung Min seized the opportunity to pull out the golden tiger fangs and asked them, well, do you know what this is? However, the crows immediately shouted in shock, Crow. Rudia saw this and opened her eyes in surprise, why did they suddenly act like this? Sung Min clicked his tongue and replied, probably because they knew the owner of this fang. Before writing down the background of the Crow clan, Sung Min saw an article, although he only looked at it, so he didn't remember very well, but the content was roughly, have you ever seen a crow give thanks? The case of a Seoul resident who helped the raven heal a leg wound received back 5 pounds of drugs. Kim, 30, who lives in Seoul, reported it to the police and is currently under investigation. Later, when creating the minor character the Crow clan, Sung Min relied on it to build the basic setup. All he remembered was the first attribute of the Crow clan. It belongs to the minor character setting related to the prestigious Sword clan said, the Crow clan must return the favor. so Sung Min knows for sure that they must return the favor, no matter how scared or shy they are. As expected, the human crows, though frightened, still said to Sung Min, "That damn tiger Fong, that tiger deserves to die, killed our whole family, it ate Nak." Tuma panicked but remaining steadfast in the initial setup, he exclaimed, "But, had to return the favor." The human crows chanted in unison in front of Sung Min, to pay tribute. Rudia giggled at the actions of the crows said they would repay him, they were kind. Sung Min was a little stunned because he felt this setup was scary. He said to Rudia, "Yes." Tuma stepped forward to introduce Sung Min, "My name is Tuma, and you are?" Sung Min also stood up and replied, "Rasen." Tuma said warmly, "Rasen, nice to meet you, I know where the damn tiger is." Sung Min thought to himself, the damn tiger must be the Golden Tiger clan. The Golden Tiger clan only has a few people, so it is sparsely populated, but the reason they are still famous is because they are strong enough not to need a large group. As established in the novel, if the population of the Golden Tiger clan was larger, they would probably be the rulers of the continent, not the humans. Tuma tearfully lamented to Sung Min, "The evil damn tigers ate us." Sung Min understood in his heart, the instinct of the Golden Tiger clan is to hunt, this is the natural law of creation. Tuma continued to say, "The damn tigers are nearby, very mean." Sung Min immediately felt worried about Rudia. If he encountered the Golden Tiger clan, Rudia might get hurt, so he told Rudia, "You are here waiting for me to return." Rudia grinned and replied, "I also want to go see the Tiger clan, but I will do as you say." Sung Min smiled softly and said, "Thank you, I'll be back soon." Just then, Sung Min hurriedly left, Tuma, leading the way. Tuna was still tense at the thought of the Golden Tiger clan, so he stammered and replied, "Okay, okay." Tuma even had tears in his eyes with a gloomy expression. Tuma was really scared, but would lead him away. Sung Min then unleashed a gold coin to encourage Tuma's spirit, which was his bounty. Tuma immediately became more enthusiastic. Tuma will return the favor, Tuma has changed his life. The other crows also excitedly cheered Tuma, so jealous Tuma, in the next life will be born Tuma. Meanwhile, Sung Min calculated, have I spent 12 grand yet? Meanwhile, in the Grandel martial arts clan, Magnar was complaining loudly to his brother, "Gosh, can you stop talking?" Magnar grumbled in exasperation, snapping his thumbs that they were all dead. What else did he want? Touching the children was so scary, they were as fragile as paper. Velatutor Grandel, the head of the prestigious Grandel martial arts clan, Rosalind's father immediately turned around and said cold to his brother, Enough, stop talking." Magnar was still trying to justify his actions. Slowly he said, "Those bastards demanded to take Rosalind as a concubine to bear their children, how do you think I can close my eyes?" Velatutor immediately released a rage that crushed the watering can in his hand, "So you made them die in pain." Magnar still tried to justify, "I just touched them and they have already rolled to their deaths." Velatutor replied in a low voice, "You should have tormented them. If it were me, I'd cut that of them first." Magnar sat down calmly after hearing Velatutor make such a statement, so it wasn't too lenient for them to die. Velatutor immediately put on a sinister appearance, which only applies to humans. Magnar also laughed sinisterly. Others heard it would be loud. Who would have expected the great saint of warm integrity, the benevolent King Velatutor, to say these words? Velatutor chuckled and replied, "Whatever, let's get back to the main topic." Magnar complained, "I've just changed the subject." Velatutor bluntly asked Magnar, "How far have you taught Rasen?" Magnar replied, "The 4 wills and 3 basic martial arts of the Grandels, but they had already learned to read books." After pondering for a moment, Magnar added, "Rasen, that kid holds the more important truth than that." Velatutor turned around in shock. "What is the truth? What mistake have you made?" Magnar shook his thigh casually, "I am the one who only knows how to make mistakes." Then Magnar said seriously, "You bastard, he has absorbed my fighting soul." Velatutor was stunned. "It is impossible. Originally the battle soul and mana were 2 completely different things, now you say that there are people who possess both battle souls and mana." Magnar nodded firmly. It seemed like it was just imitating it now, but it had a strong body so it was even more effective. Velatutor frowned and reproached Magnar, "If this harmed the Grandel family," Magnar replied calmly, "I know, I will be responsible, if that day comes. Then, as the bastard's master, I will kill him myself." Magner casually assured Velatutor without hesitation or respect for Sung Min. Meanwhile, Sung Min is being led by Tuma to the area of the Golden Tiger. Tuma walks while shaking and encouraging himself. Tuma is brave. At this time, Rudia was alone at the campsite, and she sat staring in the direction that Sung Min left. While she was alone, Rudia suddenly remembered what Evelia had told her before the pilgrimage. She was going with Rasen. Evelia strongly opposed Rudia following Sung Min on the pilgrimage, even beating and insulting her. She was just a burden to her. Evelia tightened her leashes and said in a contemptuous tone, "After all, you are too weak. I can't let something inferior like you jeopardize the maiden family." Evelia's words hurt Rudia deeply. She turned her sad gaze into the distance. "I was weak, I knew it myself." Rudia remembered that Sung Min, who was worried about her earlier, left her here. "Rudia, can you wait here until I come back?" However, Rudia, instead of blaming Sung Min for leaving her, she felt self-reproach. She wanted to be with Rasen, but I was just a burden. I wanted to become stronger. In the moment Rudia made up her mind, a fire suddenly erupted around her. No, she would definitely be stronger, no matter what. Rudia's flames burned so fiercely that she could be seen from a few hills away. Sung Min also quickly felt Rudia's fierce firepower, and he immediately turned his head to look towards the hill where Rudia was waiting. Sung Min was dumbfounded for a moment. "Is Rudia?" "I must have felt her mana fleetingly." Tuma saw that and asked Sung Min curiously, "Hey man, what is that?" He hesitantly replied, "Nothing." Suddenly at this time the system displays notifications. A variable affecting the storyline has appeared. The character of the child of the phoenix is determined to become strong. The phoenix fire god is watching the child. Sung Min couldn't help but be amazed by this announcement. He gasped unconsciously, "Phoenix, Star Phoenix." According to the setting of the novel, the phoenix is the transcendent existence that Sung Min wrote as a god. The phoenix-worshipping fire clan was once strong enough to rule the entire continent, but the more the phoenix absorbed the divine force, the weaker the fire tribe became. He doesn't appear in the story too much, most of all because Sung Min didn't let him directly interfere in anything, and Sung Min didn't think Kassen was influenced by any god in the story. After some deduction, Sung Min quickly came to a conclusion: then there's only one reason. His holy eye and Kassen's holy eye, which are inherently different. Sung Min fell into contemplation for a long time and almost forgot that he was on his way to the Golden Tiger area. Suddenly at this moment, Tuma shouted loudly, causing Sung Min to wake up, "This smell, this scent." After a loud scream, Tuma immediately darted into the sky and fled with a panicked look. I've paid off my debt, man." Sung Min didn't blame Tuma for leaving halfway, but on the contrary, he smiled happily. It was quite impressive that the member of the Crow clan who was a coward was able to take him all the way here. "Thank you, Tuma." Soon, Sung Min went deeper into the Golden Tiger's territory alone, not far away when he saw a deer corpse lying on the ground with blood that had not yet dried. Next to the deer's carcass was a woman who was panting from having eaten her fill. Sung Min just silently approached her with great vigilance. As he stepped closer, Sung Min could immediately confirm that it was a woman from the Golden Tiger clan, and even from a distance, he could still feel how strong she was. The Golden Tiger woman turned to look at Sung Min with cold eyes. She judged him from head to toe as if looking at a prey and arrogantly opened her mouth. A human child. Sung Min carefully approached her politely. "I came to see the Golden Tiger clan chief." However, the Golden Tiger woman turned away immediately. "I have no interest in a child. I will spare you this time, so come next time when you are an adult." Sung Min immediately called the Golden Tiger woman. Wait, I just want to ask a question." He was extremely hesitant in his heart. Should I show her the loyal fangs? No. The Golden Tiger clan member only talked to the person they thought was valuable. I didn't think showing her the loyal fangs would help at the moment. While Sung Min was hesitating, the Golden Tiger woman who was called back actually stopped walking. The Golden Tiger woman turned her head to look at Sung Min with a murderous gaze. She bared her fangs in a spiteful manner. "Although I was going to give you a chance to live, but I changed my mind." Soon, the Golden Tiger woman exploded her power. Her body instantly transformed into billowing muscles and covered with tiger hair. Sharp claws also lengthened in the blink of an eye. The Golden Tiger woman after transforming had become twice as big as before. the sight made Sung Min couldn't help but step back unconsciously. Oh, why did she look bigger than this? The golden tiger woman growled with murderous eyes staring at Sung Min. It was better for your flesh to be given now. Sung Min couldn't help but be bewildered by the aura emanating from the golden tiger woman. He immediately stepped back in a defensive posture. Damn, knew right away that this was going to happen. However, very soon Sung Min regained his composure and smiled confidently and raised his hand to fight the golden tiger woman. Well, I guess it will not go very well. The golden tiger woman immediately rushed to attack Sung Min in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, Sung Min's body automatically activated the roving delay skill that allowed him to read the opponent's moves. Thanks to the roving delay, everything happened like a slow-motion movie in front of Sung Min. He gently dodged the golden tiger woman's powerful slaps. He could see where the blows would be directed. This was nothing compared to the master's punches. The golden tiger woman saw that Sung Min dodged the art and was amazingly agile, and she honestly praised him. Not bad, child. But let's see if you can continue to dodge so quickly. As soon as she finished, the golden tiger woman swung her fist up with a sharp gaze. She couldn't help but worry about the dangerous situation. She was right. If you continue like this, you will be at a disadvantage. Just then, Sung Min came up with a thought. In order to get validation from her, he needs to show her what he can do. Sung Min did not hesitate to put the force of the soul fight into his fist. Sung Min said to himself in his heart, language becomes strength, strength strengthens body and soul. After activating the fighting soul, he immediately punched towards the golden tiger woman. The powerful fists of the two passed each other without either side overpowering the other. The golden tiger woman, who was actually shocked by Sung Min's attack, rolled her eyes. She didn't expect herself to suffer a powerful aftershock from Sung Min's punch. While the golden tiger woman was still standing like a stone table, Sung Min was forced to jump back to keep a safe distance. The people of the golden tiger clan were stronger than he expected. The golden tiger woman no longer attacked Sung Min, but calmly asked him, You use a rather strange technique. Are you from the famous martial arts clan? However, Sung Min didn't answer, but silently assessed the golden tiger woman's ability. Even the current Kassen couldn't stand if he had a soul fighting at this rank. Well, whatever, I found her weakness. Just then, Sung Min slumped down and activated the maple attribute optimization. Sung Min laughed slyly and declared to the golden tiger woman, I won this battle. Just then, Sung Min disappeared from the golden tiger woman's sight, causing her to be a little bewildered. After a second of observing her surroundings, the golden tiger woman quickly spotted Sung Min's movements, and she vigorously shouted, What's this? Are you begging to be finished off by me? The golden tiger woman roared with a powerful fist swinging towards Sung Min, but he passed her like a gust of wind. The golden tiger woman was completely shocked by Sung Min's unusual movement, and she once again searched for his whereabouts. When Sung Min grabbed the golden tiger woman's tail with an approving expression, she turned her head to look behind her. My tail, you're bastard. The golden tiger woman, although she was afraid of sweating, still firmly threatened Sung Min, If you release my tail and ask for forgiveness, I will spare you a life. However, Sung Min smiled and replied, Really? It's too scary. He knows in his heart that the only weakness of the Golden Tiger clan is their tails, which is why they have a tradition that an adult member of the Golden Tiger clan will cut off the tails of children when they are 1 year old, for if their tails were cut off as adults, they might die. Immediately Sung Min grabbed the Golden Tiger woman's tail and jerked down a threat, So what if I do this? The panicked Golden Tiger woman turned into a human form and cried bitterly, KY, I know, okay, I lost. Can I lose? So hurry up. Sung Min calmly let go of the golden tiger woman's tail in a gesture of satisfaction. Then, have you acknowledged me? The tiger woman hurriedly jumped away from Sung Min with angry growls. I was caught off guard by a child like you. The golden tiger woman clenched her teeth and continued, but, such a low guard was my mistake. Sung Min breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, Why don't we sit back and talk for a while? The golden tiger woman frowned slightly. Talk. Just then, she licked her lips lustfully at Sung Min. I could easily kill you right now. Why should I talk to you? Sung Min casually shrugged and said, The member of the honorary Golden Tiger clan won't do that. The golden tiger woman who was hit immediately became agitated. She secretly lamented in her heart, Where could such a monstrous person be? how much the famous martial arts clan already knew about the Golden Tiger clan. The Golden Tiger woman finally sat down to talk to Sung Min. My name is Mirong, so what do you want to tell me? Sung Min took out the Golden Tiger fang she received from Curdle and asked if she knew anything about this. Mirong immediately jumped up in shock. That is. Tutakan's fangs, Mirong exclaimed with astonishment, his eyes glowing as if he saw the important treasure of the clan. Tutanka's fangs are one of the treasures that the Golden Tiger clan is looking for. Hearing that the Golden Tiger clan has sent people all over the world to find it. It is one of the holy artifacts left by the hero of the Golden Tiger clan, the great leader Tutanka. It is also said that the great magician Curdle recited a permanent preservation spell on it. Mirong tells Sung Min the story of this fang, although she isn't sure if it's true, because it's something passed down a long time ago. In the eyes of Sung Min from the modern world, this story is like an urban legend. For Mirong, that fang was fascinating, and it also piqued her sense of curiosity. It was weird. How could I recognize it as Tutanka's fang immediately when I saw it? I hadn't even seen it before. Sung Min curiously continued to ask Mirong, if I suddenly brought it out as soon as I met you, what would you do? Mirong dusted off his clothes and stood up and answered decisively without hesitation. What do you mean? What kind of person do you think I am? Of course I'll eat you and steal it. Mirong's soft pink feathered voice made Sung Min shiver for a moment and then breathe a sigh of relief. He thanked himself in his heart for not taking out his fangs early. Sung Min continued to ask for information. Why did she want this? Mirong grinned with excitement, because with it, he could enter the village of the Golden Tiger clan. It was something new that surprised Sung Min in his heart, the village of the Golden Tiger clan. The Golden Tiger clan are usually lone warriors who live an independent life. They do not have the habit of living in packs. It is ridiculous. He must have something wrong and asked Mirong again. Why did the Golden Tiger clan have to establish a village? Mirong begins to tell a story that happened not long ago. Well, originally by a hunter, that woman killed all the Golden Tiger clan members she saw. Mirong involuntarily shuddered his feathers as he remembered the terrifying scene at that time. It was the first time the Golden Tiger clan member had to worry about survival. The gaze of the female hunter who had pursued that Golden Tiger clan was terrifying, cold as ice, as still as the surface of a lake, but flashing rays of killing chi as bright as the sun. Mirong continued to say in a trembling voice, if we hadn't been together, the entire Golden Tiger clan might have been wiped out, so the Golden Tiger clan decided to live in a pack. Sung Min immediately wondered, what about the Tiger King? Mirong just clicked his tongue and shrugged. He didn't particularly care about the other members' survival. Sung Min wasn't too surprised because Golden Tigers usually live independently, don't care about each other. It was common sense. However, what Mirong said later came as a big shock to Sung Min. After all, that's why the Golden Tiger clan had begun to join forces to get rid of that woman, Evelia. Sung Min paled and swallowed because Evelia didn't seem to be someone he knew anymore. Mirong continued to tell, though, Evelia's story was fine, not that she was crazy or something. Sung Min gasped in exclamation, it's not crazy, really. Mirong clicked his tongue to explain. The elders said that it was because they had provoked her first. After pausing for a moment, Mirong pouted in annoyance and added, the real problem was that the lady came after Evelia. His intuition told Sung Min that something was wrong. He cautiously opened his mouth to ask Mirong, who came later. Mirong's eyes suddenly lit up with the flames of hatred. She growled with anguish, that crazy, Persha maiden. After the name of Sung Min's prediction was announced, Mirong gritted his teeth and repeated verbatim what that crazy woman had said. My sister was hailed as a hero after killing 30 people of the Golden Tiger clan, so at least I have to take 100 lives, don't you think so? Sung Min was stunned and trembling, feeling that a headache was coming with the news of lightning strikes constantly coming. After the second sister, now the third sister was also present. He could only hope that nothing more shocking would happen. The tragic story of the Golden Tiger clan continues in Mirong's resentful narrative. In order to fight against that crazy woman, the elders founded many villages. The peaceful life seemed to be within reach, but in the end, Mirong choked back a moment as he remembered that horrible past. She pensively remembered the scene where her entire village was engulfed in flames, and Sung Min knew for sure that it was the work of Persha, the fire-wielding madwoman. Less than a day after Persha's appearance, all members of Mirong's village were massacred. They were even beheaded as trophies, and now only one village of the Golden Tiger clan remains. It was the most terrifying day for Mirang. The mournful screams of her family and clan were imprinted in her heart. No, please don't touch the child. Persha didn't actually kill Mirang, maybe because her head was too small to show, but she did say things that haunted her. Don't hate me too much. Do you know why you were killed? Because you are weak. If you want to release your hatred, when you become stronger, come and find me. Although I know for sure, you will be weaker than me anyway. As soon as she finished, Persha directly walked past Mirang and dyed her nails with the crimson blood of the Golden Tiger clan in the village, resulting in all the adults in the village dying like that. Sung Min automatically understands that only Mirang survives, which is why no elder cut off her tail as a child. Hesitating for a moment, Mirang continued to speak with a sad look in his eyes, but there seemed to be no special grudge, nor was he still resentful, because the adults in the village were weak, so they lost their lives. Sung Min was confused about whether to show sympathy to comfort Mirang or not, because the strong survive, the weak perish, that is the natural law of the Golden Tiger clan. Sung Min decided not to comfort her and continued to ask, "Why can't you enter the village without this Fong?" Mirang's expression darkened slightly, "Because I am weak." Sung Min couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. Weak. Mirang explained that weakness is not shameful, but denying weakness is shameful. I was born much weaker than other people of the same age. It is innate. Golden tigers do not accept weakness. Sung Min is confused in her heart. Mirang is a strong person, but she considers herself weak and thinks that even a strong golden tiger is nothing more than an exercise after a meal for Evelia and Persha. What kind of crazy world have she created? Then he suddenly sensed that something was wrong and asked Mirang, "Wait, when did Evelia hunt the golden tiger?" Mirang thought for a moment and then replied, "About 6 years ago." Sung Min counted that it would be at least a year before Persha appeared, so Mirang's village was destroyed no more than 5 years ago, and when Mirang was an infant, he wondered again, "How old are you?" Mirang shrugged casually and replied, "I'm 5, I'm just growing up." Sung Min's head squeaked bees again. Even if the conception of the age of the Golden Tiger clan is different from that of humans, this is still wrong. He immediately shouted and grumbled, "But you called me a brat." Mirang didn't feel that there was anything encroaching on it, so he replied indifferently, "So what?" Sung Min ran out of words with Mirang's attitude, so he changed the subject. "Anyway, there is this thing that I can enter your village." Mirang shook his head, "Not my village, but the village of the Golden Tiger. I don't live there." At this time, Sung Min's holy eye automatically activated to give a new explanatory value. Information obtained from Mirang caused the name of the Fong to change to Tatanka Fong. And yet, the holy eye also displays the characteristics of a Fong imbued with Tatanka's oath. When Tatanka's fangs are placed on the altar of the Golden Tiger clan, Curdle's arrangement will be activated. Sung Min immediately speculated that there would be an altar in the village of the Golden Tiger clan. He asked Mirang excitedly, "Can you let me come with you?" Mirang liberally stretched his shoulders and nodded, "Okay, but I can't guarantee it." Sung Min tilted his head bewilderedly, assured. Mirang looked at Sung Min with disdain for his innocence. "I could be badly beaten and kicked out, and you could be eaten." Although Sung Min was acknowledged by Mirang, from the perspective of an adult golden tiger, Mirang was only considered half a member of the tribe and no one took her words seriously, but Sung Min still stubbornly held out his fangs to salvage some hope. "Even if I got this Fong." Mirang shook his head in disdain for Sung Min's corniness. "You are stupid, they can steal the Fong." "But, I'll guide you if you want to go," Mirang said with a grin, her face beaming like a child. Sung Min looked like she really wanted to go with him, so she started encouraging herself as well. In Sung Min's mind, he was hesitating about whether to go to the location of the Golden Tiger village. Mirang alone was already a monster that could easily stop his fighting spirit, and the Golden Tiger village was a village full of monsters that considered her weak. He may abandon Curdle's arrangements and instead look for locations with artifacts as originally planned. But suddenly, Sung Min suddenly remembered Evelia and Persha, powerful creatures that even the mighty Golden Tiger clan could not face. To survive among those maiden monsters, conventional methods would not be enough. He only had to make up his mind to take risks, because without risk, there will be no big profits. In the end, Sung Min decides to follow Curdle's arrangement. He steadfastly tells Mirang, "Let's go." "Where is it?" Mirang then reveals that the location is in the Dragon Mountains, which is where Rudia and Sung Min made a contract and won the Holy Grail. it is also adjacent to Rudia's hometown, Hainan. Sung Min finally saw more hope. When Sung Min took Mirong back to meet Rudia and told her where they were going, Rudia became immediately excited. Dragon Mountains, it's home, I'm going to see my father. Rudia's mouth couldn't stop grinning. A tiger, my name is Rudia, can I touch her tail? Mirong warily grabbed his tail and asked Sung Min, she is too noisy, can I eat her? He immediately exclaimed in a low voice, certainly not. On the first day of February, 223 according to the Hyphaean calendar, in the middle of the steep slope of an unnamed mountain, at 6 o'clock in the morning, a crash sounded as if something large had just been thrown to the ground. Sung Min and Rudia were awakened and hurriedly looked outside the tent. What? The sight they saw immediately made Rudia open her eyes excitedly. Rudia's excited voice quickly echoed throughout the mountain, wow, it's meat. Mirong just dropped a big wild boar on the ground with a proud look, I picked it up on the road, you two can eat it together. Sung Min quickly realized that the wild boar was Shapuran wild boar that he once described as very rare. Rudia quickly lit the fire, creating a roast pork on the spot. Sung Min just sat quietly watching the two girls arguing with each other intimately, thoughtfully, fragrantly. Hey, reduce the fire. It was the third day they walked together without using the teleportation portal due to Meringue's extreme aversion to it, but it wasn't bad. It seemed that Mirong and Rudia were getting closer. Moreover, traveling with the Golden Tiger had its own perks. Although Sung Min's warehouse has food in reserve, eating freshly hunted meat is a rare opportunity, and Mirong is very gourmet and always carries a variety of spices and salt in his pocket. When Sung Min glanced at Mirong who was cutting wild boar meat into pieces with sharp claws, she immediately felt his gaze and said excitedly, you can't eat ordinary wild boar, it has no taste at all. This is Shapuran wild boar, the taste is not like ordinary wild boar, the meat is very tender. Rudia picked up the pig's thighs and nibbled with a bright smile, that's why I felt it melting in my mouth. Mirong opened her eyes in amazement, she ate it all. Sung Min also started eating and joined the conversation, I heard that the Golden Tiger clan is not very picky. Mirong puffed his cheeks in rebuttal while chewing, those are the words of those who don't understand the Golden Tiger clan, among us there are many gourmets. Our tongues are much sharper than human ones, so we are picky eaters. Besides, the food in his bag smelled a little weird. When he heard Mirong say that, Sung Min saw that she was really a picky eater, because theoretically, time was stopped in the space bag, so the food stored in it did not spoil. Perhaps Mirong sensed something from the food that humans couldn't detect. Suddenly Meringue's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Rudia. Of course, human meat was still the best. Seeing Rudia carelessly eating well, Mirong said in the voice of a pig herd, yes, just eat a lot. Sung Min bewilderment blocked Meringue's lustful gaze. How could she say that in front of humans? What kind of attitude was that? And if the Golden Tiger meat tasted good? Mirong casually shrugged and shook his head, no, tasteless and chewy, the fat was full of toxins that made it the worst ingredient. Sung Min was about to ask Mirong if he had tasted it, but he suddenly thought back if she was a tiger human, although classified as a human. The tiger had a completely different consciousness and culture. Cannibalism should not be judged by Gentiles. A few days later, they arrived at the Dragon Mountains. According to the signpost, Rudia cheered, there was a cave down this road, went through the cave and then down the mountain to reach Hainan. After that, Rudia smiled sweetly and asked Sung Min's opinion, can I go back and visit my father and see everyone later? However, Sung Min asked her harshly, she just waited in the village. Rudia was startled as if she heard the news of the lightning strike. What about Rasen? Sung Min calmly replied, I'm going to see the Golden Tiger clan. Rudia heard this and sullenly bowed her head deeply, it was because I was weak, wasn't it? Sung Min caught a glimpse of pity when he heard her visibly disappointed voice. It was normal to be weak at the age of 14, and in fact, Rudia had been an incredibly talented mage for 14 years, especially in terms of fire elemental magic. Her talent was unparalleled. In addition, Rudia was specially trained by Evelia to become stronger, but she was still too weak to face the Golden Tiger clan, which was something Sung Min couldn't deny. He just kept quiet. Rudia clenched her fists as she turned to leave. Her voice sounded a little sulky, well, I'm going home to my father. Sung Min wanted to say something to encourage her but could only say her name without knowing what to say. Rudia finally took the initiative to continue. He said if I want to be strong, just tell him one word. Just then, Rudia flashed a bright smile that made a heart out of fire and posed coolly winking at Sung Min. I will become stronger and protect you, because I have already made a pact with you. Sung Min smiled in relief and nodded to Rudia. Well, I'll be back soon. Meanwhile, Mirong looked at Rudia with half an eye with disdain, watching the brat pretend to be cool. After that, the group of three split into two paths. Sung Min said to himself, maybe it is best for Rudia, I will also do Curdle's arrangement and become stronger. Sung Min and Mirong quickly entered the threshold of the Dragon Mountains. Mirong began to act like an animal. She propped both hands on the ground, stood on all fours and walked with crawling movements, her nostrils constantly fluttering as if sniffing the scent. Mirong continued to crawl ahead to lead the way devotedly. Almost there, at that moment, the grunting voice of the Holy Grail sounded. I hate this place so much. When Sung Min looked over, the Holy Grail was shuddering and releasing its sparks. The Holy Grail pursed his lips with 2 rows of tears flowing from his eyes. I feel like I have slept here for thousands of years. After all, I have been sealed here. Sung Min showed sympathy for the Holy Grail. Remind me, this is where you are sealed. However, that sympathy did not last long. When Sung Min saw Mirong digging near a tree, he immediately turned to curiosity to ask the Holy Grail, why did she dig such a hole? The Holy Grail surmised, it seemed that she did not know the spell to enter the village. Sung Min opened his eyes in surprise, needing a special spell. At this time, Mirong knew nothing about the spell but still instinctively dug out with a bright smile when she smelled the smell of her fellow human beings, which was the most innocent and pure expression Sung Min had ever seen in her. Because Mirong was an abandoned member and was not cared for by the elders, no wonder she never learned things like spells. Because there was no spell and it was not sure if the people of the Golden Tiger clan would appear when they saw Mirong, Sung Min only had to take out Tatanka's fangs as bait. Indeed, not long after, a male voice suddenly sounded from behind him. That kid, who are you? The people of the Golden Tiger clan. When Sung Min caught a glimpse of the man who had just appeared, his body was about 1/5 of 5 times larger than Mirang's. His body was not only tall but also muscular and toned with muscles rising in billowing masses. Seeing the other man, Mirang's body immediately trembled and jerked back away from the hole she had just dug. She seemed to be even more frightened than Sung Min, even though they were from the Golden Tiger clan. Based on Mirang's expression, Sung Min could be sure that the man in front of him was indeed a Golden Tiger race. Through the holy eye, Sung Min can also partially understand Mirang's mood. Mirong has been weak since childhood. As a result, she has suffered a lot of bullying from other members of the tribe. Looking at Mirang's eyes that were trembling with fear, Sung Min found it difficult to understand this contradiction. Although she was very afraid, she still wanted to go back to the village with her tribesmen. On the other hand, Mirong also had difficulty understanding Sung Min, why that child did not feel fear and could keep calm even in front of a warrior of the Golden Tiger clan. The warrior of the Golden Tiger clan, after carefully observing Sung Min, began to question, you are not a member of the Golden Tiger clan, why did you get the Tatanka fangs? Sung Min honestly replied, Curdle told me to come here. The warrior of the Golden Tiger clan tilted his head wondering, Curdle, I have never heard that name. When the Golden Tiger warrior walked closer to Sung Min without footsteps, the holy eye sent a danger signal. However, Sung Min ignored the warning and said completely unfazed, my name is Rasen Maiden. Mirong now knew Sung Min's full surname. She was confused for a moment because she felt that this name was something very familiar. Rasen Maiden, Maiden, Star Maiden. Sung Min smiled mischievously and continued to speak with sharp eyes looking at the Golden Tiger warrior. You may not know Curdle, but you must recognize the names Evelia Maiden and Persha Maiden, right? I share their bloodline. The Golden Tiger warrior's fur stood up immediately. He seemed to be afraid of the names Evelia and Persha. Even Mirong had a similar expression. She reacted even harsher and more shocked because she didn't expect to be with the Maiden family all this time without even knowing it. After a few seconds of shock, both the Golden Tiger warrior and Mirong simultaneously switched to a vigilant posture ready to attack Sung Min, but he did not flinch in his heart. It will take a long time to be recognized by the entire Golden Tiger clan, but I just need to overcome this stage. Mirong, even though she is childish and a little inexperienced, is still aware of how serious this problem is. She starts cursing at Sung Min, you bastard. Mirong felt that he had been tricked and betrayed by Sung Min, so he angrily shouted loudly, how dare you cheat like that, I will eat you right now. However, the Golden Tiger warrior pointed his nose at Mirong first with deep suspicion. Mirong, damn bitch, you dare to lead a maiden family member to the door of the Golden Tiger clan's village. Mirong was both angry and alarmed in her heart when she was suspected of being a traitor to the whole tribe. She explained to the other warrior, no, it's not, I don't know anything, I just heard that I will be able to enter the village, so, no, it's not. Mirong couldn't make the Golden Tiger warrior trust her words. She looked at Sung Min with pleading eyes. Hey, quickly explain. Sung Min nonchalantly shrugged. She said she was going to eat me. Mirong just wanted to keep her pride, just wanted to vindicate myself. The words began to become confused. I will eat you after you explain. At this time, the Golden Tiger warrior stood up straight again in front of Sung Min. It seemed that he had vented all his fears and declared eloquently, we are not afraid. We will fight you to the death. Seeing that the Golden Tiger warrior's face has turned red with anger, but Sung Min still does not flinch. Although Golden Tiger warriors are usually very strong, their intelligence is not very high, so Sung Min decided to persuade him with words. I'm here to stop that. Neither of us need to die and I want to right my sister's mistakes. The impatient Golden Tiger warrior began to transform into an animal form and roared violently at Sung Min's face. What do you think we will believe? How can a person with that evil blood correct the wrong? Sung Min still calmly held out his fangs and said in a sincere voice, I will offer Tatanka's fangs to your altar, then I will inherit the legacies of Tatanka and Curdle. And put an end to the senseless slaughter of the maiden clan. Of course it was not a complete lie, Sung Min simply did what Curdle had arranged. However, the Golden Tiger warrior still has a very harsh reaction. Do you think I can believe it? Sung Min replied casually, the altar will determine it. The Golden Tiger warrior continues to roar, my claws will decide it first, but it is strange that even though he screamed fiercely, he has not touched a finger on Sung Min. Suddenly Sung Min stopped arguing with the Golden Tiger warrior and glanced behind him, thinking that by then it was not too late to judge whether Tatanka's fangs were fake or real, right? At this moment, someone came out from the bushes. It was a man who had one leg amputated and had to be on crutches when moving. Sung Min calmly called out the name of the old man who had limped out of the bushes, Elder Bakuya. Elder Bakuya widened his eyes in surprise because he already knew his identity. How did you know my name, boy? The reason Sung Min knew it was simple, but he couldn't say it out loud, that it was because the holy eye had shown him. Sung Min smiled and made up a smooth lie. Curdle told me, after all, he is an excellent prophet and a great sage. That Elder Bakuya became curious because of the way Sung Min introduced Curdle, the prophet, sage, Curdle Star. After thinking for a while, Elder Bakuya narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and shook his head. It was a name I had never heard of. Sung Min ignored Elder Bakuya's incredulous expression and continued to tell the fabricated story about Curdle. He looked into the future. It's a world where Maiden's descendants are rampant, and began to cause chaos to the world. Sung Min lied without blinking and even looked Elder Bakuya in the eye. I was born destined to follow his wishes and stop my siblings. In fact, the content of this story is not so important. Even a glance can tell that Elder Bakuya is very strong. Sung Min is currently incapable of even touching him with a finger. However, the information about Elder Bakuya is read very fluently by the Holy Eye. Although he is hesitant, he is in a state of anticipation. Although Sung Min is not sure what that expectation is, but it is enough for the story to evoke a sense of curiosity. After careful consideration, Elder Bakuya was indeed caught up in Sung Min's fabricated story. I don't know anyone named Curdle, but I know about the ancient legends of the Golden Tiger tribe. The young Golden Tiger warrior tilted his head. Elder, is there such a thing? Elder Bakuya said with a slightly grumbling tone. Yes, it is something that you young warriors often consider a meaningless story. Both young tigers are highly focused. He means the legend of Tatanka Star. The young warriors of the Golden Tiger tribe often do not believe in legends and consider them purely interesting stories. The legend of Tatanka was not set up by Sung Min, so he was also very curious. Through the keyword mentioned, the Holy Eye automatically displayed the legend content. Tatanka is a legendary leader of the Golden Tiger tribe, who ruled the world with his roar. At the same time, the story was told once again by the Elder Bakuya. Tatanka pulled out one of his fangs and made an oath to protect the land of the Golden Tiger clan along with his comrades. Later, Tatanka erected an altar and made a medium-sized hole for his fangs. It is said that, One day in the distant future, when the fangs return to the altar, the great hero Tatanka will appear again. Sung Min felt something strange when he heard this story. The Golden Tiger tribe had no companions. He immediately glanced at Mirong, the great hero Tatanka and his comrades. I thought the Golden Tiger tribe was hunting alone, don't you find it odd, Mirong? Mirong was confused for a moment and then nodded. I guess. Sung Min was intentional in asking Mirong this, because even a weak person like her was forced to act alone. Why did the great Tatanka need companionship? However, that wasn't Sung Min's only question. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. The strangest thing was, Tatanka and his fangs. According to Sung Min's speculation, in order for a reaction to occur when the fangs come into contact with the altar, it meant that magic had to be inserted into it, but the Golden Tiger tribe did not know how to use magic. The question in Sung Min's mind was, how could the patriarch of the Golden Tiger clan who did not know magic be able to use magic on that altar? The appearance of magic was very clear when the village of the Golden Tiger clan was currently specially protected by a barrier. Even Sung Min's guardian mage or Kassan's guardian during their previous chance encounter could not find this hidden barrier. However, the Golden Tiger tribe, including Mirong who had just arrived here, did not feel alienated from this secret realm. The more Sung Min thought, the more strange things he felt, but the Golden Tiger clan did not seem to realize all these strange things. Was it because they considered it a legend that they didn't fret? Sung Min came up with the idea of convincing Elder Bakuya with these strange points. He began to mystically say, I came to this place a long time ago, thanks to the guidance of the sage Curdle. Elder Bakuya snorted a few times to smell the scent that had just been carried by the wind as it blew over him, and then he nodded in confirmation. It's not a lie, the scent of this place sticks to you, I can smell it. After that, Sung Min showed a serious but somewhat hesitant expression and continued, I am curious about this one. Elder Bakuya has sunk into curiosity and nodded liberally, just say it. Sung Min immediately asked a question that made Elder Bakuya roll his eyes in surprise. Why couldn't Persha find everyone? Did he really think that the Golden Tiger clan's barrier or stealth abilities were superior to Persha's search magic? Elder Bakuya wanted to explain it logically, but suddenly realized that he could not explain it. He began to be confused, feeling that everything was strange, as natural as breathing. The Golden Tiger clan used the barrier without realizing the strangeness. Elder Bakuya's hand began to tremble from the questions that were getting thicker and thicker in his heart. This kid was right, how could he not notice the anomaly here all this time? But Sung Min didn't stop, he asked more, one more thing, why when he saw this tooth, he had the immediate feeling that it was Tatanka's fangs, which were not of an extremely rare shape or anything. What Elder Bakuya thought was natural began to look different and he couldn't find anything to refute or explain Sung Min's words. He finally made a statement with sly eyes, no one noticed anything strange, because no one realizes the person behind all this strangeness is the sage Curdle. The Golden Tiger warrior and the Bakuya elder both gasped in shock. They asked curious questions. Curdle, who was it? What was he and the Golden Tiger tribe related to? Tatanka was not a person with absolute power to rule the world had. Sung Min thought for a while. He almost realized the essence of the legend of Tatanka. Tatanka is not the ruler of the world, he is merely a subordinate next to the absolute ruler, and according to that inference, the real ruler is Curdle. The situation would make sense to replace the legendary name Tatanka with Curdle. However, if you tell the current Golden Tiger clan that Tatanka is really Curdle's subordinate, no one will believe and accept it, so Sung Min said this, Curdle is the great sage who left a collective hypnosis spell in the Golden Tiger's veins. Elder Bakuya rolled his eyes in shock again, in such a short period of time that he had experienced so many shocks that he almost had a heart attack. Sung Min didn't stop despite the emotional, shocked, astonished, and incredulous faces of those around him, who left Tatanka's fangs behind. To be honest, whether collective hypnosis was used, Sung Min also had no way to verify, but anyway, the elder of the Golden Tiger tribe admitted that those were oddities and the reason that he made up was quite legitimate to explain that strangeness, so everyone has nothing to refute. It all went pretty smoothly until Mirong used her mind and squinted suspiciously wondering, well, hypnotize us all, why? Sung Min also anticipated this question. He smiled full of confidence and cunningly affirmed to Mirong, because it was the will of the great chief, the proud hero of the mighty Golden Tiger tribe. Tatanka. Soon, Elder Bakuya was completely convinced by Sung Min's reasoning and excitedly extended his hand towards him. Elder Bakuya smiled amiably and proudly. True to the temperament of the Golden Tiger clan, you are quite intelligent, unlike your savage sisters. I will guide you into the village, let's go. Sung Min smiled and nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, I'm past the first stage. He then happily shook Elder Bakuya's hand, okay. When Elder Bakuya and the Golden Tiger warrior brought Sung Min to the path into the village, Mirong was restless and could only stand on the spot with her ears down. She desperately wanted to be called into the village with her, but since neither the elder nor Sung Min said anything, she didn't dare to open her mouth. When Mirong was feeling disappointed and regretful, Sung Min's voice suddenly sounded calling out to her, Mirong, let's go. Mirong's tail and ears immediately stiffened straight up with excitement. Before long, the four of them reached a waterfall, surrounded by no signs of a village or the silhouette of a member of the Golden Tiger clan. As he stood at the edge of the small lake created beneath the waterfall, Elder Bakuya began to lightly move his staff to the ground and mumbled a mantra. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings had changed, and Sung Min was momentarily startled when he felt a strange feeling. Although he was just standing still, it felt like he was sitting on a skateboard rushing forward without himself being able to control his speed or direction. Time and space are being bent. Sung Min can clearly see the zigzag lines intertwined around him, but it seems that the members of the Golden Tiger clan are not affected at all by it. After only a few seconds, Sung Min began to feel dizzy and felt a little nauseous, which was a much more unpleasant feeling than moving through a portal. If moving the teleportation portal was just like going through space, then going through this barrier felt like it was moving through time. It was hard to guess how deep the magic was in this realm, but Sung Min was sure that it was an extremely high-level magic formula. More importantly, he did not dare to allow himself to wobble even a little, because if he showed weakness in front of the Golden Tiger, he would be swallowed. Luckily, after only a few blinks of an eye, they arrived, and the nausea quickly disappeared when Sung Min felt that he was standing on the ground again, in a place that seemed sandy and the wind was as hot as the desert. Sung Min was a little confused and looked around curiously. This is the village of the Golden Star Tiger tribe. This desolate, arid and hot space does not seem to resemble the normal habitat of tigers. Some members of the Golden Tiger clan walked out of their tents to look at the stranger who was led in by Elder Bakuya. They snorted loudly, the smell of a human. Elder, is that human? Elder Bakuya immediately explained so that everyone would not be confused. Yes, he brought Tatanka's fang. Immediately the sniffing became clearer and they cried out with every step of Sung Min, Tatanka's fangs, what was real? Suddenly Elder Bakuya shed tears. He seemed very emotional in his heart when he could announce to the villagers that they had recovered the long-lost totem. Grand Master Tatanka, he finally saved us. Elder Bakuya looked up at the place where Tatanka's altar was located in the distance. He choked back 2 rows of tears. What have you prepared for our Golden Tiger tribe, O great chief? While Elder Bakuya guides Sung Min to the place where the altar is located, Mirong looks around like a curious child. She feels like she is dreaming. She can't believe that one day she will come here like this. A bright smile bloomed on Mirong's blushing face. In an instant, all fears of being bullied by her fellow human beings were gone. The thought of being with the people of the clan brought her immense joy that no one could understand. After sniffing and sniffing for a while, the Golden Tiger clan members exclaimed excitedly, it really smelled like Tatanka. The scent of Tatanka was here. The Golden Tiger clan member accepted the fact of Tatanka's fangs naturally without anyone finding this strange. Only Elder Bakuya, after being enlightened by Sung Min's mind, began to notice the strange spots. Everyone can also feel the smell of Tatanka, although we have never seen him even once. A chill ran through Elder Bakuya's body. He didn't know how the great leader Tatanka had arranged this. It was really as if a collective hypnosis magic had imprinted on their blood. After pausing for a moment, Elder Bakuya continued to walk to lead the way for Sung Min. It's on this side. In the middle of the village there is an altar made of stone stacked on top of each other, about 5 meters high, and a staircase leading to the top can be seen, where a bright light is shining. Elder Bakuya did not move on, but only gave instructions to Sung Min. On the top of the altar there was a hole, which was the place designed to insert Tatanka's fang. Put the tooth in it. When Sung Min was about to set foot on the first step, Elder Bakuya carefully reminded him, according to legend, if someone did not deserve to put Tatanka's fangs on the altar they would die from being struck by lightning. Sung Min stopped walking in shock immediately. What? I've never heard of this before. Suddenly, the holy eye came into play and explained the situation. Curdle was extremely cautious and meticulous. He made an assumption in case someone happened to get Tatanka's fangs without meeting Curdle, provided that he or she met Curdle first. At the end of the explanation of the holy eye there is a menacing red-colored passage. If one approaches the altar without ever meeting Curdle, the ultimate skill lightning against Curdle's human enemies will attack. Sung Min swallows in annoyance when he falls into an unexpected situation and reads the name that sounds very grandiose. What? The ultimate skill against human enemies? What name is that long? Seeing Sung Min's hesitation, Elder Bakuya narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Sung Min immediately shook his head, "No." Then he held out Tatanka's fangs with a confident smile. "Why be afraid? I just felt Curdle and Tatanka's breath. Well, let's get started." Sung Min boldly walked up the steps, basically because he could sense the threat from Elder Bakuya's eyes. If he showed weakness here, the Golden Tiger clan would eat him immediately for insulting their great leader. When he walked to the top step and saw the altar in front of him, Sung Min said to himself, "Be as calm as possible, be as bold as possible, this must be that altar, I definitely feel the magic here." Sung Min raised Tatanka's fangs near the small glowing hole in the altar and took a deep breath of self-encouragement. It wouldn't be a problem because Curdle himself had given this to him. Despite cheering himself up, Sung Min was still very tense, and carefully, he pushed Tatanka's fangs into the hole. Immediately, a blue light flashed just like when he received the task assigned by Curdle at the signpost. Sung Min's eyes widened both nervously and nervously. Something had been activated. He could only breathe a sigh of relief when the image of a person suddenly appeared rather than a bolt of lightning. In the distance, the members of the Golden Tiger clan looked up at the altar and shouted the sound of excitement. The Grand Elder, Tatanka, was Tatanka. They were screaming and stomping their feet so loudly that it seemed that there was an earthquake beneath the altar. However, the image of the person Sung Min saw at a close distance from the altar made him feel that something was wrong. Tatanka, this person, was Tatanka. A hologram of a man standing in front of Sung Min, but he does not look like a member of the Golden Tiger clan at all. There is no tail or even a sign of a dead tail. The characteristic temperament of the Golden Tiger is absent. No matter how he looks, he's still human. That's when Sung Min realized, Tatanka is not Curdle's subordinate, but Curdle is Tatanka. To the Golden Tiger members watching, Curdle seems to be Tatanka thanks to some kind of magic, and the current image in front of Sung Min's eyes is a younger Curdle than the one he met last time. At this point, Curdle spoke, "The successor, you brought me the Holy Grail." It is not a conversation like last time, it just clarifies preconceived values like NPCs in a game. So Sung Min didn't answer, but just quietly listened to Curdle's words afterwards, "Because you brought me the Holy Grail. I'll give you this." Curdle finished, the red aura instantly gathering in his hands. The accumulated aura finally turned into a small fiery red gem that made Sung Min a little uneasy, just a gemstone. The next second, in front of Sung Min's stunned gaze, a small shout sounded, and the ruby shot straight into the face of the Holy Grail, forcing it to reveal itself to its violently shaking body. The red jewel pierced the middle of the Holy Grail's forehead and pinned it, making it cry out majestically, "Oh, it hurts. Are you going to torment me again, Curdle, you bastard? No, don't spoil my handsome face." Although no real conversation happened because Curdle was just an illusion, he anticipated everything and burst out laughing. "I guess that lovely little one was crying and moaning in pain." The Holy Grail continued to wriggle loudly. "What, lovely little one? Shut up, I'm not a lovely little one, I am." The Holy Grail before he could finish his sentence was interrupted by Curdle. I'm pretty sure the lovely little one was flaunting his cuteness by whispering that he was the great Holy Grail. The Holy Grail wanted to say more, but Curdle read what he was about to say that made him cry warmly. Wow, he was so bothered. Curdle gave a weak smile and returned to the conversation with Sung Min. "Then, my successor, if my prediction is correct, you may be on the magic path, but at the same time it is not the magic path." Sung Min pondered for a moment and saw that it was not a wrong judgment. His combat magic technique is actually not considered the path of traditional magic. It is closer to physical combat, and currently he is also using mana, which is similar to a form of gladiatorial combat energy. Many other explanations are given later. The more you listen, the more amazing the story of Curdle's idea becomes. No matter how talented a person is, the body will always have a limit, and he will not be able to have boundless power. That's why I thought of the Holy Grail, implanting the attribute in a place other than the body. The Holy Grail would help you with that. While Curdle was interpreting it seriously, the Holy Grail was still jokingly parodying his words. Such an attitude, and then being eaten onions, cried out. Sung Min glanced at the Holy Grail with thoughtful eyes. In the original storyline, the protagonist Kassan also obtained the Holy Grail. However, the Holy Grail never acted as the attribute storage device that Curdle talked about. Perhaps it was an artifact that suits him better than Kassan. The Holy Grail was still grumbling, as if anyone would listen to an old man's chatter. Then, its body was suddenly engulfed in flames. The flames flared and went out in the blink of an eye. Sung Min could feel it. He immediately asked it, "Now I can use the powers related to your fire attributes, right?" The Holy Grail lifted his face swaggeringly and replied, "No, you guessed wrong." Then he looked at the stone on his forehead and explained, "I am amazing, I have all sorts of attributes. I hate this thing because it makes me look ugly, but with this attribute stone I can awaken one of my many attributes and synchronize it with you." However, using sub-attribute magic is extremely ineffective. It consumes mana equivalent to magic in the 5th circle, but the effect is only in the 1st circle, which is an excessive waste of mana. As if having heard the whole conversation, Curdle interjected at the perfect time, "I guess that explanation is enough. The first attribute that appears will definitely be the fire attribute. I am sure that you, as my successor, will be able to master the elemental magic of the fire attribute. I have prepared the soil, now it is your turn to plant and harvest." Sung Min nodded with eyes glowing with excitement, but Curdle hadn't finished his recording yet. Most importantly, because the attribute was fused with the Holy Grail, others wouldn't be able to detect it. If you could hide this ability, it would be extremely useful when fighting enemies. Curdle's silhouette began to blur and he said his last words of instruction to Sung Min, "After a while, if you can follow in my footsteps, you will be able to achieve a lot. If you could, it would be good if you could follow in the footsteps of my dear friend too." Curdle's upper body faded and soon his image went up in smoke. The meeting with Curdle was like a dream for Sung Min. He was stupid for a moment as his image disappeared and was curious as to who the friend he was talking about might be, someone so close that he was called a dear friend. Soon, the Holy Grail also disappeared, merging with the heart of the Holy Grail. He could slightly feel the emotions of the Holy Grail and giggled teasingly at it. "You look so disappointed." The voice of the Holy Grail rang out, trying to appear resilient and arrogant. "Who? I'm the great Holy Grail. I don't have that kind of feeling." However, it was obvious that he had a feeling of unspeakable disappointment after parting with Curdle. Sung Min comforted him. "Okay, cute little one." The Holy Grail protested in annoyance, but his face turned red with emotion like a puppy who had just been called by the right name. "Don't call me in such a childish way. I am the great transcendent Holy Grail. Such a name does not suit an aristocrat like me. It is annoying." At this moment, there was a tremor on the ground, the feeling of which shook the whole huge stone altar. Sung Min couldn't help but be bewildered and hurriedly sat down to confirm the shaky condition of the altar. A star earthquake? Wait, it didn't seem to be. At this time, the long cracks had begun to pull like cobwebs on the stone pedestal, and the sounds of teeth sprinkling were also loud. The whole altar suddenly collapsed in the blink of an eye. The huge pile of stones shattered and a bright golden light released from within soared into the sky. On the other hand, Sung Min was falling with the collapse of the altar. Although he was a little startled, Sung Min was able to rely on his mobility and skills to use weight to land unharmed. However, when Sung Min looked towards the Golden Tiger clan, they were standing in a trance, and now he noticed that, since Curdle appeared completely, there had been no cheers coming from under the altar. All members of the Golden Tiger clan were like that. Their eyes had turned bright yellow and they were in the form of beasts, but they didn't even seem to breathe anymore. It felt like time had temporarily stopped. Sung Min couldn't help but be bewildered when he saw that everyone except himself was motionless. He cautiously walked towards the Golden Tiger clan members and didn't know how to wake them up. At this moment, Elder Bakuya took a deep breath and exhaled sharply as if he had just released his burden. His breath took on a yellowish tinge and his gaze became more moderate. Elder Bakuya has returned to human form. However, there is still a lot of hair on his body, he said while his heart was pounding. when the altar broke, our bondage also disappeared. Sung Min sensed that Elder Bakuya had spoken more politely to him, but it was not as important as the curiosity that was rising in his heart about what had bound the Golden Tiger clan. Meanwhile, Elder Bakuya's face turned slightly red in a state of excitement. He was suppressing his excitement as much as he could and slowly explained, "The Golden Tiger clan is a clan strong enough to rule the world, but since the great Tatanka clan chief disappeared, God's bonds have begun to impose on us." According to Elder Bakuya's explanation, the Golden Tiger clan's physical abilities were limited, and it was God's bondage that weakened them, but at this moment, God's bond was gone, and the Golden Tiger clan was free to reveal its strength. The members of the Golden Tiger clan cried out in unison as their bodies shone brightly. A terrifying roar filled this wild land as if tearing through heaven and earth. Like an eyelid parted, something that was covering the sky was also peeled off. When Sung Min looked up at the sky, the barrier was disappearing and time and space were changing. Finally, when the boundary plates dissipated, Sung Min saw the sky where time and space are not divided, that is, the original sky of the Dragon Mountains is clearly visible with the full sunshine. The majestic mountain scenery also replaced the barren desert scene. The Dragon Mountains were filled with the roar of hundreds of tigers in unison like the sound of a giant tiger. However, Elder Bakuya has not finished his story. He said in a sad voice, "Even if the bond of the Lord is gone, the Golden Tiger clan is still incomplete." Sung Min frowned and wondered, "Why is this?" Elder Bakuya sighed and replied, "Because we don't have our tails." Under the influence of God's bondage, the tail is the biggest weakness of the Golden Tiger, which is why they cut off their tails from a very young age. But now without God's bonds, the Golden Tiger clan needs its tail to be able to fully exert its power. At that moment, Elder Bakuya spotted it, a tail wiggling. Mirong still had a tail, one of the few tailed individuals in the tribe, especially a female. Elder Bakuya stared at Mirang's tail and clicked his tongue to recount the tradition of the Golden Tiger clan. Since ancient times, the Golden Tiger clan has had a tradition of choosing a king. Although the Golden Tiger clan does not live in packs, but a necessary symbolic king exists. Kings do not need to have any special powers, but will be a real entity representing the tribe. Kings are the honor and pride of the tribe. Elder Bakuya said as he walked closer to Mirong, except for the great leader Tatanka, all the kings of the Golden Tiger clan were female. It was said that the Golden Tiger clan was born like that, a matriarchal society, a race born with a stronger female body than a man. Now Mirong was not afraid when Elder Bakuya approached. He suddenly pointed at her and declared, "She is extremely suitable to be king." Mirong opened her eyes in amazement. That reaction is understandable. She was once driven away for being too weak. It was no different from the shame of the Golden Tiger warriors, but suddenly she became a king. Who could help but be amazed? Elder Bakuya thoughtfully assessed that Mirang's strength had increased significantly compared to when she first entered the village. It seems that God's bonds are especially strict for her, so now that she is liberated, she is much stronger. The reason, I don't know. Mirong tried to feel it and began to feel like an invisible force was seething through my body. I was, indeed, feeling a little lighter. Elder Bakuya didn't know the reason, but Sung Min was able to dimly guess why. Mirong was weaker than the other Golden Tiger clan members because God's bond on her was the greatest. And because the elders who guarded Mirong were killed, she couldn't even have her tail cut off. She became even weaker to the point where she could not join the only remaining village of the Golden Tiger clan. The inevitable consequence of that was that she had to wander around unknown cliffs, struggling to survive on her own. But thanks to this, Mirong was able to meet Sung Min. It is hard to believe that all this is just a coincidence. If it was a scenario carefully designed by someone, it would be much more plausible. Sung Min was almost certain that someone planned and arranged a script in much more detail than Sung Min's original setup, and the creator of that script was none other than Curdle. The only explanation could only be him, a person introduced as coming from thousands of years ago, looked into the very distant future and planned for all this. Suddenly Elder Bakuya said loudly to Sung Min, "Bakuya of the Golden Tiger clan, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who saved us from God's bondage." After that, many members of the Golden Tiger clan repeated the same words with their own names. I, Gaitra of the Golden Tiger clan, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who saved us from God's bondage. Ridura of the Golden Tiger clan, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who saved us from the bondage of Lord. I, Sander of the Golden Tiger clan, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who saved us from God's bondage. Jabiko of the Golden Tiger clan swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who saved us from God's bondage. Voices rang out one after another. The number was at least 100. The magnificent scene made Sung Min couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. The entire Golden Tiger clan members were vowing to absolutely cooperate with him. So many unfamiliar voices rang out, it took more than an hour just to hear the proclamation repeated, and now there was only one more, the last one who spoke with a bright smile. Mirong, of the Golden Tiger clan, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who saved us from God's bondage. Mirong just finished speaking. The Holy Eye made a new announcement. You have received an oath of allegiance from the entire Golden Tiger clan. It also means that Sung Min has won the Golden Tiger clan as an ally. This moment he realized that this is the more important thing in Curdle's arrangement. Sung Min became more and more curious as to who Curdle was, who could have planned this arrangement thousands of years ago, a director better and more meticulous than the author of this novel. More importantly, Sung Min felt excited because when there was no bond of God, the Golden Tiger clan are extremely powerful entities. They will become great allies with both strength and loyalty. After that, the members of the Golden Tiger clan spent an entire day celebrating feast. Sung Min shook hands with each member of the tribe. It took more than an hour just to shake hands. Everyone was so strong that his arm almost fell out. Everyone, including Sung Min, had fun, ate well, and mingled with each other easily. There was no racial gap between them and no one cared that he was from the maiden family anymore. When the feast was over, the Golden Tiger clan had dispersed, who went their separate ways, because they no longer had a reason to live together. The bond of God was gone, although they could not be strong enough to defeat Rasen's sisters, but with their strength restored, they can at least escape. There was only one person left. Mirong remained by Sung Min's side. However, when he saw her following behind him, he felt very strange. Why didn't she go? Mirong innocently tilted her head as if she had forgotten the behavior of the Golden Tiger to be independent. After thinking for a moment, she grinned and explained, "This is the direction I'm going to go." Sung Min continued to wonder more. Hiran Asia, why? Mirong stiffened in confusion for a moment. She didn't know why she naturally followed Sung Min without thinking about it. After thinking about it for a while, Mirong smiled excitedly and gave a clumsy justification. You going alone will be boring, right? Although I don't understand what is wrong with Mirong acting so uncharacteristically. Sung Min doesn't think that this is anything bad. He indifferently shrugged. Yes, okay, whatever you like to do, do it. Just like that, the two of them walked towards Hiran together. On the way, Mirong still let out horror jokes that made Sung Min shudder, like, if I'm hungry at any time, I can cut off your arm and eat it. Hee hee. At this moment, the two of them noticed something strange happening on the mountain ahead. Smoke rose in the distance, right at the location of Rudia's village. It was not a natural fire but a fire caused by magic. Sung Min could be so sure. The whole Hiran seemed to be engulfed in flames. For some reason, the smell of that flame had a familiar feeling that startled Sung Min for a moment. Wait, that flame. For a moment, the image of Persha suddenly popped into Sung Min's mind, her blood-stained savage smile sending chills down his mind. Sung Min finally understood why that fire felt so familiar. It was Persha's fire. Seeing the entire Hiran region on fire, Rudia's hometown, for a moment, Sung Min blamed himself. How could he create such a terrible character as Persha? According to Sung Min's calculations, Rudia has to go to Hiran now. If she meets Persha, she doesn't know what will happen. The image of Rudia's bright smile before breaking up with Sung Min is constantly occupying his mind. At the urging of his mind, Sung Min could not care about the mood of Mirong standing behind. He quickly used mana as an intermediary to blend into the wind, optimizing the activated maple attribute. In the blink of an eye, Sung Min rushed away in a restless low mood. There was no time to waste here. Hoping that nothing bad had happened, Sung Min started running, but Mirong stood back bewilderedly without following closely behind. Meringue's whole body hair was instinctively standing up as he looked towards the flames, which felt both familiar and frightening. Although Sung Min didn't say the identity of the arsonist, Mirong could still sense that it was the fire that consumed her village 5 years ago. Obviously, instinctive fear still weighs heavily on her. Persha's presence is a traumatic oppressive memory for Mirong, and in an instant, that horrible past reverberates like a movie before her eyes. Although Mirang is now an adult and God's bonds have been lifted, making her a completely different being, she still can't stop herself from being afraid. After all, it's still an indelible psychological trauma from childhood, so she hesitated whether to run after Sung Min or not. When Sung Min ran to Hainan, the heat emanating from the fire was too much for humans to bear. He could barely get closer to the village. More importantly, Sung Min didn't find any shadows around. The people of Hairan couldn't have been. At this moment, a frustrated scream came from the side of the village. Young Master Rasen. One woman with severe burns was trying to run back to Sung Min, begging for his help. "Save us, over there." Sung Min hurriedly asked how the girl was doing. "What's wrong?" The alarmed girl uttered a familiar name, Sha Mei. However, the poor girl's words were interrupted midway by a blazing fire that swallowed her in the blink of an eye. All flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only a dry skeleton. The skeleton of the ill-fated woman rushed to the ground immediately before Sung Min's shocked gaze. At the same time, Sung Min's heart was pounding, and he saw a familiar figure appear behind the flames. He finally sees Rudia, but she is unconscious with a bruised face covered in smoke. Sung Min tries to call Rudia's name to shake her awake, but to no avail. Next to Rudia, another familiar figure was standing, a woman with such spectacular beauty that some reverently called her the goddess of fire. Sung Min felt a surge of anger when he saw Sha, but he just swallowed it. Expressing anger in front of her didn't change anything. No matter how justified the anger was, it would only make the situation worse because she wasn't someone who could reason but through things. Sha greeted Sung Min with a sweet but scary smile. "Here you are, my little brother." Sung Min in a rage couldn't even open her mouth to respond to Sha's greeting over the loudspeaker, but even so, she kept giggling, enjoying her game as she looked down at Rudia, who was unconscious. "She saw Evelia's little doll, so I played with her for a while." Then, her sharp, provocative gaze glanced at Sung Min. "Ah, yes, she's your toy too." Sung Min felt anger boil in his heart, but once again he managed to keep his composure, swallowed down his rage and questioned Sha, "Why did you come here?" Sha let out a devious laugh. "Oh well, I'm not allowed here, actually. Is there a place I shouldn't be? Can you say hello to your sister a little warmer?" Sung Min continued to keep calm, assessing the situation, but it was hard to be calm in this situation. He looked around the burning village with the holy eye. It seemed that there were no survivors left in Hainan. In this hell, he could even smell burnt flesh. The anger kept growing as Sung Min remembered Rudia's bright smile before returning to the village. Her father must have been there too. Once she regained consciousness, what her reaction would be, what emotions she would have, Sung Min had anticipated but wasn't sure he could comfort Rudia. Sung Min clenched his teeth trying to suppress his rage, but small rays of mana spilled out of his body involuntarily. Why did she do that? Was it really this far? Sung Min took a deep breath and swallowed down the anger in his heart. Since his aggression would probably cost Rudia her life, he could only keep calm and ask Sha directly, "If you were waiting for me, you must have something to tell me." Sha smirked and let out a sinister laugh. "Yes, I want to see you, but you're wrong, you idiot." Sung Min frowned suspiciously. "If it wasn't for me, it was probably for Rudia." At that moment, Mirang followed the urge of his heart to run to the place. Sha pointed at Mirang, which startled her with surprise. "I came here because of her." Sung Min also did not expect Mirang to persist in chasing after her, even though she sensed that it was Sha's fire. Sha smiled mischievously and glanced at Mirang and then at Sung Min. "I need the fangs of the Golden Tiger clan." Sung Min still felt that this was unreasonable, so he continued to question. "Why?" Sha clicked his tongue, casually replied, "Because of my hobby." Sung Min is sure it's not just a hobby. Sha must have had some other purpose in hunting the Golden Tiger clan. But she clearly had no intention of telling the truth, so Sung Min didn't bother to ask that. The problem was how Sha knew that there was a Golden Tiger clan in this region. Before Sung Min could question, she took the initiative to tell her story with a cavalier attitude. "Recently I had never detected a trace of the Golden Tiger clan even after using the spell. So I sent my subordinates to do it, and of course there was a rumor that the Tiger clan was around here, and it was finally clear and connected." But Sung Min couldn't be comfortable hearing those words. Obviously, Sha's intelligence network has spread. The fact that she has this information is not strange or irrational anymore. Even if it is just a rumor, taking a trip here is interesting to her. Persha continued to talk about her amusement. Now that my youngest brother is here, isn't this an interesting development? You prepared the golden tiger for me. Hearing this, Meringue's whole body shook violently with fear and deep distrust of Sung Min. Persha wasn't happy enough with Meringue's reaction. She looked at Sung Min again and added more to add color to the story. He struggled to do so much for me. So I had to rack my brain to think about what you would like to reciprocate while waiting for you here. Sung Min just heard what Persha meant, that this burning village was a gift in return. He regretted that he had created such a madness. Sung Min looked down at the skeleton of the woman who had burned earlier. The chaotic emotions of pity, disgust, fear, and resentment simultaneously surging at the same time, making him choke up, unable to speak. Persha didn't stop provoking Sung Min and Mirong into a frenzy following her hysteria, her laughter like tearing fabric as she spread her arms rhetorically among the houses engulfed in flames. Look, this is my special gift for you. Because he had gone to great lengths to prepare the golden tiger for me, in the moment Persha insisted on those words, combined with the setting of the burning village, a series of horrifying memories immediately echoed through Meringue's mind. Mirong pensively remembers the sight of her entire village engulfed in flames, the voiceless screams and the smell of burning flesh. Everything is still etched in her memory because the golden tiger has keen senses that are very excitable. It was the most terrifying day of her life for Mirong. The mournful screams of her family and clan were imprinted in her heart. Help, no, please don't touch the child. Mirong shuddered to recall that less than a day after Persha appeared, entire members of her village were massacred. They were even beheaded as trophies. Persha really didn't kill Mirong, but she did say things that haunted her. Don't hate me too much. Do you know why you were killed? Because you are weak. If you want to release your hatred, when you become stronger, come find me, though I know for sure, you'll be weaker than me anyway. Mirong is not herself anymore, remembering childhood memories that made her vulnerable to the slightest shock. She was clearly not lured or deceived by Sung Min. Her presence in Hairen was of her own volition. But Meringue's reason has now abandoned her. She sits down as horrible memories constantly invade her mind. Rasen has also noticed Meringue's eyes filled with pain and frustration, looking at her as a traitor. Mirong choked out heart-wrenching exclamations. How long have you been deceiving me? The Holy Eye quickly issued a warning reminder to Sung Min. Mirong was in a state of panic after psychological damage. Sung Min wanted to clarify that this was not the case, but he decided not to, because any justification in the current situation was not convincing. Even words of comfort were useless, so instead of answering Mirong, Sung Min turned towards Persha with indignant eyes. Persha, the innocent people of Hainan. Persha bared his teeth and laughed. Whether guilty or not, people still have to die. Sung Min still does not stop his harsh criticism. The Golden Tiger clan is also innocent. Persha still indifferently shrugs. Of course, but we need them to prove his ability. Of course, actions always speak louder than words. That's why Persha doesn't hesitate to massacre when she feels it's necessary. Now Sung Min will also use his actions to prove his sincerity in his friendship with Mirong. He boldly declared, "Her name is Mirong. She is my friend who will accompany me throughout the journey of the pilgrimage," and Sung Min's voice is even more resonant and decisive, reflecting his strong will. More importantly, Sung Min didn't hesitate to challenge Persha. "I don't intend to hand over my friend to you." Meringue's worried face immediately lit up as if she was seeing the brilliant sunshine emanating from Sung Min. Her belief was also firmly strengthened without any explanation. Persha, on the other hand, fails to achieve her divisive purpose and witnesses Sung Min grow more and more courageous, to the point where she no longer shows a glimmer of fear in the face of her like she did a few years ago, when she begins to feel annoyance in her heart. Instantly, a flame danced in Persha's hand as she pinched her thumb and index finger together. "So I guess I'll have to. Let's see how mature our youngest brother is." As soon as he finished, Persha raised the small circle created from 2 fingers in front of his eyes. Inside the space between the 2 fingers emitted a faint blue light. Sung Min immediately saw that what was between her fingers was a magic seal, but he couldn't help but be amazed that it could be on her fingers like that. After all, how much she had grown in the past few years. Persha directed the small circle between his fingers towards Sung Min and blew, as if blowing out a candle. In the blink of an eye, a fireball shot towards him at the speed of sound. The small fireball soared past Sung Min's face. Its speed had been slowed down by the roving delay, but it was almost negligible. Persia's abilities were still much stronger than his, so he had no chance to dodge. That small fireball was actually a bomb. It corresponded to the power of a sixth circle mage or more. The small orb was enough to completely destroy an entire region. Sung Min turned his head to look behind him in horror. The terrible explosion shook the ground and enveloped everything in flames. This was the power of level 6 fire magic. With that power and speed, the attack distance was so close, Persia couldn't miss. Sure enough, Persia had no intention of stopping. She pinched her fingers together again and gave her a sinister smile. You know, I deliberately aimed to slide, right, but this time I won't slide again. As he brought the circle between his fingers to the front of his mouth about to blow, Persia giggled and threatened. If he didn't get out of the way, he would lose his life. The Holy Eye once again perceives the imminent danger and warns Sung Min, but he remains still in place, and Mirong is also in a state of bewilderment when he sees that Persia's target is her own brother. However, the complication didn't stop there. Persia continued with a cunning smile, and also, if he moved, his friend would die. At that moment, a chill ran down Mirong's spine. She looked at Sung Min and then at herself again, both worried about his safety and afraid that death might target her. Persia continued to point his hand towards Sung Min and blew, this time with what sounded like an excited whistle. A fireball shot towards Sung Min, but the speed was quite leisurely. It was not as fast as the previous attack but danced in the air as if to taunt him. Sung Min steadfastly did not move, did not dodge even when his holy eye was urging him to do something because it sensed the imminent danger. Sung Min didn't even close his eyes as the fireball approached. His gaze widened, staring at the fireball without showing a single flash of fear. His will remained calm, his mind as steady as a jelly table. The flickering fireball came very close, but Sung Min was still standing. He had to stand firm to protect Mirong. If he moved a little, even if he just tilted his head to dodge, the fireball would definitely bend towards Mirong. That's why it kept playing in front of him so threateningly. When the fireball was about to touch Sung Min's face, it suddenly disappeared, dissolving like a soap bubble. Even the remnants of the fire were gone. Sung Min breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He almost really believed that he was going to die. Persia was an unpredictable madman, despite the limits that the author has set. After the fireball dissipated, Persia put on an angry face. You seem to know I won't harm you. Sung Min nodded calmly. Yes, because more than anyone else, you want to be the master. You can't kill me while I'm on pilgrimage. Not being attacked by you on pilgrimage is part of the setup that works, assuming Sung Min had created, which was strictly enacted by Dekatra in the family law. Sung Min surmised that Persia would definitely abide by these laws in order to remain so calm. Realizing the reason why Sung Min dared to act so boldly, Persia pouted and grumbled, I see, it's boring, I'm so prepared just to have some fun, and yet. Sung Min smiled approvingly in her heart because it was the law of the maiden family. She could only obey so as not to lose the right to compete for the position of heir. He immediately opened his mouth to settle this matter smoothly, then. Suddenly Persia laughed again, her eyes filled with amusement as she swung her arm at Rudia. Well, this would be interesting, to see if he could keep his composure now. From Persia's hand came a whip made of fire. Before anyone could act or react, the whip of fire struck Rudia's shoulder lying behind Persia. Flames enveloped Rudia's shoulder as the whip penetrated deeply. In the blink of an eye, her left arm was severed. At that moment, the whole sky of hope collapses before Sung Min's eyes. When Rudia loses her arm, she will definitely become a one-armed mage, just like author Sung Min originally planned in the story. Since Rudia was unconscious, she didn't react when her arm was severed. Her father died in the fire, and her arm was severed by Persia. It seems that even though Sung Min tried to make amends, the script still follows the original plot he sets. Persia was sure Sung Min would feel frustrated and angry, but she laughed sinisterly with amusement. That's the nature of weakness, youngest brother. Persia's mocking sarcasm and arrogant laughter cut into the hearts of others, including the shocked Mirong. The weak always suffer under the domination of the strong, are always plundered and mistreated. However, there is nothing they can do, which is the law and principle of this world. Sung Min is really angry but also feels helpless and frustrated because there is nothing he can do to save Rudia in time. He screams in his heart but the sound cannot get out of his throat, it is blocked by indignation. If Sung Min continues to stand still, Rudia's other arm may also be missing, which is Persia's warning and provocation. so he does not hesitate to unleash his maximum strength. All pent-up anger is finally ignited like fire. When Cha Sung-min's hair is completely white, the Holy Eye informs him, activate the lightning tactic, your power will burst out. With the current amount of mana, you can maintain the lightning tactic for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Seeing this, Persha giggled happily. What she wanted was Sung-min's fierce resistance, shouting, "What, your magic fighting skills, your mana has increased a little, but to me it is not for me." Then she started excitedly letting go of challenges like her first bet with Sung-min. "Why don't we play a game we've played? Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Since that time, if you can get me to move even one step, you will win. If you win, I will return both the tiger and this toy to you." Sung-min's eyes widened to stare at Persha with rage. He did not hesitate to accept Persha's challenge and even let go of her warning. It was best for her to keep her promise. Persha laughed with his characteristic frantic voice, "So let's overcome this challenge." Just then, Sung-min immediately sat down ready to jump to attack, looking like a wild beast preparing to pounce. In the blink of an eye, Sung-min rushed forward like a spring that was released after being compressed. The mages are always very graceful and dignified in battle. They despise melee, consider it a barbaric and dirty act, but Sung-min is different. Melee combat is his strength. Persha was used to Sung-min's use of combat magic skills. She let out an excited laugh and waited for her brother's attack after years of separation, to see how strong our youngest brother is. Of course, Persha would not simply let Sung-min fight like that. She crossed her arms together and released a terrifying source of firepower. However, she could not seriously injure Sung-min, so she would have to adjust her strength. The force was just enough to harm a second circle mage. Even after adjusting the level, the flames that erupted from Persha's hand still made Sung-min feel the fire attribute mana rushing towards his body as strongly as if it would burn him to ashes in the blink of an eye, the flames forming a circular shield that was both a defensive thing, and something that has a powerful offensive effect. Persha chuckled when she saw Sung-min rush towards the fire shield without flinching. She let out a threat mixed with mockery of the melee magic he was using. "Be careful, if you touched it, you would burn badly." However, Sung-min still didn't stop. His expression had become serious and unshakably steadfast. The problem was that Persha didn't know it. Sung-min was not an ordinary second circle mage. He possessed an additional extra circle, Holy Grail, which can consume fire attribute mana with eager mood. Persha also had no intention of retrieving her flame, as she had created it with just enough power not to kill Sung-min. Her wicked smile deepened and deepened as he got closer and closer. "What can you do?" Sung-min swung his arms in the air, wrapping his fist with blue mana. His actions made Persha laugh even louder. Obviously she assumed that the fist would not do anything because facing it was fire mana, which was not easily broken or extinguished. However, when Persha became the most favorable, Sung-min's fist turned a fiery red. The mana surrounding it carried fire attributes. He was acting like a fire attribute mage. Mages with fire affinity had a certain fire resistance. With a powerful punch, Sung-min broke Persha's fire shield. The flames of the shield touched him, but surprisingly he was fine. Of course, not Sung-min but the Holy Grail inside his body that protected him from Persha's fire mana. Persha's eyes widened slightly when he saw Sung-min cross the fire shield more easily than anticipated. Plus, the cloak given to him by Evelia protected him from the fire shield. Those combined supports allowed him to safely penetrate the fire barrier. Persha wasn't sure how it all worked, but seeing her face turn red from the fire mana that was hitting her, she was even more excited to speculate. He was absorbing star firepower, how he could do it in such a short time. Persha grinned with an eager look in his eyes, looking forward to Sung-min's next move. The kid was making things more interesting. He had already passed the first level of challenge, then let's go to the next level. Persha can't seriously hurt or kill Sung-min, so a show of strength beyond her calculations is necessary. He rushes to hug her tightly as if to break ribs. However, it didn't help. Even though Sung-min tried to flex her arms to squeeze Persha's waist, her mana was enveloping her body under strict protection. Persha's feet didn't move, as if nailed to the ground. Sung-min started to become helpless when she didn't move. Moreover, hugging Persha felt like she was burned alive because the transcendent Holy Grail seemed to have reached its limit, no longer capable of absorbing any more fire attribute mana. Persha looked at Sung-min's efforts with sarcastic mocking eyes. "Smart but not graceful at all. Our youngest really doesn't know elegance." However, it's still entertaining. A younger brother is eager to be held in his sister's arms, how lovely. Despite Persia's sarcasm, Sung-min persists in trying to push forward in hopes of making her move a bit, while Persha enjoys her brother's performance, its fire resistance exceeding her expectations. An ordinary second-level mage should have died at this level already. At a close distance, Persha noticed that the robe that Sung-min wore seemed special. Was it this robe that made it resistant? Where did it get such an artifact? Although he never mentioned that it was Evelia's gift, but Persha suddenly remembered an obnoxious face, the face of childhood Evelia, when she wore the same robe. Thinking of Evelia, Persha began to get annoyed. If there was one person she hated the most in the maiden family, it was her sister, who posed the biggest threat to her in the battle for the heir position. Immediately a fire erupted from the magic seal in Persha's hand. Sung-min is quickly separated from Persha and lifted high. He tries to escape her bondage but is completely useless. When Sung-min's body was fixed in the air, the flames from Persha's hand completely engulfed him. Burns began to appear all over his body and a fiery red color covered his white skin. At this time, the Holy Grail had also become helpless against the huge amount of fire mana. Sung-min rolled his eyes in panic. He felt the flames penetrating through both the scales of the white dragon and the thousand-year dragon armor. It seemed that nothing could stop it from burning to his heart. While Sung-min was groaning in pain, the Holy Grail had also swelled like an airbag being pumped up. Fire rushed out of the mouth of the cup. It screamed continuously in Sung-min's ears as if afraid he hadn't heard it yet. I have reached the limit. It felt like my body was about to be torn into 100 pieces. At this time, Mirong was still sitting in one place without being able to do anything. She could only watch Sung-min struggle in despair. In her eyes, he was the epitome of helplessness. Sung-min's despair is also a new shock to Mirong, who is mentally paralyzed. She involuntarily remembers Persha's earlier words. It is the nature of weakness, brother. The weak are always under the domination of the strong, always plundered and treated unfairly. However, there is nothing they can do, which is the law and principle of the world. As she sits distraught watching Sung-min writhing in pain, who has just recognized Mirong as a friend, Mirong suddenly remembers the fond memory of the past, when the village of the Golden Tiger clan where she lived had not been destroyed. She could walk day by day in the vast green meadows with a close sister who did not despise weakness or congenital. That sister loved Mirong so much, searching for hours just to get Mirong a clover branch symbolizing good luck. Mirong still remembers that bright smile when the older sister handed the branch of grass to the little girl. See, for you. The older sister affectionately looked at Mirong's bright smiling face and encouraged her to overcome her inferiority complex. You know, clover will bring you luck. From now on you will definitely only have good things. Mirong clutched the clover branch in her hand with overwhelming hope for a bright future, a future in which she could grow into a mighty golden tiger warrior and no longer be disparaged compared to her peers. However, the very next day, when Mirong returned with that branch of clover from an afternoon of fun alone, enveloping her village with fire, the terrible heat of the fire energy consumed even her fragile hopes. Little Mirong stood dumbfounded when he saw the tiger heads lying in the hands of a red-haired woman. Persha, although she was as beautiful as a goddess, but acted as barbaric as the devil, without hesitation stuck her hand through the tiger's belly to extract her organs as a pastime. Mirong's close sister before being killed by Persha could only let out a shout urging her to save herself and run away. Mirong, but all that could be said was because Persha's hand had pierced her ribs. The last moment of her life, when Mirong's close sister confronts Persha, she seems to see a grim reaper swinging a sickle rather than a human, and the amused smile so deep on her face becomes a mental obsession even after the girl is dead. In the blink of an eye, a blast of killing chi came. The body of the sister of the Golden Tiger clan was lifted into the air. The dim red shadow of death appeared with a raised scythe sweeping across a sharp line. The tiger's head was reaped by the scythe and flew into Persha's hand. Persha calmly grabbed the heads with a cold expression and a cruel sinister smile. She took her booty and walked towards Mirong, who was still standing trembling, unable to move. No child could survive the shock, even if it was a child of the mighty Golden Tiger. The closer Persha's footsteps came, the more Mirong trembled in terror. She clutched the clover branch in the slightest hope that it was all a nightmare. But the smell of burning flesh and the heat of the flames were so real that Mirong couldn't fool herself anymore. 2 rows of tears flowed from her panicked eyes. The little girl was stunned and wanted to fall, but there seemed to be an invisible pressure fixing her body. The moment Persha approached, she noticed the clover branch in Meringue's hand, not knowing if it was the luck the branch had brought Mirang, but she had actually been spared her life that day. Persha just burned the clover branch in Meringue's hand without touching her. Of course, after extinguishing her hopes, she began to let out arrogant provocations. "Don't hate me too much." Persha let out a mocking scornful smile. "Do you know why you were killed? Because you are weak. If you want to release your hatred, when you become stronger, come find me, even though I know for sure, you will be weaker than me anyway." As soon as she finished, Persha touched Meringue's close sister's finger to her face, then she directly ignored that little life and stained her nails with the crimson blood of the other tribesmen in the village. Remembering the smell of fishy blood and burning flesh mingling when that crazy woman appeared, Mirang couldn't stop herself from shaking like she had malaria. She was an adult, but that didn't mean she had overcome this traumatic past. After all, 5 years was too short to forget the horrifying memory that. At this time, the fierce flames were still raging, his body was feeling fiercely burning from outside to inside. This moment death seemed to be sealed. Persha's frenzy was beyond his imagination. Persha smiled sweetly as he looked at Sung Min, who was writhing and groaning. It hurt. The feeling of the weak is that little brother. The weak will always be bullied and hurt by the strong, and they will always be taken away from everything. Not only did Persha lash out at his spirits, but he also aimed to poke fun at Mirang, who was suffocating in deep fear. No matter how distressed or resentful those weaklings were, there was nothing they could do, just like her little tiger friend now. However, Sung Min still doesn't give up. He's still trying to think of ways how he can get Persha to move. The variable here is Meringue's appearance, and he's trying to say things that can stimulate her courage. The world is always changing when those who couldn't do anything start to act. Sister. Meringue's gloomy face suddenly lit up, and she opened her eyes as if she had just realized something. A few minutes earlier, as Sung Min was about to rush in to attack Persha, Mirang heard some of his special words. Just before Sung Min recklessly fights Persha, he says, "Mirang, your inner fear, you have to overcome it." When she heard it at first, Mirang still couldn't do anything, because the fear in her heart was too great and there was no catalyst to force her to rise up. But now, the situation is different. Even though Sung Min is the epitome of helplessness, he is also a representative of the constant struggle against the strong. Moreover, if Mirang does nothing, then once again she will lose the person who considers her as a friend. Mirang took a deep breath, regained his composure, then took off his entangled cloak. The fear inside him, he had to overcome it. When her robe flew into the sky, the situation began to change. The variable was activated. Sung Min's words made Mirang take action, because doing nothing meant that the world would not change. Mirang approached. Sung Min could sense her presence, stealthily but still strong and fast. At that moment, when fear was put aside, Mirang felt a new surge of life. She transformed into a tiger form in the blink of an eye, faster than usual thanks to God's bonds being lifted. Persha never thought about it, that Mirang would be a terrible variable. She was much faster than any golden tiger member Persha had ever known. In the moment a gasp came out of Persha's mouth, blood splattered on her face. Meringue's ferocious fangs bit Persha's shoulder in the blink of an eye, blood gushed out loudly. Just one moment of inattention, underestimating the power of the golden tiger and focusing only on Sung Min led to this result. Persha's arm was braced, severed just like Rudia's. She hadn't even had time to react to this incredible variable. Mirang still had the evil witch's arm in her mouth and rushed away. She couldn't stand near Persha to give her a chance to jerk her arm back. After the arm was severed, Persha's attention was completely diverted to Mirang, even though she didn't let out a cry of pain but was no longer focused enough to sell onions to Sung Min. He finally escaped the captivity of that hellfire. The fire that enveloped Sung Min went out and he fell to the ground. At the same time, his gray hair and white eyes also disappeared. The holy eye displayed the message: the mana in your body was in short supply. The lightning tactic was over. Sung Min lay on the ground unable to move because his strength was exhausted. While waiting to recover, he could only clench his teeth, nervously glancing at Mirang. She had bitten off Persha's hand. In fact, Sung Min never expected it. It was a variable that would affect the plot. He just thought Mirang would attack, causing her to be distracted from her attention. Meanwhile, Persha took a good look at Mirang and started giggling. "Or, really interesting, your eyes." I remember, losing an arm didn't bother Persha at all. she amazingly maintained her composure, but very unusually, Persha was like a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in every way. Despite trying to remain calm, Sung-min can't deny that he's feeling tense as Persha is strangely satisfied. At this moment, the Holy Eye displays a message that, as Sung-min predicted, a big variable affecting the plot has occurred. As Sung-min and Mirong were both nervously staring at Persha's evil smirk, she began to laugh with her facial muscles dilated, truly an unpredictable witch in every way. Just then, Persha let out a roar of laughter, even her shoulders shaking as she laughed as if losing an arm was something very exciting, without any pain, without even a flash of worry or panic, she just laughed hysterically like that for a moment. Mirong was still in a state of beastly transformation, clutching Persha's arm in her mouth, but because of her tearing laughter, she began to flinch and frown. Her reaction was so unusual, beyond her ability to explain. Even Sung-min was bewildered by Persha's crazy laughter. He was able to sit up but still hadn't recovered much strength, and although he tried to stay calm, there was no denying that he was feeling stressed because of the unpredictability of Persha's psyche and actions, a genuine madwoman. When Persha's hysterical laughter ended, she thoughtfully closed her eyes, lowered her head with a whining gasp. What to do? I've gotten weaker, my arm has been severed, though, there hasn't disappeared a sinister smile on her lips. Suddenly Persha's smile turned cruel with the corners of her mouth pulled deep, she rolled her eyes up and stared at Mirong with pupils as red as two fires. The sound coming from her throat was like the sound of a poisonous snake. Not bad for a golden tiger, you're much better than last time. Sung-min immediately became aware of the change in Persha's expression and voice that contained a terrible threat, and he was startled to want to do something but no longer had the strength to do anything. At this point, Persha's expression changed once again. She smirked with a deep look in her eyes as she gently snapped her fingers. Well, but what did I say? Suddenly, a fire broke out around Mirong. She was shocked to realize that the ground beneath her feet had just appeared a magic circle but didn't have time to jump out of it. The fur covering her body was completely burned as the fire grew more and more intense. Mirong's skin seemed to melt and stick together. She screamed in pain and released Persha's arm as she was engulfed in flames. She struggled to escape the flesh-burning flames but the rings tightened even tighter on her body. When Mirong fell to the ground, the flames around her also disappeared without a trace. The burned skin returned to normal as if nothing had happened. It was all an illusion. The fire that had consumed Mirong was not real but created a very real feeling. Persha continued her mischievous laugh with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I said you're going to be weaker than me anyway. Sung-min swallowed when he saw Mirong breathing heavily with a grimace on her face. Although she was much stronger after removing God's bond, however the gap in abilities between them was still very clear. Mirong quickly fainted, and Persha continued to talk in an arrogant voice. I cast that illusion on you with the intention that it would kill you, and yet you are still alive. Although the arm was severed, Persha was strangely satisfied. I acknowledge that you have promising potential. You are qualified to be my brother's toy. You even bit off my hand. When Persha picked up her arm on the ground, she changed the direction of the conversation to Sung-min. Hey, Rasen. Sung-min flinched but still managed to maintain a calm expression looking up at her. Yes, Persha smiled fakely and handed her brother something horror. This was a gift. She threw her severed arm at Sung-min, and he could only reluctantly accept it politely, his expression stiffening as he tried not to reveal anything, but his mind was in turmoil. A gift, her severed arm. Although he knew with the naked eye what this object was, the Holy Eye carefully informed Sung-min that what he had just received was Persha Maiden's left arm. A feeling of nausea rose at the same time as extreme bewilderment. He only had to rack his brain to comprehend the witch's monstrous actions. Sung-min couldn't understand why a high-level mage like Persha would give away that arm without attaching it. Apart from aesthetics, for a shaman, their arm was the second most important part of their body, second only to the heart. The reason is simple. Since arms and fingers play an important role in drawing magic symbols and forming magic circles, it is what allows them to perform magic. Sung-min thought that he still couldn't understand Persha's way of thinking, so he directly asked her, "Why did you give me this?" Persha replied with a smile, "Because you made me happy." Sung-min tilted his head with a suspicious frown, "But you can attach it." Persha's eyes narrowed as her smile became brighter. "Then today's joy will be diluted. I love today, to remember that. It is better not to have this arm. Do you think so? Obviously Sung Min still cannot penetrate her thoughts, and in his heart becomes even more suspicious. She must have been plotting something. Suddenly, a thought crossed Sung Min's mind. Rudia in the novel, the one-armed witch. Sung Min's intuition arose. It was an irrationality in his novel that he only now realized. Rudia became an enemy of the mages and also the one who slaughtered them after she was amputated with one arm and accompanied Kassan. Despite the difficulties associated with performing magic with only one hand, Rudia succeeded. Persha was already a high-level mage, then losing one arm might not affect her much, but how could Rudia have the title of Mage Destroyer if she only had one hand? Sung Min guessed that there must be some kind of punishment for this unreasonable episode. Of course, the system immediately displayed the message, "You have noticed the omission of probability. The character Rasen Maiden will receive the author's privilege related to rationality." It's been several years since Sung Min last received the author's privileges, but he can't be happy because each time means that this world will be at greater risk of destruction if he can't correct that unreasonable episode. Around him, the world began to turn gray. Time stopped. When the book representing Sung Min's novel appears in mid-air, he swallows anxiously. A new part of the story. He needs to correct this omission by using the author's privilege so that the world can remain stable. One line appeared on the blank page with an open dash. Rudia could become known as the Mage Destroyer even with only one arm. The reason for that. With only a brief amount of time to think, Sung Min immediately followed the current clues he had. One-handed magician Rudia and her crazy sister indifferent to her severed arm, even taking it as a gift. Sung Min still couldn't understand Persha's way of thinking after the conversation earlier. It seemed that gathering more information from her to add rationality would be difficult. He could only be sure that Persha was having fun right now, so he spared Meringue's life like that. Sung Min quickly returned to the inscription on the book. In order to instill rationality into the one-handed element without interrupting the setting, an addition was added by him to the setting of the story. Rudia can become known as the Mage Destroyer even with only one arm. The reason for that is because one hand is one of the different conditions that can allow a fire mage to thrive. Sung Min chose the safest path he could think of by factoring in one of the different conditions in the story, which suggested that having an arm was not essential, but could be beneficial for the attribute fire mage. Sung Min actually thought of describing more directly that one hand is a physical advantage that makes fire mages stronger, but such direct wording can affect other fire mages and disturb the rest of the story. The situation will become even more complicated. When Sung Min stopped writing, the book disappeared like a soap bubble and the system accepted his interpretation. The omission of probability was corrected. With a brilliant blue light flashing in the air, the world slowly returning to its normal color, Sung Min could finally breathe a sigh of relief in his heart that it was the correct answer. As soon as the world returned to normal, Persha immediately walked up to Sung Min and declared, "I was having more fun today than I expected. Our youngest brother looks lovely when he gets angry too. After all, I am always ready for your challenge," Persha said while giggling. For her, it was an unforgettable day of joy, but for Sung Min, it was clearly a day full of resentment. Persha knew it, but she directly ignored it, even more defiant when she told Sung Min, "I hope you will become stronger. Never forget the anger you experienced today." The tyrannical witch's subsequent actions left Sung Min dumbfounded, and she suddenly kissed him on the cheek sweetly and casually as if there was no fight between them. Persha smiled fakely after leaving a bold streak of lipstick on Sung Min's cheek. "I hope you will officially challenge me one day. But when you do, you need to be prepared to lose your life. I won't be as easy on you as this time," Persha said as he placed his hands on Sung Min's chin and neck, his fingers fondling gently but giving him a chilling shiver as if she was about to strangle him. Persha smiled mischievously in Sung Min's ear and whispered her last words before a fire enveloped the body of her, "My dear little brother, see you soon." Persha was enveloped in flames and then disappeared. Even if she lost an arm, she could still use teleportation magic comfortably. Even without chanting spells or drawing magic circles, the flames simply flared up and she disappeared. Sung Min stood blankly for a moment. It is true that once he has become a high-level mage, it doesn't matter if he lacks a hand or not. He brought joy to Persha, but the others did not. A feeling of pity welled up in Sung Min's heart. The weaklings who could not bring joy to her were dead, now lifeless in the Heian region, including Rudia's father. How to explain it? It was like a block of lead weighing on his heart. At this point, Persha had teleported back to her office, where Sando was waiting, welcoming her back. "Miss Persha. Looking at Persha sitting on a chair with one arm gone, Sando opened his mouth nervously. The lady's arm. Persha clicked his tongue casually and replied, "Ah, yes, I gave it to my brother." Sando didn't even show any surprise at his master's monstrous actions. "I see, all the people of Hiran have relocated to the village of Van Pernyan." It turned out that no one in Hiran village died, although Persha made it look like that. This was strange for her personality. Normally, she would not hesitate to kill, but somehow she didn't want to do it this time. Sando hesitated curiously for a moment before opening her mouth. "This may be a bit disrespectful, but I wanted to ask, why did she create the illusion of the villagers being burned to death?" Persha smiled inwardly. It was fun to watch her brother seething with anger, and she was also curious what Rudia's reaction would be. In fact, Persha could cause permanent damage in her usual way so that Rudia's arm could not be reattached, but she didn't. She casually told Sando, "It's fun, it would be even happier if I actually killed them. But if I do, my brother will really hate me. I don't want that." Persha's heart sinks into the hope that his brother will never forget the anger, disappointment or sorrow of today. It will accelerate the growth of Rasen, and even Rasen's toys will awaken. Even with Persha himself, the restraint today is not normal. There seems to be a little weakness brewing. The truth is that not a single soul of Hiran died, but Sung Min and Rudia have no way of knowing it. The fire engulfing this land is real because the smell of burning wood and ashes is clearly visible, but the smell of burning flesh is just a perfect trick by Persha. Sung Min placed Rudia's severed arm in the space pocket where time stood still, so that decomposition was impossible. Rudia's arm could be healed at some point. Some time later, Rudia and Mirong regained consciousness at the same time. Surprisingly, Rudia remained calm. Instead of getting angry, she erected a tombstone in front of her burned-out house. Rudia looked at the pole in front of the house, where her father used to carve out the height markings for her, which were sweet memories between father and daughter after her mother died. But now that column was left with only traces of grief. Everything had been burned to charcoal, but naturally, since no one in Hiran had died, no corpses had been found, they could only explain to themselves that it was because Persha's fire had consumed them all. Rudia knelt on the ground with a strangely calm face, but the more calm she was, the more worried she became. Rudia just stared at the ground with expressionless eyes. "My father liked pear blossoms, because my mother liked it too. My father had always said that he wanted to go see my mother." Rudia took a few seeds of the pear blossom plant and spread them down in a small hole that she dug next to the tombstone. Whether magically processed or not, the seedlings would soon germinate. Then she said to the ground that had been filled, "Rest in peace while looking at my favorite pear blossoms. You like to rest in peace, don't you?" After standing up, Rudia turned to Sung Min. "Rasen, I have a little resentment towards you. Your sister killed my father. I know it's not your fault, it's because I'm too weak." Sung Min doesn't know how to respond to her because he completely understands her feelings. After all, Persha, his relative, was the one who murdered Rudia's father. Rudia didn't cry. Instead, she smiled weakly but bitterly as she took all the blame for herself. "Because I was weak, so I couldn't protect my father, not even my arm." Suddenly Rudia became more harsh. She still didn't cry, but her voice was choking with each sound. "I'm going to get stronger so I can kill Persha Maiden." Rudia's statement made Sung Min flinch. He felt a cold killing intent behind her superficial face. It was an annoyed and disturbing expression. Rudia continued to speak in a voice much harsher than her age. "Before killing Persha, I will kill her father first so she can feel what I am feeling now." Rudia, who used to be innocent and cheerful, is gone. Her father's death has awakened something inside her, and from her calm demeanor exudes a terrifying intention that makes Sung Min feel a chill running down his spine. The moment the story restores its original trajectory, the script is progressing as the novel's original. An ominous energy bursts out from Rudia, or rather, from a spherical object hovering above her head. It is created from the hatred that is taking root in Rudia's heart. Mirong was also startled when he felt the menacing energy generated by that sphere, which caused a mighty golden tiger to instinctively step back even if he didn't know what it was. When the sphere was shaped, it clearly revealed the appearance of a giant red eye. However, even the author Sung Min did not know what kind of devil this eye was. He could only count on the analysis of the holy eye. At that moment, the holy eye gave an explanation. The restoration of Rudia's trajectory was done. The script of Rudia's character had progressed in the right direction. Rudia's demon-killing eye had been awakened. This is not something arranged by author Sung Min, but the words restoring the trajectory and the script progressing in the right direction made him understand the problem. Initially, Rudia met Persha before meeting Rasen, and she lost her arm due to Persha, which is the original story. Rudia must have awakened her demon-killing eye there and later became an enemy of the wizards. Since Sung Min intervened, the original story has been distorted, and this world seems to be using some power to rearrange its distorted narrative. Even if Sung Min uses privileges that could shake the plausibility of this world, it still tries to recover its orbit to maintain the original world. A chill ran down Sung Min's spine. Looking at Rudia's bad expression at the moment, he could draw conclusions. He must create a variable that surpasses the orbital resilience of this world but must still be within the limits of not destroying its rationality. If it wasn't for a variable that transcended the orbital resilience of this world, I would end up returning to the original storyline. I would die at the age of 17. Now, every minute, every second is precious, because there exists a force that is restoring this world on its own, so there are only 3 years left before Sung Min will face being purged at the age of 17. Not knowing the real situation, the group only has to quickly leave, head to the hunter's graveyard with determination to focus solely on getting stronger. It was late at night but Mirong didn't know where to go to get a basket of food. She asked Sung Min, who was sitting looking at the map outside the tent, "Was the other kid okay?" Sung Min nodded with relief. "Well, she just fell asleep." Looking at the basket full of food in Mirang's hand, Sung Min wondered where she got those things. Mirong shrugged and replied, "From some place." Sung Min raised his eyebrows puzzledly. What does she mean? From where did she get both bread and chocolate? Seeing that Sung Min seemed to wonder about his going to get food, Mirong clicked his tongue and explained, "Good food will make you feel better, don't you know?" Sung Min was secretly touched in his heart. Although Mirong is tough and evil on the outside, he cares about Rudia. Mirong must have felt sympathy for Rudia. She even gave Rudia her robe. Thinking of Rudia's current situation, Sung Min involuntarily shuddered at the time when the demon-killing eye appeared on her head. Although he could not explain in detail what it was, he could speculate that it was a special ability that this world posed to the enemies of the magicians. The ominous atmosphere created by the demon-slaying eye was not a fighting soul or mana, but a strange third kind of energy stirring violently, which was an omen that seemed like something was about to explode. But when Rudia announced she was going to kill Persha's father, the malicious stirring in the demon-slayer eye subsided. Rudia vented her resentment verbally and it seemed to calm the demon-slayer eye. When Rudia had regained her composure, she said in a pitiful tone, "However, Persha's father was also Rasen's father. I don't think I can be satisfied to see him hurt," tears of pain starting to flow down Rudia's grinning face. She tried to laugh while asking Sung Min as if to keep him from feeling like this was a burden, "So, when I kill Persha's father, please kill me, Rasen. That's the right thing to do, isn't it?" Whether it's the correct path or not is uncertain, but it seems that Rudia has found her way. Sung Min only nods because it seems like it will bring Rudia a little comfort and comfort. Sung Min sighed and stood up after deep sympathy for little Rudia. Seeing him put away the map, Mirong asked curiously, "Where are we going now?" Sung Min replied, "To the hunter's graveyard." Mirong curiously tilted his head. "Asian hunter's graveyard? Why go to that smelly place? Is there anything delicious there?" Sung Min quickly quelled Mirang's gluttonous thoughts. "No," Mirong asked again with an exaggerated smile and ears turned up with curiosity. "So what's there?" Sung Min clicked his tongue to satisfy Mirang's curiosity. "A potion of medicine." Mirong was even more excited to open his eyes. "Pharmaceuticals? What is that?" Sung Min went on to elaborate. "It is a special medicine capable of enhancing the maximum amount of mana that a person can store within his or her sphere." Mirong continued to be more astonished and asked incredulously, "Does such a medicine exist? I don't know much about pharmaceuticals or magic, but I have never heard of such a thing. Is it real?" In the original storyline, at this time, that drug has not yet been revealed. It was not until a few years later that an explorer discovered its secret, although now that graveyard is almost abandoned, but later it will become a sought-after destination. It was an endless supply of medicinal supplies when certain conditions were met. But Sung Min couldn't explain it clearly, so he only answered through a loudspeaker. It was because no one had ever seen it. Mirong still didn't understand anything. So he continued to wonder, what do you mean?" Sung Min ignores Mirong and gets lost in his train of thought. After confronting Persha, he realizes he can't make even a scratch on her. which is proof that the power difference between the two is still too large. In order to survive in the Maiden clan, he must become stronger. More important than that is the fact that Sung Min accidentally discovered the self-healing abilities of this world is even more amazing. Although he has the privilege of controlling the probability here, it does not have much effect. Because on the other hand, this world also possesses the power of self-restoration according to the original to maintain the status quo of the world as it is now. The conflict between the two sides will get bigger and bigger over time as small details are changed. In fact, both streams of power had been opposing each other all this time without his knowledge, so the solutions offered by Sung Min later met with even stronger resistance. Now Sung Min can no longer be complacent with his progress over the past time, but must work many times over to become stronger and create greater impact probabilities if he wants to change the premature fate of Rasen's 17-year-old premature death. He only briefly told Mirong in a fierce manner, "I will find the medicine and become much stronger than I am now." 7 days after the incident in Hainan, Sung Min's group reached the hunter's graveyard at dusk, an abandoned graveyard in a murky land. Mirong had not entered the graveyard grumbling, this place was too shabby. Mirong wrinkled her nose and covered her face, this place smelled of rot, to the end of the world. Rudia couldn't recognize the smell, so she was still very comfortable. "Really, I didn't smell anything," neither did Sung Min, but he knew Mirong reacted harshly because her sense of smell was more sensitive than a human. Crows flew overhead and perched scattered on the branches. They began to chirp when the Fig Min group entered. Many graves were corroded by time and a large number of them were disturbed. Large and small boulders were scattered everywhere. Lifeless weeds grew waist-high. This is the place that Sung Min portrayed in the novel, but he didn't expect it to be even creepier than he imagined. Rudia clung to Sung Min's shirt as she felt chills. "Rasen, I felt like ghosts might suddenly appear." Sung Min looked at Rudia trembling in confusion. He couldn't pat her but teased, "I think ghosts are more afraid of you than you are afraid of them." Sung Min activated the holy eye and started fumbling the path while looking around. It seemed to be nothing special. This was just an abandoned graveyard. The holy eye began to interpret various information and transfer them to him. Pieces of flint, a tombstone made of flint. The holy eye constantly provides the same information along the way. There are many flints around here, stones used to make tombstones and even sculptures, many of which have been in a broken state and scattered all over the place. The holy eye went on to provide information. Flint is a mineral that ancient humans used to create fire. Rubbing it against another stone will create sparks and flames. However, with the development of attribute fire magic and spirit magic, flint has become a relic of a forgotten civilization. As time passed, the smell of the graveyard made Mirong more and more impatient. She feverishly asked Sung Min, "Where is the medicine?" He just shrugged and looked around with vague eyes. "I had to find to know." Mirong screamed even more agitated while covering her nose. "You don't even know where it is," Sung Min firmly asserted. "It must be just around here, now that the sun has set deep and the moon is high, so the weather has become quite cold." Rudia tried to rub her hands into her body, but her whole body was still shaking from the cold. Rudia hesitantly asked Sung Min, "Rasen, I'm so cold, can we start a fire?" Sung Min immediately shook her head. "No." Rudia put on a disappointed face and asked in a pitiful voice, "Why?" Sung Min gently explained to her, "It's dangerous that all the tombstones here are made of flint. As long as they stick to fire, they will all explode." Although Sung Min never created a detailed setting for flint, he described that it is flammable. It seems that for some reason the world has placed a mineral with special properties such as flint based on that description. Rudia could only look at Sung Min with helpless eyes and a dejected mouthful. He continued to fumble forward. It was almost midnight, when it was 12 o'clock, marking the end of the day and the beginning of a new day. That stuff will show up. At this moment, the whole group of Sung Min felt a wet wind passing by. It was a wind that blew continuously, with a specific direction and strength, an unusual wind that seemed to be artificially generated. When the wind continued to blow strongly, Mirong sensitively detected the vibrations on the ground and asked everyone quietly, "Vibration? What is this vibration?" There were indeed vibrations and something was approaching them, but the surroundings were quite dark so Rudia couldn't see what was making the vibrations. She pointed in the distance incredulously, "Is that tree walking towards us?" Mirong frowned suspiciously, Are you stupid? How can a tree walk?" However, soon after, Mirong retracted her sarcasm as she looked up at the giant thing approaching in front of them. she hiccuped in surprise in a childish voice, "You're right, what the hell?" Rudia on the other hand was more amused than worried. Sungmin very calmly walked towards the tree. It is about 10 meters high, it is a walking tree. Such a tree in this world is called ant, with a tough shell and much tougher strength than humans. This species can live only on water and sunlight without any food, so the survival capacity is very strong. Sungmin carefully motioned to Rudia and Mirong not to move. Ant usually has a peaceful demeanor, but once angry it tends to wreak havoc on everything around it until it calms down. The giant tree approached Sungmin and opened his mouth. "It seems that we have guests tonight, no wonder I feel restless." The hunter's graveyard was created by Sungmin, so no one knows its secret better than him, as the guests spend more than 6 hours in this graveyard and determined to brave the cold, waiting until midnight without lighting a fire, Ant appears. Although he hated fire, Ant was also curious why Sungmin didn't act like other humans, so he shouted in a confused voice, "Why don't you light a fire? It's cold tonight, I thought people like fire very much." Sungmin lied fluently, "I hate fire, when I was a kid I used to burn." Rudia didn't understand what happened, she raised her eyebrows suspiciously or looked at Sungmin, "Huh, you hate fire?" Sungmin's smooth lie elicited deep sympathy from Ant. He grinned and shouted with joy like a child, "Oh, so someone knows the scariness of fire too, fire is really scary." Rudia still didn't notice Sungmin's trick and put on a sullen face with a childish voice, "Are you really afraid of fire?" Mirong more cunning saw through Sungmin's intentions. She was afraid that Rudia would make the tree suspicious, so she hurriedly stopped it. "Idiot, order goes." Ant, despite its strength, stamina and size, is a race that is afraid of fire. Even seeing flames as small as a match makes it go crazy, running away in terror. When it knows that Sungmin also hates fire, it will sit on the ground with a relaxed smile. "You are not a bad person." The strange thing is that its limbs immediately sink deep into the ground. It is not clear how far it has been dug. After that, a quick conversation took place between Ant and Sungmin. "I have been guarding this abandoned tomb for a long time." "Since when?" "A long time ago, from my ancestors. My mother and grandmother also guarded this place. It must have been about 3,000 years. When some information is revealed, the Holy Eye begins to give hints to Sungmin, announcing that Ant Sudra was born with the task of guarding the hunter's graveyard. As predicted by Sungmin, this Ant's name is Sudra, a character in the context he created. Of course, he already knew in advance what the task was to be done here, but according to the procedure he still had to ask Sudra, "Why do you have to protect it?" Sudra considered this for a long moment, seemed to be sucking nutrients from the soil to think. Only then did he open his mouth. "Ah, finally remember, I'm waiting for something here. Bones, yes, bones, I'm waiting for bones." The Holy Eye activates again to give a task. The gravekeeper wants to find the hunter's ribs. Sungmin smiled approvingly in his heart when he received the answer as expected. The hunter's ribs were the key. Sudra grinned like a child waiting for a gift. "Man, will you bring me the hunter's ribs?" Sungmin clicked his tongue and shrugged liberally and replied, "Ribs, simple." At this point in the original novel, no one has yet touched this episode. It is not until the future after Kassen and his companions get the medicine here, that many people use the same method to get the medicine from Sudra. Then, Sungmin excitedly asked Sudra, "Where is the tomb with ribs?" Sudra immediately excitedly pulled out the roots from the ground and started walking. "I will show you, there is too much smell of fire for me to dig it up myself." Sudra took the lead with a huge stature of 10 meters tall, and it was quite a scary sight. Sungmin cavalierly walked after it and told the two surprised girls standing beside him, "Okay, let's follow that tree." When he reached a clearer field and saw a sword emitting a fiery red light planted on a patch of land uncovered by grass, Sudra gleefully pointed out to Sungmin, "This is the grave, the ribs of the hunter here." Seeing Sungmin nodding and pulling a shovel from his space bag, Mirong immediately approached him and asked him, "Do you need help? By the way, I can't smell anything anymore, my nose is deaf." "Yes." Sungmin immediately started digging a grave without hesitation. "No, there's no need." Just like that, Sungmin diligently dug up the soil only because this task required it to be done alone, at which point the tasker received the potion from Sudra. When Sungmin had been digging for a while, a coffin appeared, and he sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead before popping the lid off. On the outside, it can be seen that this coffin is very old, has rotted a lot but still retains the shape of a coffin. Sung Min used his hands to dust the soil and stone from the lid of the coffin and open it. Inside the coffin there was a skeleton. Judging from the shape of the bones, it was not human bones but the bones of the famous hunter tribe, the Wolf Clan. Without hesitation, Sung Min snapped out a rib from that skeleton, although it was difficult to notice, but on the skeleton was emitting the glow of fire mana. Perhaps it was just too much of a terrifying feeling for an ant. Sung Min smiled and handed the rib fragment to Sudra. Here, take it. The hand coiled by the young branches and leaves of the Sudra quickly moved to take the rib from the Fig Min's hand. Sudra burst out laughing and shook the graveyard. I finally got the hunter's ribs, thank you, man. Then, a blue energy began to gather above Sudra's head. It radiated a bright light that spread, even its eye sockets and mouth glowed brightly. Hundreds of blue butterfly wings appeared out of nowhere in that light. Rudia and Mirong both admired the butterflies flying around, making the graveyard seem poetic. Wow, beautiful. Just a moment later, a flower sprang up from the ground near the base of the tree, and Sudra smiled and said, "Man, this is my Thanksgiving gift." The flower that suddenly appeared is growing very quickly. The rate of maturation is visible to the naked eye. Soon, the intertwined layers of that flower were thick enough to bloom, each layer of petals gently splitting to reveal something glowing inside its stigma. Despite being the one who created this scene, Sung Min couldn't help but be amazed because the scene was so fanciful and beautiful. The feeling when looking directly was really better than imagined. He also immediately realized that the object hidden inside the pistils was what he was looking for. Between the intertwined layered petals was a glass bottle filled with a blue liquid. It was pharmaceutical, the medicine that enhanced the maximum mana storage capacity of the magic ring. When using the holy eye for examination, it was clear that it was indeed a pharmaceutical vial. Everything went according to plan arranged by author Sung Min. Usually, this is where the plot ends and many people in the novel do the same. However, Sung Min vaguely senses that something is wrong. Sung Min stood looking at the flower thoughtfully for a while. The problem arose that this kind of setup was too simple. He wondered if this was really the end. A creature with intelligence like Sudra could blindly covet a rib and would easily give away a potion with tremendous power. That's not it. Sung Min doubted or picked up the medicine vial in the pistils and continued to ponder. Is the task of getting a precious potion so easy? In the original that he wrote, what is it like? Since these episodes were created by Sung Min arbitrarily, he did not pay too much attention to the incongruity of it until now. According to the original, Kassan's team went to Ent's place to complete the mission and received the potion. The main character took the initiative to lead the plot in the right direction. In the future, every guest who visits this place and follows the mission will receive a potion. The important thing that Sung Min cared about at that time was just that the protagonist got it, and the rest of the rationality no longer seemed to matter. But this world does not accept that. How can an Ent capable of creating infinite pharmaceuticals exist? If Ent has such ability, then humans have captured them all to produce medicines like pets. Moreover, if the difficulty of this task is only at an easy level, all the magicians in the world can become stronger, completely collapse the balance of the world. If the ribs are constantly regenerated and the potion vials are produced infinitely for future guests, it would not be possible without any reason. Sung Min learned something unusual about this place. At that moment, the Holy Eye made a new announcement. You've noticed a deficit in probability. Sung Min clicked his tongue in his heart. Just as he thought, the problem started here. Soon after, he started asking for information from Sudra. Sudra, why did you give me this potion? Sudra replied simply without thinking as if it had been programmed, because, you found my ribs. Sung Min continued to wonder, what does that bone fragment mean to you? Sudra repeated the information mechanically and roundly, this piece of rib belongs to the hunter. Sung Min repeated the question in more detail, then I asked why that hunter's ribs are important to you. Sudra without hesitation answered according to what he remembered, why did you ask that? Isn't it so obvious? My grandmother and mother have been looking for it for a long time. Mirong and Rudia stood on one side bewildered as to why the questions and answers kept repeating themselves. They whispered to each other, what's wrong? Don't know, don't ask me and keep quiet. Meanwhile, Sudra came up with the question why in his head for the first time. Why do I want this bone? Why? I remember there was a reason for this, but why? The leaves trembled rustling. Sudra's whole body also trembled. A slight tremor spread throughout the area. Sudra kept muttering those words. Finally, it came to a conclusion. Is the reason so important? It simply wants rib fragments. Sung Min smiled because it seemed like Sudra was created to be a creature incapable of deep thinking. Because of this simplicity of thought, it can continue to produce potions without question. The task that this ent gave has never been put to an end by author Sung Min, so of course these pharmaceutical potions will continue to be formed as a loop. Sung Min saw the matter more clearly. His initial setup for this episode was a special method to continuously obtain potions, but he did not anticipate the unreasonable elements until he experienced it himself. In addition, there is also the possibility that all these drugs are fake. More precisely, the pharmaceutical increasing the storage limit of this license ring will not work quite as Sung Min had imagined. When Sung Min's thoughts reached this level, the Holy Eye displayed a message that he guessed correctly. You received a missing piece of probability. Sung Min recalled in detail that the passage he had written made no specific mention of the medicinal use that the Kassen team received. The only description of it was that they had become stronger after taking it. Sung Min remembers that he never wrote verbatim in the novel that the mana storage limit of the magic ring would be increased. And since the medicine is constantly being regenerated, there must also be a special magic to help regenerate ribs. Sung Min quickly glanced around with the Holy Eye. There must be a hint somewhere to be able to solve this problem. Sung Min scrutinized the surroundings further because the darkness affected his vision. He finally saw the clues. Small letters were engraved on the lid of the coffin. They were very small, almost invisible if not looked closely. The Holy Eye showed it clearly. Burn the coffin to sacrifice a sacrifice under the ashes. Sung Min thought carefully while staring at the inscription on the lid of the coffin. Burning, sacrifice, ashes. Does this mean that he must burn the item for this ritual? Sung Min glanced at the 10-meter-tall giant tree man standing still in front of him and said to himself, I shouldn't light a fire in front of Sudra. The tree man hates fire. If he lights a fire here, Sudra will most likely go mad. It can run away with all its strength, and who knows what the crazed Sudra might do in the meantime. Worst case scenario, it will accidentally kill Sung Min, and the Ent species around the world will see him as an open enemy, which is the nature of the tree man. Sung Min fell into the thought of trying to piece together the clues. This place was obviously artificially designed by a hand other than the author Sung Min. It was so meticulously arranged, but why was a slightly stupid Ent appointed as a custodian? Simply because of its long lifespan, or because it's easy to perform a hypnosis on it? There may be precise parts of such reasons, but Sung Min thinks of another possibility: to filter out fools who will immediately set fire when they see the writing engraved on the coffin. Then an Ent, a fire-hating species, deserves to be chosen as a gravekeeper to get rid of those fools bluntly and quickly. Immediately, the Holy Eye interrupted Sung Min's thoughts with an announcement: you have received the missing probability piece. The understanding of the characteristics of this place has increased by obtaining those missing probability pieces. Then two new inscriptions suddenly appeared above and below the original inscription on the lid of the coffin, but it seemed that they were letters visible only by the Holy Eye. By the fire lit without the use of magic, light the fire that ignited the coffin to sacrifice a sacrifice under the ashes, thus the door will be ajar. At first Sung Min guessed that this might be linked to Kirtle, but this handwriting was slightly different in line, as there was no further clue, so he then turned to ask Sudra, do you know anything about the ashes? Sudra was sitting sullenly because his mission ended quickly. When he heard Sung Min's question, he jumped up again and began to think carefully. Sacrifice ashes, you say sacrifice ashes, you mean, fire, hot fire. Sudra muttered to himself for a long time before suddenly straightening up, his torso erect, as if he remembered something, and exclaimed in shock, I remember. Sudra is full of enthusiasm, declaring its true mission: according to tradition passed down from generation to generation in my clan, I must wait here to offer the 77th ashes sacrifice in the coffin containing the hunter's bone fragments. Sung Min frowned in wonder because there was another encroachment point in this passage. The Ent would offer the star ashes on their own. They were afraid to panic even if they only saw a magic spark being executed. Even the number 77 makes Sung Min think. In reality, any other number mentioned can be considered an accident. However, coming up with a number in the literary world must have a meaning behind that number. This number 77 is quite familiar because it is already in Sung Min's memory, which is the ordinal number, the 77th book of the sage Alberto, which he obtained from the Maiden House library and learned its contents through the Holy Eye. Basic magic, mana cultivation methods are extremely easy. In this world, the book is often classified as counter-literary, but it has become a foundational part of all the development Sung Min has made with his magical combat skills. Sudra then recounted the story he remembered. Our ancestors began offering sacrifices to ashes after receiving help from a benefactor a long time ago, and so far, we have offered 76 sacrifices. My mission was to wait here for the last sacrifice, the 77th sacrifice. My ancestors told me that the fire would be hot but not hot at all. Sudra's eyes began to secrete a yellow fluid, which was sap but seemed to be the tears of tree people. The foliage shook violently, the leaves shook and fell as if blown away by a strong wind. Sudra continued to tell with emotion, "It seems so scary that I have forgotten about this task since I was a child." Sung Min sat down and fell into thought. He had realized why there were flints and hay scattered all over this place, by the fire kindled without the use of magic. Kindled the fire that ignited the coffin to sacrifice a sacrifice under the ashes. After figuring out how to make fire, Sung Min looked up at Sudra and called out his name. Sudra. Sudra, who was confused in emotion, replied earnestly, "What, why?" Sung Min held a flint in his hand and smiled sincerely at Sudra. "That 77th sacrifice, is it okay to try once?" Sudra agreed to Sung Min's suggestion and moved quickly. Not only a few steps, it left a distance of nearly 100 meters. Looking at Sung Min holding the stone in his hand and having a very confident expression on his face that he could make fire, Rudia couldn't help but doubt or tilt her head. "Are you going to light a fire with just a stone? How?" Because Rudia was able to use fire magic from birth, of course she couldn't understand the basic survival skills of ordinary people. Sung Min understood that and patiently explained it to her while preparing the necessary tools. "First, I just need some flint, metal, and some flammable materials like straw or hay." In fact, Rudia's basic ignorance is a completely normal general human condition in this world, because the magic clan is not the only clan that works with fire in the magic world. The famous sword clan and the famous martial arts clan can do the same. Because they could find fire mana anywhere for a cheap price, they didn't need to look for other methods to start a fire. Just like the coal business in the modern day of the real world, the trade of fire mana as a fuel is one of the most open businesses that the Maiden family controls. Sung Min started the fire by slamming the flint against the blade of a dagger. The sparks flashed but quickly disappeared before entering the hay. The sight made Mirong feel ridiculous sarcastically. This was stupid. Sung Min immediately turned to glare at her. "Shut up, fire thief." In the face of Sung Min's criticism, Mirong just kept silent. The Golden Tiger clan could neither use attribute fire magic nor make money to live, so he chose to follow a different mindset of relying on his ability to steal to get fire mana for their survival. Sung Min persistently rubbed stones with metal to maximize heat energy, and eventually the hay caught fire. As the flames faded, he shouted proudly, "It's done." Mirong opened her eyes excitedly in amazement. "Wow, it really made fire," but Rudia put on a nonchalant expression on her fingertips to compare. Why complicate such a simple matter? After that, Sung Min quickly began the sacrificial ritual by putting the newly lit fire into the haystack he had spread on the hunter's coffin. As the flames flared violently creating a brilliant halo, Sudra reflexively jerked back to dodge away from the flames, uttering terrified sounds, "Fire, fire." However, very quickly Sudra was no longer afraid. Its eyes widened in surprise. This flame was really not hot. It boldly moved a little closer, but even though it got very close to where Sung Min's group was standing, the flames still did not emit terrifying heat. Sung Min smiled delightedly looking at Sudra's innocent expression. He guessed correctly, and is very afraid of fire generated from magic, because even a small spark with fire mana can cause them immense damage. However, unlike ordinary trees, they are immune to fire generated from the physical impact of heat generation. Sudra smiled contentedly looking at the flames at a close distance without feeling afraid. He said to Sung Min in an emotional voice, "Thank you, thanks to you, I was able to complete the mission that my mother was unable to do." When the flames and the inscriptions on the coffin collided exuded a special reaction. The smoke rose as if a forest fire, and in the midst of the black smoke, a golden gate was formed suspended in mid-air. Sung Min immediately remembered the words written on the coffin, "Lit a fire that ignited the coffin to sacrifice a sacrifice under the ashes, so that the door would be ajar." It must have been an artificial dungeon. It seems that the door is open because of that smoke. Once the fire goes out the door will disappear. There must be something related to that medicine inside. Sung-min hesitated, but he didn't think long. He decided to make a significant deviation to save himself from death at the age of 17, so you can't just take safe paths. Faced with this mysterious anomaly, Rudia asked cautiously, "Rasen, where does that door lead?" Sung-min replied decisively, "An artificial dungeon, I will enter it." Rudia chuckled, "I want to go too," but Sung-min is worried about her with only one hand, so she immediately gives a warning, "It can be dangerous, usually, artificial dungeons have guardians." Rudia stopped laughing but her eyes were filled with intense desire. "I'll go with you." It's a desire to take on the challenge that comes with her determination to become stronger, but Sung-min feels a little heartbroken for her. Rudia has changed, often she would insist on waiting outside. Mirong at the side said to Rudia in an annoyed voice, "Hey, you don't even have the strength to climb up there, you don't even jump over. Climb on my back, there's no other way, I'm only doing this once." It sounds like Mirong doesn't want to go into the dungeon but there's no other way because she has to help Rudia. This tiger girl is behaving in the cold and the heat as usual. Regardless, Sung-min, Rudia, and Mirong rush towards the open door. While Mirong uses the power of the golden tiger, Sung-min uses maple attribute optimization to bounce off the ground. When the three of them disappeared behind the door, a little fear and tension rose in their hearts at the same time. "Let's go, enter the artificial dungeon where no one knows what awaits us ahead." The door quickly slammed shut once the three had entered, flames and black smoke rising from the burning coffin still flickering in the stillness of the graveyard's dark night. After passing through the door, Sung-min felt dizzy, a whirling feeling and faint lines of information of the holy eye appeared. The hidden scenario, the 77th sacrifice has been completed, you have entered the imperial palace. The gate was created after the completion of the 77th sacrifice. When Sung-min regained consciousness, they were already in a dark cave. They couldn't even see Mirong and Rudia's silhouettes anywhere. He could only guess that this was definitely an artificial dungeon. Sung-min rolled his eyes and looked deep into the darkness hoping to find some glare somewhere or something that could provide information about this dungeon, but the surroundings were so dark that it made him feel like a blind man and lamented helplessly, "Where am I after all?" At this moment, the magic torches on the cave wall caught fire and illuminated a vast space. Sung-min quickly discovered that there were letters carved on the walls of the cave. The handwriting was quite similar to the one carved on the coffin. More importantly, when looking at the panorama of the cave, on the cliff with words, it covered almost an entire side of the cave, a sight that confused all three of Sung-min's group. Mirong glanced at the lines of text and nonchalantly ignored it. "Where is this?" Rudia on the contrary felt curious not to take her eyes off the cliff. There were too many runes on the wall. Mirong just shook her head indifferently. "I don't know much about writing, after all. I see that every picture is the same." Sung-min also does not understand these characters, so he can only rely on the automatic translation function of the Holy Eye. "If you have reached this place, it means that you are qualified to become my heir." Sung-min looked at the handwriting differently from the previous times and was a little skeptical. "Inheritance, then this is also left by Curdle." The Holy Eye continues to translate. "The first condition, you must possess a special vision such as the Holy Eye, for example, and click your tongue in your heart because the care is somewhat superfluous. If it were not for the Holy Eye, you would not be able to come here." The second condition is translated, "You must have an ability related to me in some way." Sung-min continues to indulge in speculation. The possibility is related to Curdle. Is it a fighting soul and fighting magic? The Holy Eye very quickly translated the third condition, "You must have Maiden's bloodline." Sung-min was startled. He knew that the Holy Eye had been mentioned by Curdle before, but how could one guess that the person who entered here would inherit Maiden's bloodline? After that, the information about the owner of this meticulous arrangement finally appeared. "My name is Alberto. I will leave the story of myself and my old friend Curdle here." Sung-min gasped in astonishment. So this thing was really not created by Curdle, but Alberto. After that, he tried to read the story carefully because he was afraid that the words would disappear after a glimpse like the ones hidden in his book. The inscriptions on the walls contain considerable novelty according to Alberto. "Curdle and I have always argued over a topic. Curdle always argues that elemental magic or attributes, based on natural elements, are the most powerful. However, we value combat skills based on the structure of the human body. for us, attributes or elements, even if they help, are only auxiliary roles. Like other best friends, we often argue about this topic out of pride, like two people on both sides of the line. In fact, even though our methods are different, we have always respected each other's values, and we both understand and appreciate each other better than anyone else. Until one day, during our journey, we met a little girl, who was an orphan. Her name is Kaisa Maiden. That child is amazing, her dear bright eyes are adorable and we really love her, so we adopted that child. Curdle taught her magic, and I trained her fighting skills. Unexpectedly, Kaisa learned both things very quickly. We really loved that child, so we treated her as our own child. Reading this, Sung Min felt the expression of love many times, giving the impression that Curdle and Alberto really appreciated and loved Kaisa Maiden. Alberto's story continues with a bit of regret. Finally, we realize that it's time to let her go. We can't continue teaching her anymore because the time has passed. We let her decide her own direction. By the time she heard that Kaisa had become the head of an entire clan, it had been a long time coming. There is no record of what happened to Kaisa later. When Sung Min looked at the blank wall where the characters had disappeared, new inscriptions began to form. Years passed, Kaisa became the head of the family excellently, but when we see her again, her heart was half broken. Somehow, Sung Min felt the pity in Alberto's account. When the two of them learned this truth, they didn't help the child they had raised because Kaisa didn't want their help. And then, as the years passed, Curdle and Alberto grew old and so did Kaisa. The two foster fathers tried to find out their daughter's condition and realized after years that when one tolerates both combat technique and attribute magic, they clash in the executioner's own heart. Alberto wrote it in a deep self-reproachful tone, "We are stupid, Kaisa's heart has been ruined for us. She must have realized this long before we knew it, but she didn't want to hurt the hearts of the two people who raised her, so she kept the cause of her damaged heart a secret and refused to help to avoid detection. She kept that fact from us until the last minute of her life." According to what was written on the cliff, then Kaisa passed away at the age of 60, too young an age for transcendent creatures known to have a long lifespan. Curdle and Alberto mourned her for a long time. Alberto emphasized repeatedly that they had been constantly mourning, but they realized they couldn't drown in grief forever. Because Kaisa Maiden has left this world, but there are still children with the surname Maiden, Curdle and Alberto realize they need to be prepared to make sure those with the last name Maiden can thrive, also to pay back what they feel they owe her. The most important goal is to help Kaisa's descendants grow up in peace. Finally, Curdle and Alberto calmed down and chatted for a long time. Because of elemental magic or fighting technique, only one is allowed, both of which cannot exist together in one body until a safe method is found, so one must be sealed away from the maiden children. In the end, Alberto had to admit Curdle's reasoning for elemental magic. Unfortunately, in comparison, the combat technique is more limited in what it can achieve. The combat technique focuses on only one thing, which is melee. From a pragmatic perspective, elemental magic is much more effective. Moreover, the ability of a child to fully inherit Kaisa's bloodline adapting to both types is extremely rare. Among many different elements, the development of magic of any element is enough to make greatness. By investing the same amount of time and effort, elemental magic yields greater proficiency, which makes the two of them decide to take a break from their fighting techniques until the right time comes. After all, Curdle is the caretaker of the maiden children. Alberto went into exile and settled in a strange place. However, they did not want to completely cut off the lineage of combat techniques. Decades later, Alberto succeeded in creating a new power, one that had no reaction to mana. Curdle helped Alberto so much in the process that Alberto repeatedly repeated in his story that without the old man's help it would have been impossible. Later, they named it the Fighting Soul, and also called this fighting magic when using the Fighting Soul martial arts, which is the primitive form of martial arts. Sung Min knows about the fighting spirit, which is the power held by the Grandal's martial arts family. He is also the one who established that magic and fighting spirits do not react back and forth. It seems that Alberto's detailed storyline was created around that set value. Sung Min sank into deep thought. Everything became clear. He realized that combat magic was forgotten because it contradicted elemental magic. Instead, fighting techniques in the form of martial arts appeared, giving birth to another transcendent lineage. As the author, Sung Min was also shocked because he had never included such complex contexts in his work. Just that simple setting led to so many consequences. The reason for the advancement of elemental magic in the Maiden family, the fall of battle magic, the formation of battle souls, why mana and the fighting soul cannot blend together, further explains why Alberto's secret exists in the Maiden family. Mirong saw that Sung Min had been standing staring in front of the cliff for a long time when he became curious to ask Rudia what was written on it. Could she read it? However, Rudia just babbled and replied like a child learning to spell, well, if you come to this place, that word means you, right? Sung Min doesn't pay attention to the two curious girls and continues to immerse himself in Alberto's story. Despite creating the Grandels himself, Alberto still loves Maiden, so he decides that if anyone deserves to be his heir, he must have Maiden blood. Alberto thought, this is the last act of concern we can give Kaisa. However, here is a paradox. Maiden's descendants mainly learn elemental magic. If they inherit Alberto's advances, they will suffer the same fate as Kaisa because the two energies clash with each other. Curdle had the same intention as Alberto, and as the years passed, Curdle grew old and frail, but he finally found a solution. The Transcendent Grail was introduced here. One can put different attribute magic into the cup, and the heart will serve as a container for battle magic. The two of them have tried to research and perfect this method, so that it can happen that a user gets both attribute magic and combat magic. However, Curdle and Alberto's relationship soured around that time, and although Alberto still loves Maiden, he loves Grandels equally. However, Curdle did not want to care about Grandels, so friction began to arise. Curdle wanted to research only for Maiden, while Alberto wanted to care about Grandels for fairness, so in Curdle's eyes, Grandels was the stone in the way. In the end, Curdle and Alberto fell out severely. The two of them fought for 7 days and 7 nights. Their deep feelings for each other also made them even more angry. As much as Curdle and Alberto cherished their friendship, the more their anger boiled over, and after 7 days, the two of them regained consciousness and ended their dispute. But they couldn't work together anymore. They were completely apart. Alberto recounted in a rather sad tone, "We have different paths to follow. I still cherish Curdle as a friend, but unfortunately, that's how things go." In the following passage, Alberto expressed his regrets several times. "If my heir had come this far, you would have almost been ready to learn my martial arts. Although I still love Curdle, whether he still loves me or not is uncertain. Maybe Curdle hated me, because I declared my heir would definitely surpass his. Curdle ended up choosing Maiden, and I chose Grandels. It was an inevitable choice, but it's a pity." Alberto must not have anticipated that Curdle's heir and Alberto's heir were predicted to clash in the future, yet he became the same person. If the two powers were combined, he would follow in Maiden's first homeowner's footsteps. The transcendent Kaisa Maiden, moreover, through the transcendent Holy Grail, brought a more stable and advanced cultivation method. The expected collision between Curdle's heirs and Alberto's heirs is unlikely, mainly because Sung Min certainly won't miss this opportunity to become stronger, but the really fascinating part is that here, both of them have arranged to document their arrangements through a particularly similar method. Why did the two enemies plan to find the heir in such a similar way? And if Alberto had fought a big fight with Curdle, in the end, the heir of this arrangement should have been from the Grandels. Thus, Alberto's 77th book should have been kept by the Grandels, which is a reasonable inference. If he chose Grandels, why he arranged things in Maiden's favor. Sung Min repeated his thoughts about this grain. Why, after all? When Sung Min realizes that reconciling this contradiction is the role of the character Rasen Maiden, the Holy Eye displays the message, and you have detected a missing probability. In an instant, time stopped and the surrounding space became gray. Mirong and Rudia were frozen, and all the inscriptions on the wall disappeared like an illusion. And new white spaces appear on the walls, which seem to imply that the last lines left by the great sage Alberto must be completed, a new task that this world assigns to the character of Rasen Maiden to achieve the coherence of the story without breaking the context. Sung Min has received the author's privilege, and in his hand appears a special pen that is used when making settings. Well, I must have written more. Sung Min doesn't need to think much. While reading Alberto's message, he has already figured out the oddities and how to put the puzzles together. Sung Min began writing the rest, and despite the conflict, Alberto and Curdle continue to love each other as friends. And the love that the two of them had for Kaisa Maiden endured forever. In the end, their desire was properly adjusted by Sung Min, although outwardly conflicted and turned against each other, but their hearts were united in one purpose. They did not really desire a war between the missionaries. What they really wanted was cooperation, which is why they wanted to concentrate martial arts and elemental magic into a complete system and make the same arrangement, so that a certain heir could gain both powers. When Sung Min stopped writing, the Holy Eye quickly displayed the message. The coherence was ensured, the missing probability in the author's setup was now added. Sung Min immediately breathed a sigh of relief, so I guessed right, also earned a little more probability. All the characters on the wall are automatically included in the set book. The Holy Eye continues to give new instructions, with guaranteed coherence. The arrangement left by the great sage Alberto will now be formed. Suddenly a small chest appeared. It was sparkling with golden light, and Sung Min immediately recognized it as a gift left by Alberto. The chest automatically popped open as Sung Min approached. The bright light emanating from what was inside the chest made Sung Min momentarily overwhelmed. After that, he couldn't help but cheer in his heart. Inside the chest is a book titled, Optimizing Magic, Extremely Easy Mana Cultivation Methods. It was almost identical to the mana cultivation method book that Sung Min had read in the Starlight Library. The previous one was titled Basic Magic, so this book must be an advanced mana cultivation method. At this moment, the potion in Sung Min's pocket suddenly glowed like fireflies, attracting his attention. When Sung Min took it out of his pocket and checked the information with the Holy Eye, another good news came. The use of pharmaceuticals has been raised from 20% to 100%, he exclaimed excitedly in his heart. Delicious, even the quality of pharmaceuticals has been upgraded, just what I need to learn more advanced mana cultivation methods. When Sung Min was immersed in joy, the grey world began to return to normal and time continued to flow. Both Rudia and Mirong gradually regained their colors. At the same time, the cave wall began to crack in a strong shaking. Yellow energy seeped through, like a set of fully automatic doors. Sung Min looked around in panic, looking for the exit. This cave is about to collapse, you have to get out of here quickly. However, he couldn't find a door or a path. The cave's ceiling shook more and more violently, with large and small stones pouring down like a shower. Suddenly there was a bright light shining into the cave from above, causing Sung Min to reflexively close his eyes. When he opened his eyes to look around, the space changed, which was where they had entered the original mysterious door, the hunter's graveyard. Sung Min sat up in bewilderment. He hurriedly searched for what he had just received, returned to the hunter's grave. But what about Alberto's arrangement? When I rummaged through my pockets and saw the extremely simple mana cultivation method book and the 100% quality medicine vial, Sung Min could breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He still had these two things, and also learned a few more interesting things. Rudia's voice rang out after a long yawn. Rasen, I think I just had a strange dream. Sung Min was momentarily startled because her dreams were mostly prophetic. He couldn't help but ask nervously, what's wrong? Rudia grinned excitedly as she recounted, dreaming about Rasen being sucked into somewhere while spinning around. Meringue's body suddenly trembled. She had seen the same thing in the dream but tried to shake her head, dismissing it as a momentary illusion. Sung Min was silently praying anxiously, hoping that it wasn't a prophetic dream. Mirong was still a little disturbed by the strange dream and tried to recall the details of why she was sleeping here, but she kept thinking about it and still had no clue. Probably, well, nothing. Sung Min discovers that Mirong also seems to have his memories of the dungeon erased, and he looks around for Sudra's whereabouts, simply curious as to what happened to it during their time in the dungeon. When the three of them looked around, Sudra was nowhere to be seen. The abandoned tombs were gone. Sudra was no more. Suddenly a majestic tree with lush red flowers like an eagle tree appeared. Rudia and Mirong had never seen such a beautiful sight before for a tree. Rudia tilted her head wondering. This tree had been here before, but Sung Min didn't respond to anything. Actually, even Sung Min isn't entirely sure. He's just speculating that this is Sudra incarnating, as it has been on a mission to protect this land for over 1,000 years, because of Alberto's love for Kaisa and Kirtle. Sung Min graciously put his hand on the trunk and praised Sudra. Good job, Sudra. Although he doesn't know exactly why this phenomenon happened, but he knows that it is a meticulously designed arrangement. Sung Min smiled with a surge of excitement. with these instructions, I will create a new strength to follow in Kaisa Maiden's footsteps. In his heart there are also new predictions, the missing tree man and the sudden appearance of a giant tree instead, even the hunter's graveyard is gone, all of which leads Sung Min to a feeling that they will come back again one day in the future. Sung Min's group left the hunter's graveyard and went into a small nearby city called Gerzon, which was frequented by miners and explorers because gold mines were often discovered around the area. He entered a most luxurious inn and rested there for a few days. During his days at the inn, Sung Min did not step out of the inn. He concentrated all his mental energy on activating the Holy Eye to learn the newly received book, Optimizing Magic, the extremely simple mana cultivation method of the great sage Alberto, transmitting 99%. Learning this method itself is not difficult. The Holy Eye automatically transmits everything like a supercomputer. However, the energy it consumes is already significantly more than before. Rudia and Mirong were sitting leisurely playing cards together. Mirong occasionally glanced at Sung Min with curious eyes. Do you know what he was doing? Rudia nonchalantly replied while taking advantage of Mirong's cards reflected in the mirror. I agree, how do we know? Before Mirong knew it, she was defeated again and cried out in a helpless voice, lose, you're a god of cards or something. Rudia grinned, unaware that the sly Mirong had discovered the trick a long time ago, but she agreed to let Rudia cheat for her fun. Finally, Sung Min stood up. He has finished acquiring new knowledge. The Holy Eye displays the message, you have fully absorbed the optimization of magic, the extremely simple mana cultivation method of the great sage Alberto. The ability to interpret combat souls and manipulate mana has increased significantly. Sung Min was able to grasp new concepts. By the knowledge he had just acquired, he already knew that the battle soul setting and mana cannot be reconciled with each other is not absolute, because the fighting soul is a form of energy that takes mana as the root, so the fighting soul can be mixed with mana, and the Sung Min of the present is capable of doing that. Sung Min's body was suddenly engulfed in flames. The color of the flames kept changing, causing Rudia to stay away from him. Blue flames rose, then yellow flames, then black flames followed and returned to blue flames. Mirong also startled back. Even a member of the Golden Tiger clan could hardly endure the heat of that flame. However, Sung Min himself was not aware of the fire on his body, but only focused on the changes taking place inside. Rudia nervously approached to check on Sung Min's condition. Rasen, are you okay? Your body is on fire. However, Sung Min still has no reaction to her. On the contrary, Rudia's hand that had just approached the fire automatically retracted by natural reflex. She cried out with a burning sensation that was more terrible than the flames created by Persha. Mirong was also reluctant to approach Sung Min. What was wrong with him? But when she saw the smile on his lips, she immediately knew that there was nothing serious and let him enjoy the space to indulge in his own thoughts. Just as Mirong thought, Sung Min considered that there was no one in the room but himself. He told himself to focus completely on the transformation in his body and had really sunk into his own train of thought. Sung Min observes his inner world as if contemplating the universe with the eyes of an outsider. In that universe, there are countless blood vessels and organs, with mana and fighting souls scattered everywhere converging towards the heart. Mana enters the heart, into the cup attached there, then the fighting soul scattered everywhere began to seep into the muscles. The floating energy now became something usable. Sung Min was sure, this was the same type of fighting soul as the Grandals. Now that it was completely anchored in his body, he used the fighting soul instilled in his muscles and at the same time transmitted mana through the Holy Grail to have the use of elemental magic and martial arts simultaneously in the safest and most effective way. The arrangement of the two sages now focused on a single body of Sung Min. He began to follow in the footsteps of Maiden's first host, Kaisa. There was a sense of adventure but excitement, and the Holy Eye began to give him results. Thanks to the effect of the extremely simple mana cultivation method, the combat magic that you tolerated earlier has been upgraded, and the intermediate combat magic has been inlaid into the heart. An explosive sensation ran through his body. The flames changed color again, from blue to purple. The power it emitted made the space around him crackle with crackling sounds. His muscles tensed more and more like bubbles. The Holy Eye went on to explain the phenomenon of changes inside the body. Intermediate combat magic, power activated. Intermediate combat magic, physical weight activated. The purple flame began to turn black again. Although he had been explained the situation by the Holy Eye, Sung Min still did not understand what intermediate combat magic, strength, and weight were like. Sung Min suddenly remembered what Magner had said when training him. His desire was to become a sage. Mana reacted to his desires, so he made 4 major changes in his body. Physical strength and willpower react to help the body become solid and stable soul. Then Sung Min did not understand what Magner said, but now he does. The power that strengthens the body means that it effectively prevents physical or non-physical attacks from outside, as a way of self-defense. In addition, the power also strengthens the soul, which means defense against not only physical attacks but also mental attacks such as illusions and hallucinations. Sung Min smiled heartily as he felt that he had leveled up both his defense and combat abilities. His physical weight was actually an evolution of the weight control technique he used before, an ability to affect everything related to body control. Sung Min smiled full of confidence because he had a solid foundation that Rasen's body was innately suitable for combat magic. Once he got the arrangement from Alberto and Kirtle, he would be able to reach the threshold of the power of the first homeowner Kaisa Maiden. Rudia suddenly tilted her head after staring at Sung Min for a long time. "Hey Rasen." Sung Min got out of his mind and talked to her. "What is Rudia?" Rudia frowned in bewilderment. "Are you really Rasen?" Sung Min raised her eyebrows in response with a suspicious or puzzled tone. "It's me, no one." Rudia continued to look at Sung Min with curiosity mixed with concern. "I was sure I was looking at Rasen, but the feeling was strange. He seemed different." Rudia in her own way could notice the change of Sung Min, face, voice, height, all the same, but the energy he radiates is different. Sung Min frowned and asked Rudia, "What do you mean?" Rudia said in a vague voice, "His energy was a little different." Now Sung Min understood that maybe Rudia had dimly noticed his change intuitively. After that, Sung Min didn't say anything for a while. He was recalculating his journey, and when he made the decision, he called Mirong with Rudia gathered seriously. "I have something important to say." The bright moon had risen outside the inn. Big decisions had been made, but not everyone in Sung Min's group could easily accept his unexpected decision. Mirong is walking quickly away from the inn. She usually goes hunting in the middle of the night for her hobby, but today her mood seems heavy, unlike a hunt. For some reason, Mirong couldn't walk any further. She stopped, looked up at the sky, the stars twinkled in the night sky, and Sung Min's words popped into her mind. A while earlier, Sung Min had informed Mirong and Rudia about his plans. "I was about to go back to the main residence." Rudia would definitely accompany Sung Min, so she happily replied, "Go to your house." Mirong is the opposite. The idea of Sung Min suddenly returning to the main house seems a bit shocking to her, but she didn't show it outwardly, which made me think something was a big deal. Mirong was obviously shaken by not anticipating Sung Min's words but still had to appear proud like a tiger. She indifferently shrugged. "What does it have to do with you coming home?" Sung Min honestly spoke her mind. She would hardly live in Maiden's house. He knew the place would feel claustrophobic and dull to the people of the Golden Tiger clan who liked to roam freely. Showing no interest, Mirong scoffed with a snort. "Of course, I don't like being confined." Sung Min patiently continued, "In 2 years, I will join the succession war." Mirong turned and walked away without hesitation. "There is no need to talk at length." Sung Min continued to say what he wanted to say. "One day, I will need your help. A member of the Golden Tiger clan will help a weak human when asked, right?" Mirong smiled faintly, glancing at Sung Min through the narrow door that was slowly closing. "Whatever, after all, I was bored and had no fun walking around with him anymore." The door was closed, but Sung Min still tried to call after Mirong's walking figure. "When you need to contact me, go to the outer west gate of the Maiden clan and ask Rasen Maiden." Mirong said a nonchalant sentence. "Here I go," Rudia muttered in her mouth. Apparently I won so much that she was angry. When Mirong leaves the inn and wanders alone in the woods, she keeps muttering to herself to overcome the sadness in her heart. "Well, I'm bored anyway." Just as Mirong opens her mouth to lament that she is bored, there is an adorable rabbit dancing around as if inviting her. Lightning fast, Mirong jumped out of position and darted towards the rabbit. Mirong grinned and grabbed the rabbit's ears in the air, howling, "Catch you, just in time." The rabbit was frightened by Mirong's ferocious smile, and he trembled and burst into tears immediately. Mirong didn't feel happy anymore. Her face hardened with a rising sense of frustration. Mirong lost interest in toying with the rabbit and let it go without regret. Watching the Lawn Tun rabbit jump away, Mirong let out a rare sigh. She should have been happy, and yet, she seemed to want to follow that rabbit, just like she did with Sung Min, but she didn't want to be tied up in Maiden's house. Mirong looked up at the night sky filled with twinkling stars, a feeling of frustration being vented even with irrelevant things. Why were those stars so bright today? Sung Min's words reappeared in Mirong's mind. One day, I need your help. She straightened up, her proud tail curled up and arrogantly continued walking in the forest. I have to wait until now, I don't know, but hopefully that day will come soon. Only Rudia and Sung Min were left in the room. She looked at him worriedly. Rasen, he said he would have to go on pilgrimage for 2 years. Sung Min clicked his tongue and explained, it doesn't have to be outside all the time. Rudia, who has a simple mind and doesn't like complexity, is now somewhat aware of how the world works and speaks out against Sung Min's decision. I hate this. Now that you come back, you will be sarcastically attacked. I don't want you to be treated like that. Sung Min thought it over. From the outside it seemed like he really looked like a coward who had given up on the pilgrimage, but he remained steadfast in his plan and reassured Rudia, well, maybe, but just make sure he wasn't laughed at. Rudia tilted her head curiously. How? Sung Min smiled mischievously and looked out the window. Soon, a friend will come here, who will help me create a reason for my return. At the same time, on the street not far from the inn, a familiar energy emanates from a mysterious person riding a horse. In a small alley, many dead and wounded knights were lying on the ground. Damn, all the jihadist knights were defeated. A burdock was aggressively approaching the knights who had not been knocked unconscious. He, this is fun. The knights shouted in harsh voices at the Nyo. Helmet, you're a murderer. Helmet snarled in a frustrated voice as if he were suffering grievances. Whatever, murder. Just then, Helmet bared his teeth and grinned as he swung his fist in the air. I'm not a murderer, it's simply because you're weak. At the slightest touch, your porcelain dolls are shattered. What else can I do? When Helmet was showing arrogant aggression when suddenly the sound of horse hooves coming from the main street made him turn his head to look back in wonder. The mysterious man who was sitting on horseback with a cavalier expression looked down at the other burdock, the eyes of the two sides colliding in the air creating a feeling of tension. The knights glanced loudly trying to warn the mysterious person, hurry up, don't interfere in this, it's dangerous, he's the murderer who escaped from Alcat prison. However, the mysterious man ignored the warnings of the knights and did not hesitate to urge his horse to walk towards the Helmet, getting out of the way for a moment. Helmet was stunned with a resounding roar that shook the night. Out of the way of the stars, he immediately turned towards the mysterious person and swung his fist in a lightning attack. In the blink of an eye, the burdock pressed close to the horse and dealt a powerful punch to the person on horseback. However, before Helmet and the knights knew it, the mysterious person was gone, resulting in only the horse receiving a blow that broke his head. Blood splattered soaking the burdock's arm. The knights shouted disgusting sounds harshly at the sight of blood and gore splattered everywhere, but they did nothing to stop him. The yoke, this inhuman man. When everyone had not yet discovered that the blood was horse blood, not human blood, a voice suddenly echoed in the moonlight. Why did you kill that horse? It was not guilty. Helmet raised his head and saw the mysterious figure on the roof from time to time. The burdock roared again, making horrible sounds that made people squirm. When did you get up there? I will kill. But this time, before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked down by the mysterious person with a kick in the middle of his muzzle. The power of the kick was so terrible that Helmet splashed 10 meters away, plunged his head into the ground and created an explosion with a powerful shock. When the thick smoke cleared, the burdock was already lying in the middle of a sunken road. The mysterious person who carefully taught Helmet was lying in a pool of blood. Late at night, you shouldn't shout so loudly. From now on, learn to live slowly and calmly. The mysterious person who finished speaking landed beside the pit. The burdock was drowning in a pool of blood and gasping in pain without words. He groaned and choked the pig, crying out because one of his horns and teeth were broken. The knights were stunned for a moment before shouting in a high-pitched voice, Helmet. They had no mercy for him, but couldn't believe that a small person could create a kicking force that caused that buffalo-headed monster to deflect its muzzle. When the mysterious person took off her cape, it was Rosalind. She was much more mature and stronger, even though she was only 12 years old. Rosalind squinted at the burdock who was lying moaning and muttering, that damn man. Why did she meet herself in this place where monkeys coughed? It turned out that the curse was not for the stupid burdock, but for her long unseen friend, who was leisurely waiting for Rosalind in a deserted inn located at the end of the street. Not long after, there was a clear flow of energy from outside the inn. In fact, Sung Min had felt this flow of energy a few hours ago, and soon the door to his room opened, and the person who appeared was Rosalind. "Hello." Sung Min just saw that he had written his mouth to complain about Rosalind. "You didn't knock on the door." Rosalind shrugged casually. "You know I'm coming, that kind of courtesy is not necessary." Rosalind has grown up a lot. She was 6 years old when they first met, and 8 years old when they met for the second time. Now, 4 years have passed and the little girl is 12 years old, although she has grown up, but for Sung Min, she is still a small child, so he carelessly praises, she was already much taller. He didn't know that that childish compliment would make Rosalind blush embarrassedly. Because he was too shy, Rosalind quickly changed the subject. "Are you going on a pilgrimage?" Sung Min clicked his tongue and replied, "Yes, I'm going back." Rosalind asked in surprise, "How are you going to go back? I heard that the pilgrimage lasted 2 years. Sung Min grinned. The location doesn't matter. Being caught by Rosalind was actually what he expected, perfect for spreading rumors. Rosalind glanced at Rudia, who had lost one arm, and continued to ask Sung Min, but his voice was full of sarcasm. He was going to go back to Maiden's house. "What's the matter? Are you afraid of the outside world?" Sung Min nodded casually while looking at Rudia. "Yes, it's scary to have to go out like this. You see it, too. But why are you here? To avenge what happened when you were 6 years old." Rosalind narrowed his eyes suspiciously or looked at Sung Min as if he wanted to read the thoughts hidden in his eyes. He said that he was afraid, but there was no fear in his eyes, not even a sign of stress. Rosalind knew this special kind of temperament. It was the kind of confident temperament that was felt from a strong person. After that, she shrugged her shoulders and said her intentions. "The matter was already settled last time. This time I came because my uncle told me." Sung Min opened his eyes in surprise. "Master Magner, what did he say?" Rosalind stammered his displeasure. "He said that you have far surpassed me." Sung Min laughed happily. "He said it was true." Rosalind coldly protested. "You have to check to find out. Moreover, why do I feel the power of the battle soul coming from you?" Sung Min chuckled. "How can you feel it?" Rosalind nodded resolutely. "Weak, but definitely the power of the battle soul." Sung Min copied his mouth again with an arrogant look. Didn't the master say anything to her? Rosalind thought for a while, then she remembered. Magner once told the story of how Sung Min's body absorbed part of his fighting soul power. She was amazed at Sung Min's satisfied smile. "No way, he told him to absorb it, but he didn't say that he could use it." Sung Min shrugged his shoulders leisurely and replied, "I can use it right now." Rosalind didn't know that the one who was really amazed was Sung Min. He had never used the power of a fighting soul before and didn't show anything either, but Rosalind instinctively sensed right away that he could use the power of a fighting soul. Moreover, Rosalind's eyes were full of competitive spirit, and Sung Min secretly swore in his heart because he could see Magner's thoughts. Rosalind was not a petty person who took revenge on the old story, but Magner used Sung Min as a bait to provoke Rosalind, stimulating her growth. Just as Sung Min's speculation, Rosalind was boiling with fighting spirit. She had not yet begun to release her fighting soul power and turned her heel ready to walk out with a defiant voice, "Following me. Let's fight a battle." However, in response to that boiling was Sung Min's indifferent attitude. "Why should I do that? What will you give me if I let you test your strength?" Rosalind stood stunned at the door, as if she thought that he would naturally choose to fight, typical thoughts of a boxer. After being stunned for a moment, she exclaimed in an unbelievable voice, "What?" Sung Min still replied bluntly, "If you give, you have to receive, right? Don't say you didn't prepare anything for me." Rosalind immediately retorted. This was a good opportunity to check each other's development. Sung Min immediately refused with a convincing argument. "It could be a good opportunity for someone like Kazan, who is obsessed with billions, and I am an ambitious magician. I prefer a more elegant and sophisticated approach." Rosalind showed a disappointed expression because he couldn't refute that argument. "Then wouldn't you fight with me?" Sung Min couldn't help but laugh silently in his stomach that it was really easy to deal with a 12-year-old girl. After that, he showed that he wanted to give Rosalind a chance to fight. "You insisted on fighting me." Rosalind immediately became enthusiastic. "Of course," Sung Min put forward a condition, "but I couldn't fight like that." "Then, Rosalind, do you want to make a bet with me?" Finished speaking, Sung Min put on his robe. He was sure that Rosalind would agree and that the deal was an exchange in which both parties received something of value, so he thought he could get something out of Grandels by taking advantage of the current situation. As Sung Min expected, Rosalind agreed without hesitation. After the terms of the agreement were agreed, Sung Min and Rosalind moved to another location, stepping out into a deserted field. The agreement between them was very simple and Sung Min even showed unusually generosity. If I win, you will lead me to Grandel's library. If you win, I will give you a wish. Rosalind heard a wish that does not limit the scope of its implementation, and her eyes lit up without caring about Sung Min's confident attitude. He must have firmly grasped the victory in his hands to dare to put forward such liberal conditions. Moreover, the location of their competition was also disadvantageous to Rosalind. Fighting a mage in a place full of hay was practically suicidal. The wind was also strong. Such conditions were very popular with a fire mage, because they could deal fire damage without being affected by their own flames, but Rosalind was still very confident in his abilities and declared, "You should know that I have never done anything half-hearted. Did you mention earlier that you wanted to test the exquisite martial arts?" Sung Min nodded and immediately stood in a combat-ready position. "Yes." Rosalind clicked his tongue and asked again, telling me exactly which one he was paying special attention to. Sung Min only replied with one word, "Break." Rosalind immediately understood what he meant and stretched out his shoulders to warm up. "Break, that's what you said. Okay, I'm here." Right after that, she bent her legs slightly, stood firmly. Sung Min could see that she had really grown a lot from the fighting position. When Rosalind rushed over, Sung Min could see the fighting spirit flowing. It surged naturally in his body, guiding Rosalind's martial arts. It was miraculous. Her movements were much faster than ordinary people, like a coil of spring that had just burst out. Rosalind was closing the gap rapidly. Sung Min could see that her ankles and knees were both highly concentrated in the strength of the fighting spirit, making it easier to attack in a flash, and the boiling fighting spirit was also evident in her eyes. Rosalind's movements were faster than expected, but Sung Min didn't dodge. While Rosalind wanted to test his martial arts skills, Sung Min also wanted to test his combat magic. The moment Rosalind's foot kicked Sung Min in the face, the intermediate, powerful combat magic was activated so that the collision between them had no desired impact. It felt like she was kicking into the water. Defense, which was a basic combat spell of Sung Min, has evolved into a mid-level strength to strengthen the spirit. Strength here does not mean physical strength, but the ability to effectively block the opponent's attacks. Moreover, he had mastered magic with the help of the transcendent Holy Grail, could manipulate all the elements a bit, so he added the subtlety of water to his defense. The exchange of moves continued, with Rosalind attacking and Sung Min still on the defensive. She twisted her leg decisively, cutting off his pillar leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall on his back. Immediately seizing the opportunity to fall, Rosalind launched another charge at high speed, which was a low-aiming kick, but then suddenly curved unpredictably high like a whip. Rosalind's lower leg hit Sung Min's forehead. Her movement surprised him because of its speed. She had an extremely abundant source of physical energy. The fighting soul had boosted Rosalind's martial arts skills, and it was still abundant in endurance. But the intermediate, intense combat magic was activated again. In just a moment, Sung Min easily deflected Rosalind's leg. Her kick still collided with something, making her definitely hit him on the head. However, when Rosalind looked down at her toes again, the person who had been hit by the kick was unharmed. On the contrary, she did not feel that she had caused any damage to him. Rosalind, skeptical of human beings, immediately stretched the distance between her and Sung Min. What the hell was it just now? It was a natural retreat because after a useless attack, she would easily become a counterattack target if she was still within the reach of her opponent. Rosalind stared at Sung Min incomprehensibly for a while. Questions popped into her mind. How? My blow should have hit him in the head. Suddenly, Rosalind remembered his uncle's words, "If you hit that kid even once, I'll give you whatever you want." Rosalind then excitedly shouted, "Really, everything is right, isn't it?" Magner laughed because the childish encouragement game was easy to succeed. "Of course, everything, ahaha, but it won't be easy." Rosalind was full of serious determination to reply, "What, you can easily defeat Rasen right now." Thinking back to that time, Rosalind was provoked by his uncle's words and determined to prove him wrong. She widened the distance with Sung Min a little. Just now he was able to fight back, right? Sung Min frankly admitted, "Yes, that's right." Rosalind doubted or frowned, "So why didn't he do that?" Sung Min sneered, "Because the timing was not right." It was true that he could counterattack, but now was not the best time to achieve maximum effect with minimal movement, which was the essence of combat magic. Rosalind was frustrated that Sung Min was deliberately embarrassing her, but in reality his thoughts were merely aimed at a blow to end the fight instead of having to expend too much energy. After all, compared to the physique and strength of the fighting soul, the people of the martial artist clan like Rosalind still prevailed. Rosalind was provoked and rushed to attack again with his feet swinging high. So let's start a real fight. Sung Min couldn't dodge this time because her speed was too fast. He hit a stroke but activated his defensive magic to catch the kick with his crossed hands. Even though he had improved his defense, Sung Min still couldn't avoid being thrown away by a rock. It felt like he was hit by a rock rolling down from the mountain. If it wasn't for the powerful combat magic and water system magic to support him, he would definitely have shed blood. However, Rosalind had no intention of stopping here. She landed firmly on the ground and immediately made a hunched posture like a tiger preparing to pounce on the prey, her sharp eyes staring directly at Sung Min in front. The martial art of using the fighting soul has the ability to accelerate unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, Rosalind has launched himself towards the cannon like a cannonball, and the posture in flight is like a falcon when pounced on its prey. As soon as she approached Sung Min, Rosalind immediately unleashed a series of punches, making Sung Min admire in her heart. Her endurance was truly remarkable. Her fighting soul power was still very abundant even though the kick earlier had poured out a lot of strength. In the face of Rosalind's rushing attacks, Sung Min continued to attack but also only kept a defensive stance. Each of her attacks carried fierce fighting soul power. If Sung Min acted like Rosalind, he would have lost his strength now. Although Sung Min possesses the transcendent Holy Grail, and was born with a physical ability that is especially suitable for combat magic, the constant use of transcendent mana is very tiring, and even if he possesses a battle soul, it only serves as a support. It was very different from the pure battle soul that flowed in Rosalind's veins. From Sung Min's point of view, although the transcendent mana has more destructive and convenient power, but in terms of endurance and energy management, the battle soul still prevails. Each type has its own advantages and disadvantages. This battle has helped him reinforce that point of view, and it is also time to end this. Sung Min sensed Rosalind's oncoming movement and easily grabbed her arm just before she could unleash her next punch. He pulled her arm and pinched her ankle from behind, causing her to fall in the blink of an eye. Just as Rosalind was about to get up, a bright red flame suddenly shone on her face in a blazing light. Sung Min was raising his fist close to her face, along with the flickering flame burning. He drew out the fire attribute mana to infuse into the fist with a triumphant smile. "I won, right?" At that moment there was a round of applause from a corner of the field. Yes, he had indeed won. A mysterious person appeared, but Sung Min was not too surprised, because he could already sense a person who had been following them since he was at the inn. But it was not unusual, since Rosalind was the only daughter of the Grandals, bathed in her father's boundless love. It was impossible for her to go out alone. However, thinking of Rosalind's father's pampered nature, there would be at least 3 guards accompanying him, but Sung Min only felt the energy of one person. He was very curious about the identity of the person who deliberately leaked the energy but had to put that worry aside for the time being. Now, when the mysterious person has appeared, Rosalind's words are what shocked Sung Min. Father, why did you come here?" Sung Min couldn't help but be amazed when Rosalind's father appeared here in person. Velatutor, one of the absolute rulers of this world, who was known as the benevolent king and the head of the Grandals, Sung Min immediately greeted politely. The son of Maiden, Rosan Maiden had the pleasure of meeting the great king, the benevolent king. Velatutor waved his fan freely. No need to elaborate, he seemed to be happy to see what had just happened. Quite interestingly, although he deliberately let the energy leak, but adjusted it so that it was almost invisible, unexpectedly it was detected so easily. It seemed that Sung Min had a sharper sense than he expected. Rosalind grumbled angrily to his father, "I said I could go on my own." In the meantime, the left side of the gun was bumping. "Thank God, I didn't attack." Fortunately, during the battle, the gun was only focused on defense. Even when it was over, he didn't make a heavy attack on Rosalind. Even though Velatutor was a generous fighter, he still loved his daughter deeply, and if Sung Min accidentally attacked her, he would definitely die. After observing Sung Min's skills in the fight, Velatutor became even more curious about him and asked frankly, "I heard that you are asking for something interesting. Do you want to go to the Grandal's library?" Sung Min honestly replied without any hesitation, "Yes, that's right." Velatutor asked curiously, "And why was that?" Sung Min continued to say sincerely, "Because I still want to learn a lot about martial arts." He dares to be frank because a person of Velatutor's caliber must have understood what he was performing in battle, that he was learning and using martial arts that were well combined with magic. Velatutor stared at Sung Min. This boy, he didn't mean to lie. Instead, he answered everything honestly, as if his purpose had nothing to hide. The more Velatutor thought about it, the more interesting it became. he liked this straightforward personality of Sung Min. After thinking for a moment, Velatutor quickly made a decision. I officially sent an invitation to the maiden's house. Sung Min immediately thanked him with a bright smile. In his heart he was extremely satisfied with the unexpected result. Sending an invitation from the Grandals had a completely different meaning than he came to them himself. It was just an invitation, but it implied a lot. Velatutor officially recognized Sung Min as superior, which may be the greatest honor for a 14-year-old mage. Velatutor showed even more favor by declaring, with my authority, I will let you into the second-class library. Rosalind, who has only set foot in the third-class library, expressed his dissatisfaction and protested, Father, you haven't even entered the second-class library. While Rosalind was still confused as to why her father had suddenly acted like this, Velatutor resolutely ignored the objection of his daughter and said to Min, I will wait for you at the Grandals. We will welcome you as a guest of honor. Rosalind will probably never understand. For her sake, for her development, the new Velatutor wants to invite Sung Min. He has seen his potential. The forgotten combat magic has now proven its worth in his hands, combined with Grandal's martial arts tenets. Velatutor expects such a person to be by Rosalind's side to help her take her martial arts to the next level. 3 days later, Sung Min returns to his ancestral hometown. When he arrives, he finds the Badger subhouse, where his mother, Soso, is staying. The scene is really much more peaceful and bright than her previous lonely and gloomy living situation. It seems that her life has become much more comfortable after Sung Min expresses his opinion with Decatra. Sung Min enjoyed the peaceful scene in front of the cozy small wooden house. The sunlight crept through the green foliage, creating variegated shadows on the wooden yard in front. The chickens leisurely strolling dotted to make the atmosphere more rustic and close. Sung Min slowly walked up the steps, feel the stillness and poetry. Suddenly, he was startled. A stream of energy was silently approaching him from behind, a creepy feeling on the back of his neck that he couldn't take lightly, and he could be sure it wasn't Era's anger. Sung Min immediately turned his head to look at the direction that emitted the energy. There was someone standing there, a man with a long scar on his face, a face that Sung Min knew very well, the shadow of Decatra, his soul mate who was also the right hand of the owner of the maiden house, Sun Can. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Sun Can didn't say anything, but just stared at Sung Min. A moment passed. He said coldly, after greeting your mother, go to the main house. This is the order of the master. Sung Min tilted his head in surprise. Father summoned me. Sun Can nodded mechanically. That's right. Sung Min immediately bent over with his hand on his chest to show respect for Decatra's order. Yes, I understand. When Sung Min raised his head, Sun Can had disappeared. He immediately sighed in his heart. He was really like a ghost. That description was very true, and Sun Can's words contained many things that made Sung Min ponder. First of all, Decatra directly called Sung Min. This was unimaginable for a rumored to be the most useless in the family clan, even abandoned their pilgrimage after a short time. Besides, it is worth noting that Decatra allowed Sung Min to greet his mother first instead of forcing him to go to the main house immediately after returning, which can be considered as a humanitarian aspect of Decatra after many days of treating his wife and son apart. It is also an implicit support for Sung Min to treat her with respect and spend more time with her mother. Putting aside stressful thoughts, Sung Min walked into the wooden house in a happy mood because he saw his mother again, and as soon as the door opened, he immediately felt a figure hurriedly moving inside the house. The person in a hurry was Era, a half-baked cookie in her hand, but she quickly hid it behind her back like a ghost when she saw Sung Min. Young master, you don't go on a pilgrimage anymore. Her greeting and unexpected appearance made Sung Min feel a little strange. Someone as skilled as her wouldn't be able to ignore that he had returned. This action must have some implications, and that's when Sung Min realized Sun Can hadn't disappeared yet. Sung Min couldn't sense Sun Can with his powers, but he must be hiding somewhere, observing his every move. Era wanted to remind him to pay more attention to his behavior, because they didn't know what would be reported to Decatra. He still seemed ignorant and greeted happily, Era, it's been a long time since I saw you, and Mom also seems to be well. Soso seemed to be perfectly fine even when she heard that her son had given up on the pilgrimage. He must be tired. Sit down for a while. Era, can you bring the fragrant tea here last time? Era immediately followed Soso's words. Yes, I'll go brew right away. Sung Min smiled in relief when she saw that they were still so close to each other, although Era always appeared cold and indifferent in front of Sung Min, but it was clear that she was extremely close to Soso. After that, Sung Min enjoyed a cup of tea with Soso. The tea was praised for its aroma. It was really cool. He also told his mother about what happened on his journey, but only what was on the surface, because there was Senkin's supervision. So was very happy when he heard his son tell the story and kept smiling. His mother knew that he would do well, and Rasen. When the sun slanted through the window, it was also the time for Sung-min to finish his tea. He stood up and greeted his mother with a dear smile. "Mom, it's time for me to go see my father." So nodded in response with affectionate eyes, and then, Sung-min quickly moved to the main house. Not long after, Sung-min came to Decatra's room. As usual, Decatra sat in his office, and Sung-min cautiously walked in with a tense expression. "Dad, I'm back." Decatra felt happy in his heart, although Sung-min was considered a useless person, but he could feel the real fighting spirit emanating from him. It's a useful energy. Even Sung-min's combat magic seems to have developed to many levels. Decatra doesn't know how his useless son can make such progress in such a short time after leaving home. That mystery makes him funny, but the attitude on the outside is still very serious. Ask Sung-min. Report, as the head of the clan, I must know the development process of the successor candidate. And about the changes that are taking place in you. Sung-min was confused for a moment, whether he should reveal everything honestly. Decatra acted as if he knew everything, but in reality, he might not know everything thoroughly. However, Sung-min knows that Decatra is on his side. As long as So is there, his feelings will still be the same. Therefore, Sung-min decided to tell everything to Decatra. I had never intended to hide this from my father. In fact, I was able to use elemental magic and combat magic at the same time. Although it is still in the early stages, but you can also use the battle soul. You can develop along the same path as Maiden's first homeowner. Decatra is quite astonished because Sung-min even knows about Maiden's first homeowner, who possessed both attribute magic and battle souls. Decatra recalled Senkin's short report before Sung-min arrived at his office. Senkin was not very sure, but had dimly realized that Sung-min had a special ability when he returned. His fighting soul was very clear. It carried an aura similar to Magner's fighting soul. The number is too small to play an important role, but it certainly exists. Sung-min excitedly showed off a part of his strength, with the fire attribute magic in his left fist and the battle soul in his right hand. If you can master both battle soul and attribute magic, there is a high chance that you will possess the same power as our early master. Decatra tapped her fingertips on the table, seemingly thinking something and not showing any interest. Who else but me knows? Sung-min replied honestly. Only my friends, Rudia and Mirong, knew. Decatra continued to ponder with a sinister look in her eyes. Well, if it were me, I would have killed Rudia and Mirong. This sentence would probably be a strong blow to any child. What father would ask his child to kill his best friend so suddenly? But Sung-min was not surprised or panicked by Decatra's suggestion. He did not hesitate to say his speculation, because the dead can't tell stories, right? Decatra replied coldly. Yes. Sung-min tactfully rejected the suggestion with his reasoning, but the dead will not help me at all. Decatra was a little surprised by Sung-min's calm reaction to protect his friend, but he couldn't deny his reasonableness. Well, Sung-min began to tell the story to convince Decatra. Father has been a strong person since birth, no need for help from others. But you're different, you can't stand on your own. Just like Sung-min said, he can't stand without the help of the people around him, because combat magic from birth has been looked down upon and no one cares about developing that ability to be considered a scumbag. Moreover, compared to his brothers and sisters, Sung-min's combat magic was still inferior to many of their attribute magic. Not to mention whether he could win the succession war or not. The immediate problem was that Sung-min could not protect his mother alone. He also frankly expressed that concern to Decatra, so that he understood that, instead of killing, he had a good reason and it was necessary to make friends or become comrades of those who had potential. Expand your relationship to have a solid fulcrum in the future. Decatra finally feels that Sung-min's decision is appropriate for his situation, and I will respect your decision. However, make sure that you don't reveal your abilities to your siblings, even if it's Evelia. It seemed that Decatra also knew that Sung-min was very close to Evelia, at least closer than the rest of the siblings. Sung-min nodded obediently and replied, you will remember it well. In fact, he didn't intend to reveal this to others too soon, because Evelia still had a terrible side anyway. Afterwards, Decatra carefully reminded Sung-min, remembering that a strong man who wants to dominate must show off 7 parts of his strength, and collect 3 parts of its claws. But in order to survive, a weak person is only allowed to show off 3 parts of its strength while concealing 7 parts of strength. Sung-min naturally understood the meaning of those words and the fact that he had been practicing it for a long time. He immediately nodded. Yes, I will remember that. But Sung-min knew that the answer alone was not enough to satisfy Decatra, so he quickly added, I will definitely reach a position where I can show 7 parts of my strength and hide 3 parts of my ability, without it must be until you can safely show all 10 parts of your strength. A satisfied smile appeared on Decatra's face. He was very excited, really happy. It had been a long time since he felt so comfortable as the head of the family. He had expected at least Sung Min to be this ambitious after hearing that he had returned early from the pilgrimage for some reason can refuse or ridicule him. The day before, Decatra giggled as she sat down at her desk, looked at an invitation and muttered, interestingly. Sun Can looked at the letter curiously. What it was, Decatra said in a voice full of interest, the invitation was written by Velatutor himself. Sun Can couldn't help but exclaim, Grandel's landlord, what is the letter? Decatra intertwined his hands with a bright smile. He wanted to formally invite Ross and Maiden to visit the Grandels. Sun Can was even more stunned, his eyes widened. What was the reason for him? Decatra couldn't help but smile at this point. It seemed that he appreciated Rossen's potential, but that alone was not enough to make a formal invitation, so Decatra quickly added, according to the letter, Rosalind seemed to be greatly influenced by that boy, too. At least at this point, he judged Sung Min to be superior to Rosalind. Sun Can was stunned and didn't dare to believe his ears. Velatutor publicly recognized Sung Min with an invitation, and even sent an official invitation. Sung Min had just started his pilgrimage not long ago, not only completing his 2-year term, but also winning Velatutor's recognition. This may be the greatest honor for a 14-year-old magician. Velatutor understood these implications very well when he decided to send an invitation to the Maiden family, and moreover, Velatutor's recognition had a particularly important significance for Sung Min's position in the Maiden family, which Decatra was extremely excited about, as it seemed that this boy had officially entered the battle for the succession. When Sung Min left the main house to return to his maple mansion, Decatra couldn't help but burst into laughter. The youngest but a real treasure. How could he live like that until he was 9 years old? He really hid everything until he was 9 years old. He had even deceived himself, that mischievous boy. Decatra secretly thought that maybe Sung Min didn't hide 7, but 10 parts of his abilities from the beginning, and now that he only revealed 3 parts, he decided to believe it. At that moment, the announcement from the system flashed in Sung Min's mind. The Heaven Wizard had partly erased the lack of probability, the reasonableness was partially guaranteed. Sung Min's holy eye fully revealed the reason why the Heaven Wizard doubted the probability of this world. It felt like waves of information were hitting his head. Step by step, Sung Min walked away from the main house, but Decatra's laughter echoed like an illusion. He couldn't really hear it, but it felt as if he could. Sung Min knew that the Heaven Wizard was referring to Decatra. He had guessed at a glance, but now that it has become a confirmed fact, Decatra is choosing to believe in Sung Min hiding his abilities until he is 10 years old. But such a thing is strange to anyone. Logically it is, it would probably make sense for him to hide in fear. But acting like a scoundrel was so illogical, even though it sounded absurd. Decatra voluntarily dismissed his suspicions. It was astonishing that such a mind control could happen. While thinking, a chill ran down Sung Min's spine, because more importantly, doing so intentionally means, Decatra knew that his doubts could affect the world, otherwise, there would be no need to suppress such doubts to do. And one more thing, Sung Min realizes an important thing, there is no need to match logical ability. If he can shake another person's heart, meet their expectations, then some reasonable probability can be restored. Because the skepticism disappears, the conclusion is that rational probability seems to be more than just related to mathematical logic. Sung Min didn't expect the probability to be compensated in this way. This is an absurd method for a writer, but reasonable for a character. The character is not a machine, they are human, and man is a creature of emotions, so some illogical things seem to be fine, as long as one can move the heart. After dealing with his chaotic thoughts, Sung Min immediately turned to call Era. Have you prepared what I asked? Era looked at Hampton, who was carrying a big backpack on his back, and replied, well, Hampton and I have collected everything we can. Hearing that, Sung Min smiled with satisfaction and went straight to the Starlight Library with his 2 servants. Before leaving for Grandel's, which was still a few days away, he decided to make the most of every minute while he was at home. As soon as he met Evian, Sung Min told Hampton to pour all the things in his backpack on the table. It was a mountain of chocolates of all kinds of colors, and then, he started to grin. Evian, I haven't seen him for a long time, I have something I want to ask you for. Evian's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the pile of chocolates, but she still couldn't help but talk in principle to Sung Min. The librarian of the library was not able to meet the requirements of the candidate to succeed the head of the house, nor could she accept bribes. Sung Min still smiled brightly. she said that it was a bribe. It was impossible. You know I've been on the pilgrimage for a while, didn't you? Evian nodded hesitantly while not taking his eyes off the candy pile. Yes, many people had expected him to give up and come back soon. Sung Min ignored that honest but rather harsh comment and slapped Evian's persuasion. When going out and coming back, it was normal to bring gifts for friends, which is why I brought them to her. After hesitating for a moment, Evian shyly accepted Sung Min's gift. I will happily accept your heart and gift, however, I can't accept your request. Last time, I followed your feelings and helped you absorb Cartion, but next time it won't be like that again. After that incident, Evian became more and more wary of Sung Min. Helping could be seen as openly siding with a successor candidate, so she became strict about the matter. Sung Min understood Evian's concern, and shook his head with a chuckle. I didn't come for that, I was looking forward to getting help in finding books. Evian was going to refuse, but suddenly remembered that finding books was part of her duties as a librarian. She relaxed and asked Sung Min, what kind of book did he want to find? Sung Min nodded and explained, I need everything related to the great sage Alberto. It would be easy if I could see his name right from the title, but I also need content related to him. Can you search and collect all the books that contain the keyword Alberto? Arian finally smiled, feeling a little relieved because the request was so simple and suitable for her job. She immediately accepted. Of course, it wasn't difficult. Looking at the candy on the table and thinking for a moment, Arian seemed to feel that just helping was not worth it, so he voluntarily upgraded the request. I will send a request for cooperation to all the other floors of the Starlight Library, as well as the Sunshine and Moonlight Library. I'll also ask the other librarians to find the information you need. This was a welcome task. After all, it was something librarians should do regardless of who the requester was, but Arian was also a little curious to ask Sung Min, why were he looking for books related to Alberto? Sung Min hesitated to explain, but also asked her the opposite, well, is there any reason why I shouldn't do that? Evian had read Alberto's easy mana cultivation method. It had no practical value. The book was full of trivial jokes and absurd theories. Literally it was like a novel to pass the time, so she felt that it would be a waste of Sung Min's time to read that kind of book. But since he had asked for it, instead of refusing, Evian made an offer. Nothing, just, can I recommend you a book? Sung Min was curious when he saw that Evian took the initiative to propose another book, so he immediately responded, which book? Evian summoned a book from the space bag and in the blink of an eye, it was in Sung Min's hands. I would like to introduce this book as the librarian of this library, although this book is not the best thing in the library, but... Sung Min picked up the book and checked the title, Noslin's Ice System Magic Instruction Book for Beginners. Sung Min quickly recalled the different factions in the ice magic system. There were mainly 3 factions, the Noslan faction, the Seat faction, and the Roloa faction. Each faction has its own characteristics and strengths, but overall, the Noslan faction is considered the strongest, and Evian is a mage who has mastered the ice magic of the Noslan faction to the pinnacle. Evian didn't say the origin of the book and its use for her, but her voice was full of pride as she said to Sung Min, if you have any questions while reading the book, feel free to come and ask, I will answer, as a librarian. However, it has never happened that Noslin's beginner ice magic book is in the Starlight Library. Noslin's books are notoriously difficult to find among the ice magic factions. That is because Noslan prefers the oral tradition, although the publication of magic books has become more popular today, but the principle of oral tradition remains, so Sung Min guesses that this book must have been compiled by Arian himself. Sung Min accepted the book with a bright smile because he saw the benefits of reading it, if he could inlay ice magic into the transcendent Holy Grail. After saying goodbye to Arian and seeing her again in the hope that she would soon find the books she needed, he returned to the Maple Mansion with Era and Hampton. Meanwhile, at the Leaf training ground that Sung Min frequented before, one of Decatra's children was still practicing in a virtual battle environment even though it was dark. Today, he practiced defense against the attack of the Lizard Man, a kind of magical beast that surpassed the hunting ability of ordinary people, including those who were good at using bows, and he easily dealt with 3 of them. Noah, the manager of the Leaf training grounds, had warmly praised his progress in combat skills and magic power. It seemed that he was already used to using the teardrop shield, no doubt a genius among geniuses. Young Master Lu, Carlton Maiden. The defense of water mages is the best. The teardrop shield is even used by great mages who have reached the peak because of their high defense compared to the amount of mana consumed. Carlton heard this and chuckled happily as he looked at the lizard men lying flat on the ground. I'm in the best state, call him here. Noah seemed to have noticed the killing chi in Carlton's words, so he hesitated to ask again, well, he didn't mean it. Motivated by his devotion to training, Carlton gritted his teeth. I will kill him, although I can't kill him yet. With unwavering determination, Carlton practiced hard and quickly achieved results. After all, he also had Maiden's blood flowing in his veins, and what made him determined was revenge. But during the pilgrimage, the act of aggression was not allowed, so when the news came that Sung Min would return to the main house, he immediately considered it fate, an opportunity. Showing off his prestige in the gym by creating a water shark, Carlton boldly declared to Noah, after all, a magic battle to strengthen brotherhood is fine, isn't it? It's time to let him know the order in this house. Shortly after leaving the Starlight Library, Sung Min returned to the Maple Mansion and immediately began using the Holy Eye to read and comprehend Noslin's Beginner Ice Magic Manual. Sung Min felt that he could completely analyze Noslin's Ice System Magic textbook for beginners within a few days. After the analysis was done, he believed that he could learn a few First Circle spells and a few Ice System Magic Second Circle spells. At that moment, Era knocked on the door and walked in. Young master. Sung Min folded the book and nodded to her. If there is anything wrong, you can just say it. Era looked confused and asked Sung Min, have you ever asked for the Ice Magic book before? Sung Min immediately shook her head. I remember yet. On the outside she didn't show any emotions, but inside Era felt a little complicated. She hesitated and muttered, so why? Sung Min understood Era's thoughts, so she quickly explained on behalf of Evian, maybe she wanted to help me, but she still had to keep a neutral attitude, so she didn't say that this book was hers. Era heard that and wondered even more in her heart. Librarian Evian wanted to help the young master. Era did not know how to establish Arian's love for chocolate, so she couldn't help but have doubts. Not only was it about this precious ice magic book, but Era also found it strange that, usually librarians didn't communicate with each other. Even so, Evian still volunteered to ask people from other libraries to find books for Sung Min without him making a request. Although out of her mouth, Era told Sung Min that she understood, but in her heart she felt uneasy. Something strange was happening. I had to be more vigilant. And then, Era quietly disappeared like a ghost, leaving Sung Min alone to continue pondering the new book. The next morning, the results of the book search that Sung Min had expected came faster than he thought, as if Arian had spent the night searching and mobilizing all the other librarians to help her. When the door of Sung Min's room was opened, he immediately smiled brightly at Evian. Welcome to you, Evian. I'm still planning to go to the library to meet you this afternoon. Why did you come all the way here? As soon as Evian entered the room, Min immediately glued her eyes to the chocolate plate that he used to replenish her energy. She even answered the question through the speaker because she was fascinated by the glossy chocolate bars. So what? But I went to see Era because we knew each other. It's strange to say that she went to see Era but went to Min's room. Sung Min also realized that Evian didn't even bother to glance at him or Era but just stared at the chocolate plate. Obviously she came here expecting something else, but Sung Min didn't feel the need to expose it and laughed happily. Oh, really, you two know each other, it's amazing. Hearing this, Era felt even more deeply skeptical. In Era's impression, Evian was a cold and closed librarian, and Era didn't remember knowing Evian so often that they visited each other so often. Evian continued to look at the chocolate while taking out a book and handing it to Sung Min. By the way, I also brought you the book you requested, that book related to Alberto. Sung Min looked at the title of the book, Alberto's Great Magic, Basic Practice Secrets. Evian put the book on the table with an expressionless expression and introduced, Alberto's Great Magic, Basic Practice Secrets. I found this book in the Sunshine Library. Sung Min was a little disappointed that he had given a whole mountain of chocolates but received only one book in return. Even so, he could only smile and mutter, only this one book. Arian didn't seem to care too much about Sung Min's disappointed smile and nodded calmly. Yes, at least in the libraries in Maiden, this is the only one. Thinking that Evian's cold personality had to ask others for him, Sung Min quickly adjusted his expression with a bright smile, thanked her. Evian replied with an indifferent voice while sneaking a glance at the chocolate plate. I am only doing the duties of a librarian. Sung Min chuckled and told her, the chocolate on the table is the gift I was going to give you, you should take it home. For the next half day, Sung Min only focused on analyzing Alberto's Great Magic Book, the Basic Practice Secret, and Noslin's Ice Magic Book for Beginners, with his holy eye. The analysis progress of the two books had a huge difference. It took up to 6 hours to analyze only half of Alberto's book, which made Sung Min sigh in frustration. It would take a lot of time to learn Alberto's magic from this book. Although Noslin's ice magic was already considered a high-level magic, Alberto's great magic was much more advanced and complex, so it was naturally impossible to analyze it overnight. Fortunately for Sung Min, the ice magic book that Evian compiled was for beginners, so it was simple and easy to analyze even though it contained knowledge of advanced magic. Otherwise, even using the Holy Eye at full capacity would not be able to load 2 books at the same time. Sung Min had to admit that Evian had compiled this book very well, not only easy to analyze, but also had all the core important points. It would be a waste if this book was not passed down to the next generation of Noslan magicians. Because analyzing 2 books at the same time would reduce his ability to absorb them, he decided when he had free time to continue analyzing Alberto's books, and now he would concentrate all his mind on learning Noslan's ice magic first. After all, it was almost a quarter of the way of the ice magic book. As soon as Sung Min stopped analyzing Alberto's magic book, it was also the time when the Holy Eye displayed the announcement, Noslan's ice magic book for newcomers has analyzed 25%, you have finished analyzing part of the Noslan ice magic book for newbies, the transcendent attribute mana in your body is bursting into a reaction. As usual, Sung Min's Holy Eye revealed and explained the hidden phenomena and aspects of the transformation within the body. The ice crystal magic was engraved on the circle and it was reacting to the battle magic engraved in his heart. Sung Min immediately felt the changes that were taking place in his body. The transcendent Holy Grail was also absorbing the ice attribute strongly, and Sung Min was a little shocked, and the cool energy spread throughout his body and blended with the combat magic, which was completely different from the familiar fire energy that the Holy Grail provided. After the absorption process was complete, the Holy Eye immediately displayed a notification, absorbing first-level ice magic. The ice crystal was complete, and the ice crystal had been engraved into the intermediate, powerful combat magic skill. Sung Min experimented with the new magic effect immediately. He imagined a hypothetical attack, a sharp object aimed at his abdomen. The image became vivid in his imagination. The ice crystal mosaic strength magic skill strengthened his body's protection but was not as useful when used in combination with aquatic magic. That's when Sung Min realized that the combination of strength and ice crystal wasn't really useful for defense. He imagined a different scene. There was an enemy in that scene. Sung Min thought of attacking him with his ice fist, but he hadn't determined how powerful this first-level ice fist was. Sung Min thought he would never know if he didn't experiment at least once, so he shouted into the void, "Era, are you there?" Era suddenly appeared from the ceiling, even though Sung Min knew she would always be wandering around him, but to be honest, he still felt surprised. Era appeared with a face as cold as money and a gloomy atmosphere surrounding her. "Yes, young master, give me orders." Sung Min unleashed the power of combat magic with a mischievous smile. "Just taking one of my attacks." Era immediately agreed, understood, although she didn't show it, but she was feeling curious about Sung Min's plan. It seemed that he had a new enlightenment and wanted to try something that made her also anxiously looking forward to it. After that, Sung Min and Era climbed up to the roof to fight for a breath. Era took a deep breath and nodded to Sung Min, "I'm ready." Sung Min nodded quietly and closed his eyes. "I'm going to use the strength skill again, even though the strength is designed for defensive purposes, but it can also be applied to attack, making the more solid body also have an advantage when attacking. After that, I will overlay the first-level ice magic enhancement skill, Ice Crystal." Sung Min has cleared his mind and immediately began to release the power of combat magic. Normally the first-level ice crystal magic is not considered a formidable attack, so he didn't put high expectations on it either, but it's still worth a try. Immediately afterwards, Sung Min clenched his fists, using his powerful, medium-level combat magic skills, combined with ice magic that surrounded his fists into a thin layer of fog. He swung his fist decisively as he rushed towards Era. "Okay, I'm going to strike here, although I can't feel the cold clearly, but the ice crystals are lightly flying around signaling the arrival of ice magic." Sung Min closes in on Era quickly in the blink of an eye, stretching out his fist straight at her face without expecting any immediate incredible effects, because like most other types of magic, ice magic actually usually brings out its value from the third circle. Just as Sung Min had predicted, the sound of the collision erupted like a stick slapping on the drum's face when his fist touched Era, but the damage caused by this move was indeed insignificant, not to mention that Era was much stronger than Sung Min. Era had easily grabbed Sung Min's swinging fist and just stared at him with expressionless eyes. Had he completed his experiment, she didn't seem to be surprised by the combination of combat magic and ice system magic. Sung Min lowered his fist with a strong smile. "Okay, thank you." Era tilted her head curiously and asked, "Are you satisfied with the result?" Sung Min stretched out her fist with the remnants of the cold still faintly. "Well, also quite satisfied. I don't know if Era could feel the cold around that fist, but she still replied indifferently instead of curiously about what Sung Min was experimenting with. It's good to hear that. So, I will hide and wait for the next order from you. Finishing my words, Era's body sank to the ground, seemingly melting into it. When hiding in the darkness observing Sung Min, she could still hear his voice. Remember carefully, I have such an ability is a secret. Since you are hiding, without answering me, I will hide my power from everyone except my father, until I am forced to expose my claws. Era felt a great sense of trust in Sung Min's words, even though she was also just a shadow. Meanwhile, Sung Min continued with the thought of this experiment. It was undeniable that this was a success. He used an elemental magic other than fire energy combined with the attack of combat magic. Although the first level magic only had a slight effect, it was enough to motivate him to practice more with this combination. With an elated mood, Sung Min immediately rushed into physical training. From the time the red sunset was bright until the moon reached the top of the roof, he still didn't stop. The number of push-ups had reached 4,060. Sung Min had no intention of stopping there. He continued to train his strength by push-ups while a figure was silently watching him from above. It was Era. She didn't know what Sung Min was thinking when she tested it, but she was actually amazed at his ability. She realized that his punches had gotten harder, his movements had also become lighter and stronger. Obviously, Sung Min was growing rapidly. This growth rate was definitely superior to ordinary magicians. But what caught Era more attention was that Sung Min's punch used ice attribute magic. Could it be that the young master had such a talent for elemental magic, even to the point of being able to combine it into an attack of combat magic? Magicians usually don't learn combat magic, nor do any magicians add attributes to combat magic. Sung Min is a special exception. The cold that Era felt from that fist seemed to be the same as the cold of first-level ice magic. The fact that a person possessed mana at the level of the first circle was completely different from the fact that he could use the magic of the first circle, or the magic of the first level. Even if a person has a mana amount of up to the 10th circle, if he cannot use the magic of the first circle, then the number of circles becomes meaningless. Era knew currently, Sung Min had reached the second circle mana realm and guessed he could use the first circle ice magic. With a mage who was only 14 years old, the use of first-level ice magic was not surprising, especially with a person with the maiden bloodline. But until a few months ago, he had not understood any attribute magic, which meant that in just a few months, or even a few days, he had mastered first-level ice magic, which was an unbelievable rate of progression. For Era, the development of Sung Min was shaking the foundation of the existing knowledge and magic consciousness. Moreover, the destructive power imbued in his fist could now be compared to the magic of a three-ring magician. When Era was hiding in the darkness and thinking when suddenly something flew over her like a shooting star falling. Era couldn't help but be startled because she felt a flow of magical energy hidden in that shooting star. It wasn't a falling star. Someone broke into the mansion. The star landed right near the garden where Sung Min was practicing push-ups, which startled him and immediately stood up to examine the situation, but the explosion of light in the middle of the night made it impossible for him and Era to clearly see what had fallen. After the dust cleared and the light became softer, they dimly saw a familiar figure running out of the center of the explosion. It was the manager of the Leaf Training Ground, Noah. Noah's expression was extremely panicked at this time, as if his life was threatened by someone. He shouted to Sung Min in extreme panic, "Sai, the young master, there is a big problem." As soon as he heard Noah explain why he flew to the Maple Mansion at midnight and the fact that he was forced to send out a challenge invitation, Sung Min learned who the troublemaker was and rushed to the Leaf Training Ground with Era. Because Sung Min had given Carlton a fight last time, when he saw him again, he didn't hesitate to throw his face up with a defiant arrogance. He was still too stubborn, brother, but he must have been in high school, so he was so confident. Sung Min could know the number of spell rings of Carlton based on the information on the holy label: name, Carlton Maiden, main attributes, water, characteristics, embodiment of revenge, circle, third circle. Carlton, on the other hand, did not know much about Sung Min's power but still arrogantly swung his magic staff at him. "Your pests have finally arrived." Sung Min didn't bother to argue, but only commented on Carlton's strength. "Oh my gosh, what, you've mastered third-level defensive magic?" Carlton immediately glanced at Noah with a warning look. "It seems that a bug like you also has a very sensitive information network." Sung Min had even more grounds to laugh at his ignorance. If he had reached the third-level circle, he should have mastered the teardrop shield. Sung Min read the information wall. Carlton began to be embarrassed and angry, shouting, "What? How do you know?" In fact, when you know that Carlton has reached the level 3 circle, it is not difficult to deduce that he has mastered the teardrop shield, which is not surprising, but he is so inferior that he does not realize it. Sung Min immediately shrugged his shoulders sarcastically. I mean, you're always too predictable. Carlton was annoyed by Sung Min's indifferent attitude and reiterated his request to challenge but was stopped by Noah. Young Master Lu, young Master 7 is currently on a pilgrimage. Carlton resolutely refused. I know, this is a magic battle between brothers, it has nothing to do with the battle of succession. Noah frowned slightly in confusion and hesitated to suggest, then, can I report to the main house first? Immediately, Carlton created a water shark that slapped Noah in the face and used a threatening voice. Don't you understand the words of the direct lineage of Maiden? You can't understand that much. When the water shark hit Noah's face, his head was immediately thrown to the side, but he didn't dare to complain a word. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge or block Carlton's attack, he was just fulfilling his role as a manager. He tried to stop Carlton again but was met with angry eyes. He was apprehensive. Sung Min just quietly observed Carlton's actions and thought to himself, he didn't understand why the subject Rasen was so afraid of Carlton in the first place. He didn't have anything to be afraid of, it seemed that he wanted to trample on him, a magic war to strengthen the brotherhood. Will you see it positively? Definitely not, when you think clearly, calmly reassure Noah. If it is difficult to report first, report later. Anyway, it's impossible to keep what happened in the training ground a secret from me. I have eyes and ears everywhere, but this brother, I don't want to fight. I have my own schedule, including a visit to the Grandals. I don't want an unnecessary tiring war with you. Moreover, it wouldn't be nice if the rumor of you trampling on your brother came out. Sung Min said those things very loudly in front of Carlton. Because all of these conversations were recorded and reported to the main house, he didn't want to ignore this to avoid being blamed. Carlton was annoyed and mad because of Sung Min's indifferent attitude. What the hell, trampling, who, you? Just 4 years ago, Rasen was still trembling in front of him as if he was about to pee in his pants, but no matter how hard a bug strives and progresses, it is still a bug. That's what Carlton believed. This bug only exceeded the limit for a fleeting moment, yet Sung Min dared to say such extravagant words. But he still didn't stop. Just when everyone thought that Sung Min would resolutely refuse the challenge, he added, however, as a person with maiden blood, I can't avoid the challenge. Carlton looked at Sung Min with an unbelievable expression. Challenge? You just said challenge. Sung Min shrugged his shoulders and replied with an indifferent look, it's obviously a challenge. I'm challenging you. Isn't the weak going to challenge the strong? Carlton heard that, he immediately went crazy, and started cursing. You don't try to be funny anymore, you're so scared that you've lost your mind, pest bastard. Noah quickly realized the problem when observing the exchange between Carlton and Sung Min. In the end Sung Min was the one who took over the direction and staging in this scene. Sung Min already knew that everything that happened here would be reported, so Sung Min was acting right, giving a good reason for their actions. Noah couldn't help but admire Sung Min in his heart. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still managed to turn the situation around. Why didn't anyone know this side of him before? After that, Carlton could no longer control his emotions, and suddenly grabbed Sung Min's hand full of anger and gritted his teeth. Be grateful that you are on the pilgrimage, otherwise I would have made you a cripple. Sung Min clenched his fist out of Carlton's hand with a provocative look. Oh, really? It's too scary. Challenging the Maiden family will pay a price. Carlton gritted his teeth with a distorted smile. I'm going to teach you where you are. The vermin just crawls on the ground, and that's where you'll be. It's worse to be half-hearted than to do nothing, and Carlton thinks a trampling will have no consequences, so he decided to thoroughly suppress Sung Min this time, ensuring that his younger brother would never rise again. Immediately afterwards, on the vast arena that was completely empty, Sung Min bent his knees, instantly closing the gap with Carlton. At the same time, thousands of drops of water bloomed around Carlton's staff and formed a tornado, finally gathering to form a shark diving into Sung Min. Carlton screamed violently as he cast his spell, died, and immediately the water shark dived so powerfully that the entire floor shattered. Bricks and stones splashed up, but with the speed of the gun's movement, dodging it was not a problem. After dodging Carlton's attack, Sung Min quickly approached him and circled behind him with a threatening whisper. Didn't I teach you about keeping your distance? You forgot. Carlton couldn't help but be startled by the speed of Sung Min's approach that was beyond his expectations. He was a little panicked and hurriedly turned around while swinging his staff as if it was a staff for melee combat. Shut up, bastard, what kind of status do you have to open your mouth? The lowly insect. Carlton's curse echoed throughout the training room, but the damage effect he caused was completely non-existent, and before the staff had time to touch the Min, he had already quickly disappeared out of his reach. In the blink of an eye, Sung Min was back to his original position, where the floor was dug up by shark jaws. He crossed his arms and mocked Carlton. The only thing that grew was the number of magic rings, but his combat ability and senses still did not improve at all. If Sung Min and Carlton were allowed to continue fighting in this environment, the training room would definitely be completely destroyed, so Noah hurriedly set up to transform the arena into an illusory environment for the two of them to use their strength to destroy. As the scene around them gradually changed into a forest, Carlton became more confident in his madness. He pointed his water-covered staff at the Min. "You have nothing but bravery, you lowly second-level magician. I'll enjoy the time tormenting you, don't worry." Sung Min's eyes narrowed, only looking at Carlton with a mischievous smile without responding. In his heart he didn't intend to cause more trouble, but because the other party was actively seeking death, he decided to give him another lesson, this time to ensure that he would remember it forever. Soon the illusion was completed. Their current location was the Mushroom Forest, which reminded Sung Min of the first time he defeated a monster in this world. In the midst of the illusory environment, the feeling of fighting became more relaxed and excited. Sung Min gently drooped his hands and then clenched into fists again, bursting with the energy of combat magic. His sharp eyes looked directly into Carlton's eyes. "Let me teach you one more thing this time. The magic will be destroyed by stronger magic," and the movement speed of the Sung Min suddenly increased to the point that only the afterglow was visible. Although some magicians do not recognize combat magic as pure magic, but the essence of combat magic is still magic, he wanted Carlton to remember that fact. Although Sung Min's movement speed was very fast, Carlton could still see which direction Sung Min was going to attack from, and he felt even more subjectively that Sung Min's ability in the second-level circle would not be able to surpass him in the third-level circle. Sung Min stepped on a tree trunk behind Carlton's back and bounced towards him like a spring, but Carlton had determined the direction of his attack, so he immediately cast the water attribute magic, the third level, the water drop shield, the main defensive spell that he was most proud of at the moment. Thousands of drops of water bloomed around him, blocking Sung Min's attack. Sung Min did not flinch, still continuing to plunge into the vortex created by thousands of water droplets. This was the first time he had seen the water drop shield and had to admit that its defense was commendable. The whirlpool will crush anything that touches it. The closer the distance, the more disadvantageous it is, which also means that the deeper the fist of the horn enters the center of the shield, the stronger the resistance will encounter, and it can even be hurt by those whirlpools. Just before the teardrop shield and fist collided, Carlton let out a triumphant sarcastic laugh. "You said that magic breaking is more powerful magic. Those words can be uttered by a vermin who has just reached the second level of stars." But he had just finished saying a sentence when he heard a bang. He broke the teardrop shield and punched Carlton in the face, causing him to spit out blood and stagger on his back, completely unable to react. Carlton's whole body fell in a state of helpless shock. How? He was so stunned that he didn't feel the pain to scream. There was only one thought in his mind as to why a low-level Sung Min could break the shield he was most proud of. Noah was observing the situation from the outside of the arena, and couldn't help but panic when he saw Carlton being punched and breaking his nose, and Era was completely calm. Her face didn't show any emotion, but in her heart she was carefully evaluating Sung Min's attack. Piercing defense is very simple. As long as you create a stronger force, you will be able to break any shield, but Sung Min is clearly in the second circle. The power that a second-level mage can have and the power that a third-level mage can have is different. There is a significant gap between the two levels. In terms of mana density, purity, and the amount that can be stored, the third-level circle naturally has an advantage over the second-level circle, so, Sung Min's punch has created an unbelievable spectacle. The power in his fist is something that even a third-level magician can't bear. That's the power of the second-level circle at its peak. Carlton spat out blood and lay helplessly lying out. Writhing inside him and breathing became difficult. Some bones on his face seemed to be broken, and he walked straight forward and gave a sarcastic, painful smile. "Right. I want to punch you a few more times, but you're still from the Maiden family anyway, so I'm going to stop here." And when Carlton looked into Sung Min's eyes, he couldn't help but feel chills because those sharp eyes seemed to awaken a deep fear in his heart. Sung Min bent down and whispered into Carlton's distressed ear, "You have to thank me for that name, and next time try to be more courteous. If you weren't Maiden, I would have killed you. That's the price to pay for challenging Maiden." After speaking, Sung Min Shao turned his back and walked away, leaving Carlton sitting flat on the ground, his weak limbs no longer having the strength to stand up. He was innocent for a long time, not paying attention to the pathetic face that still didn't stop bleeding. His dull eyes followed Sung Min gently walking out of the training room. In his ears buzzed Sung Min's echoing voice repeating the words he himself had said earlier, pests. The past is revealed. The sixth son of the Maiden family, Carlton Maiden, is the third of 6 siblings, Pershaw Maiden. He was not afraid of Pershaw from birth, but over time, the fear formed because Pershaw tortured him more and more. Pershaw has a perverted hobby of dismembering the victim's body. She started doing it at a young age with the pride that it was a way of revealing the power of the Maiden family, and Pershaw forced Carlton to prove her abilities in the same way. She held a dagger in her trembling brother's hand. And asking Carlton to finish off a victim who had been tortured by her to the point where there was no place to heal, it was hard to believe that a girl in her early teens could put on such a bright smile when she instigated her 6- or 7-year-old brother to murder. Carlton looked at the victim who was crying bitterly and begging for his life behind the mask. The boy did not understand why he had to kill him at all and could not feel the pleasure of killing. Carlton became more and more frightened in the face of the victim. The man trembling incessantly led to the boy's growing fear, and finally, the boy slowly backed away and the knife could no longer be held in his hand. The man's pleas haunted Carlton in many nightmares, but that wasn't all the fear Pershaw gave her brother, after which she declared that Carlton was not qualified to be a maiden. Pershaw always said this while making Carlton kneel down and crawl on the ground. Insects belonged to the ground. She even beat her brother without mercy. Carlton's childhood years were ruined in Persha's hands. The nightmares were endlessly repeated with endless whippings, lasting throughout Carlton's childhood years, and each of Persha's harsh criticisms was deeply ingrained in the mind of the boy. The vermin, the weak like you were the disgrace of the Maiden family. Unprotected, Carlton had endured the pain alone, unable to understand why Pershaw had done so, but gradually he had no intention of finding out why, because it no longer mattered. The nightmare faded as Carlton began to be mentioned as a potential heir to the family, but to him, Pershaw was still the embodiment of fear. And sadly, the hurter wants to hurt others, and Carlton, in turn, does the same with his younger brother, Rossen Maiden, who, in Carlton's view, is a fool and lame person who doesn't fit into the Maiden family. While torturing his younger brother, Carlton boosted his self-esteem, using the same words Pershaw had told him in the past to trample Rossen. You are the disgrace of the Maiden family, the vermin. At least Carlton felt relieved and more confident to know that there was someone weaker than him in the Maiden family, but that was just the Rossen of the past. Until Sung Min reincarnated into Rossen's body, everything changed completely, and the worm that Carlton had always trampled on had risen strongly. When he remembered those things, Carlton lost all reason. He slammed Win Yuke's hand on the ground, bursting out with resentment in his heart. Damn, how dare you, damn vermin, you dare, I will kill you. Don't underestimate me, you vermin. Sung Min's defenseless back appeared in front of Carlton's madness. He immediately stood up, risking the risk of betraying mana. He cast a third circle water attribute spell, but it was not complete. The water column, a magic circle formed on his fingertips, and the water gushed out from the magic circle, forming a large spearhead that was about 2 meters long. The mana circle in Carlton's heart rotated violently, making him feel like he was about to suffocate, but he still recklessly attacked. Although this spell was not perfect, but it was still one of the most powerful attacks among the third-level circle water system battle spells, and this thing is especially devastating when aimed at a human being. Noah recognized the move that Carlton was using and hurriedly stopped. Wait, the game was over. However, it was too late, and the water spear left Carlton's hand and shot straight towards Sung Min, bringing with it a menacing sound of tearing the wind. Sung Min heard a loud commotion behind him, and immediately turned his head to look back, only to see a sharp column of water like a javelin rushing at the speed of an arrow. A water attack magic in the third circle was something that could not be underestimated. However, Sung Min did not try to dodge when he saw the water column stabbing directly towards him. He calmly released the mana in his heart, activating his mid-level, powerful combat magic skill. His whole body was instantly pumped with power, energy converging in his fist as he swung his hand upwards. Sung Min attacked the water column head-on with his iron fist. Carlton continuously injected mana filled with his killing chi into the water column, trying to pierce Sung Min's body, but Sung Min's fist was like a solid wall, causing the water column to hit instantly turn into a white bubble that shattered. Although the momentary ghost has not been pushed back, but he still clearly feels a huge pressure that is getting heavier and heavier on his fists. At this moment he can see, after all, Carlton is still a maiden, his strength is still formidable when he bursts to the maximum. Sung Min's breathing became a little difficult, but not to the point of choking. it was suffocating but still within the level that he could tolerate. At that moment, Carlton screamed like an epileptic seizure, dying, the column of water getting thicker and thicker. He was determined to kill the insect he despised, right here, right now. That thought completely engulfed his reason. Because he had lost his reason, Carlton also lost control of his mana, until he suddenly vomited blood. He realized that something was wrong. Before that, his body had reached the limit of tolerance and he deliberately ignored the symptoms. Carlton quickly cancelled the spell, the water weakened, and the column of water faded until it disappeared. He collapsed, screaming in pain while spewing blood like a waterfall, the backlash from the indiscriminately released mana eating away at him from within. The mana flow in Carlton's body twisted and swirled everywhere. The reverse flow of mana could cause extreme pain to a magician and could also lead to a completely ruined body, unable to use magic anymore. Noah saw this and ran to Carlton's side in a panic. It was a reverse flow of mana, and Sung Min on the contrary spoke extremely calmly. So what? Noah patted Carlton's back with a puzzled expression. We need to control his mana immediately. However, Sung Min stopped him coldly. Don't touch him. Do you think his life is in danger? Noah replied hesitantly. His life is not threatened. Sung Min knew the answer well, because it was the mana flow that flowed backwards from the third-level circle. At this stage it was very rare for people to die because of it. However, if Carlton was left alone, his life as a magician would be over, with all the circles potentially destroyed. But Sung Min casually looked into Noah's eyes and declared, he took this into his own hands when he challenged the Maiden family. Only because of the rules of the clan brothers and sisters, I didn't kill him. In other words, if they weren't brothers, Carlton could really have been killed. Noah was startled when he looked into Sung Min's eyes. The gaze of this 14-year-old boy, even if he was a maiden, he was only 14 years old and had only reached the second circle, but he had an aura that could not be underestimated. Rasen's past reckless image was gone, and Noah saw a completely different person standing in front of him. Sung Min continued his judgment without the slightest sympathy for the writhing Carlton. He committed two shameful acts as a mage. First, he cowardly attacked me after the duel was over. Second, he couldn't control his mana and was betrayed by it, so, as a magician, he was almost dead, and Sung Min's comments were completely accurate so Noah couldn't refute them. Noah felt like he was stuck between a rock and an abyss. Sung Min's words had nothing to blame. Carlton attacked from behind and was responsible for his backflow of mana. But Noah also understood that it was Sung Min who caused this situation when he repeatedly provoked Carlton, deliberately using the word pest to agitate and turning away absent-mindedly when the opponent is angry. When Noah was confused about what to do, Sung Min suddenly said generously, "You can intervene, this is the golden time to save him." Noah seemed to be able to take off the burden in his heart, and hurriedly struggled to save Carlton. "Really, I understand." However, just before Noah could do anything to help Carlton, Sung Min's cold words pierced his ears again. "But if you do, from now on, you will be the enemy of Rasen Maiden." Sung Min's eyes did not waver when he said these words, and Era beside him was also completely supportive of his master's deeds. After all, in the war between the successors before there was no mercy. Noah bitterly stopped his hand, looking at Sung Min with shocked eyes. Is this a 14-year-old child? It's unbelievable, a 14-year-old can't do this, whether he has maiden blood or not. Sung Min made a simple request but with unpredictable consequences. Noah had to choose between his sixth son, Carlton, or his seventh son, Rasen. Noah's choice would be respected, but he would also suffer the consequences of that choice. In the end, Noah accepted defeat, not daring to oppose a spiritual terrorist like Sung Min. Noah slowly withdrew his hand from Carlton's back with a bitter voice, "I understand." However, Noah still felt uneasy. After all, this was happening in the training ground he managed. Just as he was about to convince Sung Min again, a familiar voice rang out, "Our youngest brother, I didn't know that you could be so cruel." Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion of energy erupted from the door of the training room. The ground seemed to shake because of the destructive power of the explosion. Fortunately it was not too close, so no one was injured. The fire mana burned the air to form a ring of bright flames after the explosion. Everyone there could recognize that it was an energy flow that was not strange to them, and very quickly from within that suffocating halo, a hot body slowly appeared. Noah was startled and exclaimed as soon as he saw clearly that the person who had just appeared was Persha. The three ladies. A gust of wind blew through Persha's sleeve. She didn't recover her arm, she still only had one hand and was perfectly fine with it. A bright smile painted on Persha's lips. "As expected from my youngest brother, I liked it very much. But there was one thing that he still needed to improve on. he had given his opponent too many opportunities. It was clear that Persha had also seen through Sung Min's intentions when he heard Sando's narration of the battle. There was no reason for a wise person like him to let his guard down and turn his back on the opponent who hated him very much. Sung Min tried to keep calm and retort with an ironic word, "Because you can't be as cruel as me, sister." In his heart he couldn't stop wondering why Persha had appeared at this moment. To know the reason for Persha's intervention in this, he had to go back a few minutes ago. In the darkness of the Leaf training area, there were people who were silently observing Sung Min and Carlton's fight from outside the training room. Outside the door of the closed rehearsal room, a familiar shadow reappeared. That was Sando, the loyal shadow of Persha, who had been missing for a long time before. Outside the door, not only Sando, but also Sun Can, Decatra's loyal subordinate, also appeared. The one who spoke up and revealed his strength first was Sun Can. "Sando, is it you? It seems that he is on duty for the three ladies." From the darkness, Sando silently drew his sword in a cautious voice. "That's right, the third lady was very interested in the 7 young masters." Sun Can just nodded with curiosity. "I see." Sando continued to glance at Sun Can with wary eyes. "Are you going to kidnap me again?" Before, on Decatra's orders, Sun Can had detained Sando for a while. At that time, Sun Can didn't even know why Decatra gave such an order. This time seeing Sando again, he could only smile wryly. "No, I wasn't ordered to do so this time. Anyway, keep it a secret from the 3 ladies that you saw me." Sando breathed a sigh of relief and searched the scabbard again. Of course, she understood that this could be Decatra's will and not just Senkin's. Decatra held absolute power in Maiden. Even if Sando was a shadow of Persha, it was not a wise choice to resist Decatra's orders. When Sun Can and Sando finally reached an agreement, they both retracted their will to fight, silently nodding their heads at each other, seemingly sharing the same thought that both Decatra and Persha had a special interest in the youngest child in the house. Afterwards, Sun Can and Sando continued to observe the situation in the training room. He witnessed the entire duel, until Sung Min mentioned the word bug and turned his back on Carlton. Sun Can was startled and panicked and ordered Sando, to inform the 3 ladies immediately. At that time, the backflow of mana had not yet occurred, but Sun Can seemed certain of what was about to happen and Sung Min's deliberate orchestration. He could only urge Sando before returning to inform Decatra, reporting that the 6 young masters had been swept back by the mana flow while fighting the 7 young masters. So after hearing Sando's report, Persha went to the Leaf training ground and stormed into the training room. She made an explosion as a warning to Sung Min. "Well, I don't need to go to the pet side, the youngest brother." When Sung Min guessed that Persha was coming to help Carlton, she suddenly mocked Carlton. "It is true that pests are just pests." Persha then approaches and steps on Carlton's back, although she steps on Carlton's body in pain, but Sung Min realizes that she is calming Mana's backflow, and soon, Carlton's seizures subside and his face relaxes slightly. Sung Min looked at Persha suspiciously. "Sister, don't you hate him very much?" Persha shrugged casually. "I used to despise him, now it's still the same. It's not worthy of the name Maiden, it's rubbish." The answer is completely opposite to the action that made Sung Min quite surprised and skeptical. Even when he uttered insults, trampling on Carlton's dignity, Persha continued to save him. She waved her hand to pull up his dismembered body. "I will carry this anyway." Immediately, Carlton's blood-filled body was dragged away, suspended in the air, and flew with Persha to the teleportation magic portal she had opened earlier. Before leaving the training room, Persha turned to look at Sung Min with a hidden meaning. "If you have any complaints, just come to me directly." "Well, if you had the confidence to do so." Persha winked at Sung Min in a mischievous manner and quickly disappeared behind the teleportation gates surrounded by blazing flames. Of course, Sung Min couldn't be so stupid as to chase after Persha. He was still obsessed with her perverted tastes. He didn't want to lose any part of his body. Finally, the ring of fire disappeared. Sung Min, Era and Noah stared at the empty space for a long time without words. When there was no reason to stay anymore, Sung Min clicked his tongue and told Era, "Come on, Era." She quickly followed him and couldn't help but wonder in her heart about Persha's inconsistent actions before and after. Without an appointment, a thought flashed in their minds at the same time. Persha seems to be quite fond of Carlton. Suddenly, a truth was revealed by the Holy Eye. Persha was really interested in Carlton. She tried to teach her brother many things, but since Carlton couldn't take her teachings properly, problems began to arise. But it wasn't entirely Carlton's fault. The problem arose not due to a lack of talent or effort, but rather, because Persha's teaching style was significantly different from that of ordinary people. For example, she could casually sit down to eat steak. While listening to Carlton's screams mingle with the barking of dogs, she seemed to think that the best way to help him grow up was to put Carlton under great pressure and force him to overcome his fear of the dangers around him. Carlton was tied to a tree stump and surrounded by a pack of fierce dogs that were constantly threatening to tear him apart, and he was almost mad at the barking of the dogs and the aggressive gaze of the dogs. Carlton tried very hard to beg Persha to spare him, but Persha didn't seem to care, calmly continued to eat the steak. She wanted to provoke her brother to fight himself and rise in danger, but the effect was almost zero. Persha knew that her teaching was unusual but did not admit it and refused to change, and so on. The more she cared about Carlton, the more cruelly she tortured her brother. Even if Persha brought a pre-cut steak in front of the tied-up Carlton, it wasn't a good act. She ordered, "Eat," but Carlton burst into tears when he heard that, not happy to be fed, and the boy cried silently because the steak was swaying in front of him. Carlton knew the steak and the order didn't have to tell him, it was Persha ordering the mad dogs to come in and tear the meat, and of course behind the beef, and then it would be their prey. As expected, the dogs frantically rushed in to bite at Persha's orders. Carlton was hurt a lot and it was amazing that he was still alive at this age. Carlton's bloody years have passed like this, with the monstrous love of his perverted sister. I don't know if this can be said to be lucky that the boy has overcome such miserable days. Of course, Persha had never intended to let Carlton die, so she stopped when she saw her brother on the brink of death, but the weaker Carlton was, the more Persha wanted to act brutally to force him to stand up and become stronger in the family's fierce competitive environment. It's Persha's way of showing her distorted love, and today, Persha discovers she's still as interested in Carlton as she was in her childhood. The story ends with a final explanation from the Holy Eye. The variables that affect the plot have happened. Sung Min immediately understands that something has changed between Carlton and Persha. For Sung Min, this is a series of surprises. It's ridiculous to say that Persha cares about Carlton. Normally, if he cares, he won't cause the other party to suffer so much. It's really abnormal to mock the person he cares about as a pest and trample on their human rights. Sung Min must admit that Persha is perverted in many ways. Meanwhile, as soon as he took Carlton back to his mansion, Persha immediately treated him. His body was covered with needles and his whole body was covered with a membrane of mana that was constantly healing. Although she had always spoken harsh words to humiliate Carlton on the outside, in her heart Persha did not want to let him be hurt to the point where she could no longer continue to be a mage, so she did her best to restore the mana circle for her brother. Today, for the first time in years of torturing Carlton, Persha felt a little heartbroken, only she didn't know if it was because she really loved her brother from the bottom of her heart, or if she wasn't happy with someone else trampling on Carlton and not her. Just a few hours later, early the next morning, Dekatra summoned Sung Min to the main house, for a very simple reason: what happened last night at the Leaf training ground. From the moment the argument with Carlton began, Sung Min knew this was going to happen and he had some simulations of the situation in his head so that he could deal with Dekatra. With Soso's presence, Dekatra will be on Sung Min's side, but he is not sure about it, because for Dekatra, the side makes almost nothing. What matters is how to justify and act in a path that suits a true magician. Standing in front of Dekatra's office in the main house, Sung Min took a deep breath to get his spirits. When he entered Dekatra's office, Carlton was already there. Dekatra stood on the high podium of his office, closest to the largest window, his questioning voice echoing like that of a powerful judge, explaining why it had happened yesterday, during the pilgrimage. Why did the magic war continue to the point where mana flowed backwards? Carlton and Rasen, both of them, answered me. Sung Min and Carlton were silent for a while. The feeling of oppression that Dekatra created was indeed impossible to easily overcome, so both of his children were so tense that they were speechless. Sung Min looked at Dekatra, silently judging based on his expression. He knew everything, for sure. The incident happened in the family's training grounds, and Persha had also run over, so it was impossible for him not to know. However, Dekatra still called Sung Min and Carlton to ask for details, as he was interested not only in the outcome but also in the motivation and process, a report that could inform the state of the war, but could not reveal the deepest thoughts of the two cousins. Carlton also seemed to understand his father's thoughts. He bit his lip, and in his heart he was constantly trying how to answer so as not to lose points in Dekatra's eyes. Sung Min on the contrary smiled confidently and comfortably. From now on, everything would be a challenge for him and Carlton, not just a question of conflict between the two brothers. Then he would have to take advantage of this situation to get the most advantage. Just as Sung Min was about to open his mouth to take advantage, to his surprise, the opening words of the debate came from Carlton again. he looked into Decatra's eyes with great calm and steadfastness. "I want to say first, father." Sung Min was a little surprised that Carlton was sober enough to strike first after last night's shock. He guessed that he must have prepared something. Decatra didn't want to be biased, so he immediately agreed. "Okay, say it." Carlton nodded politely. "Yes, father, in the past, through a magic match with my brother, I learned the concept of distance. Since then, I have begun to understand what distance means, and I have also realized how important it is for a magician to keep a distance. It can be said that it is as important as life." Sung Min was quite surprised to hear that, feeling that Carlton had changed somewhat. It seemed that the incident had shocked Carlton considerably. Perhaps he had learned something from Persha, but there was something more core, like a change in his own heart, like he had escaped from his former stupid and shallow self. Carlton seriously explained, to compensate for the weakness in distance, he learned to use a teardrop shield and felt that he had improved a lot when he reached the third circle. "So, I want to try to see how useful my teardrop shield is in real battle. I also want to confirm my maturity by dueling again with the brother who taught me this concept." Decatra frowned after hearing this. "Do you understand what I am saying?" Carlton replied firmly, "Yes, I know." Decatra frowned and asked again in confirmation, "Does that mean you admit that you are weaker than your brother?" said Carlton, surprised at what Carlton had said earlier, and curious how he would respond to such a self-respecting question. Unexpectedly, Carlton didn't hesitate to affirm, "The results speak for themselves, I accept them." It seems that Carlton has realized that now is not the time to keep pride. Pride cannot feed him. Sometimes it is necessary to assert its pride and sometimes it should not. Now was the time for him to lower his ego. Sung Min finds this interesting. There is a folk saying that a person will change after standing on the threshold of death. It seems that there has been a significant change in Carlton's person. Sung Min has to admit that he is doing quite well. Carlton went on to say frankly, "I'm weaker than my brother, and I've lost because of that weakness. It's true that I experienced a mana reaction that flowed backwards in a moment of excitement. I really regret tarnishing Maiden's reputation. I'm sorry, I will try harder in the future to show me a change for the better." Decatra nodded slightly. Carlton was a loser, but he did his best. Decatra got the answer he wanted, a maiden worthy of the name. Follow the path of righteousness, accept defeat arrogantly. If you lose now, try to win in the future. At least that was acceptable for a teenager because Carlton was still young, so Decatra wasn't too disappointed in Carlton. Then Decatra turned to look at Sung Min. "Okay, I understand, Rasen, it seems that you also have something to say." Sung Min could feel the subtle attention in Decatra's eyes. He quickly replied, "Yes." And Sung Min was very confident with a secret smile, although Carlton had made the situation more favorable for him, but Sung Min knew that he could perform better than him. He went straight to the point. "Father, I already know everything, but I still called us here to ask for details, because I am not only interested in the results, but also in our motivation and development." Decatra was quite surprised that Sung Min would come into such a question, but also enjoyed listening to her son continue. "As a maiden, I believe that I must accept the challenge in front of me. Maiden is not allowed to hide from the challenge. That's why I decided to defeat my opponent completely." Sung Min thinks that Carlton is trying to show that he has done his best as a loser, so he must also show that he has done his best as a winner. There is a limit to how much a loser can do his best. Often people will say, "You did well," but in the end, you still lose. No matter how hard a loser tries, they can't overcome the winner. So Sung Min indirectly affirmed from the beginning that trying so hard that being swept back by mana is just a loser's struggle. Carlton realized that it was very bitter but couldn't stop. Decatra asked Sung Min again, "Even if the challenger is my brother?" Sung Min nodded steadfastly, "Especially since he is Maiden, I think I should try harder." Maiden can't tolerate even in the face of brothers and sisters, because defeat is not tolerated for a person named Maiden. Maiden must always win, which is the nature of Maiden. Decatra was expressionless, but inside, he was quite satisfied. Even his first son, who was considered more genius than him, had never given him this sense of satisfaction, and Decatra continued to ask because he felt that Sung Min's thoughts were very interesting. "I said that I would crush my brother thoroughly, but it was all just rhetoric, wasn't it?" Sung Min nodded regretfully. "That was my original intention." As a magician, it can be said that his life ended when mana flowed backwards, but Persha's sister intervened and saved him. Decatra had actually heard about Sung Min preventing Noah from saving Carlton at that time, so Sung Min's answer was thought to be reasonable. And he also frankly admitted his weakness. "At the moment, I don't have enough strength to resist Sister Persha's actions, so I have no choice but to watch her take brother Carlton away." Then, Sung Min suddenly looked at Decatra with eyes full of determination and confidently declared, one day, when I surpass Sister Persha, I will definitely pay off today's debt. Carlton turned to look at Sung Min in shock with the corners of his mouth twitching. Sung Min's series of words were incredible. He had never seen his siblings say such a thing in front of his father. Even Evelia, the brightest candidate for the position of successor to the head of the house, also always show humility and reverence in front of Decatra. But the Sung Min that Carlton was seeing was not only rude, but also brazenly erased all his mistakes even though he had deliberately provoked him in the war, and worse, he did not hesitate to declare war on Persha, who was famous for his temper as ice. Carlton could not understand what Sung Min was thinking and dared to say such things. Decatra continued to ask Sung Min more and more excitedly, "What debt are you talking about?" Sung Min replied frankly, "My verdict on the loser was forcibly overturned by Sister Persha. It was an act that exceeded the limit and disregarded the decision of a maiden like me." Carlton gritted his teeth in horror, sweating profusely, seemingly unable to believe that the person standing next to him was the fat thug who had been bullied by him, as if Rasen before and now were not the same person. Decatra was very excited in her heart but still insensitive on the face to question Sung Min. "What kind of debt are you going to ask for Persha?" Sung Min said in a voice full of determination. "Once you become stronger, when you have the ability to overturn your sister's judgment, then, I will definitely ask for the debt from Persha many times over." The corners of Decatra's mouth twitched slightly. There was nothing wrong with Sung Min's words, they matched exactly Decatra's expectations. The maiden challengers must be completely crushed, even if they are family members, and any factor that stands in the way of that must also be crushed. But if the present is not feasible, then revenge must be taken in the future, not ignored easily, which is the behavior of a maiden. Having satisfied all his curiosity, Decatra turned to order Carlton to go right away. "I will treat this day as if it had never happened." Carlton bitterly bit his lip as he bowed respectfully, thanking his father. Carlton immediately turned away, biting his lip tighter with warmth. It seemed that he wanted to talk to him privately, since when had they been close to each other? This time, Carlton failed completely, but he had to accept. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint his father. Even though he lost to his younger brother, he was still able to break even, which was not a plus, but also not a minus. Carlton walked out of Decatra's office with deep sadness. He couldn't understand why there was such a big gap between himself and his brother. With an unwilling heart, Carlton walked furiously along the corridor, at the end of which stood a red-haired mage. Carlton stopped and asked her, "Can you become strong too?" The person Carlton was asking was Persha, but his answer was still a bitter laugh. "What's the matter, a bug like you?" Looking directly into Persha's eyes, Carlton was no longer afraid. The desire to become stronger overwhelmed his fear of Persha. He replied arrogantly, "Maybe it's true that you're just a vermin. But you also have the blood of maiden, sister." Carlton's eyes have really changed, becoming fierce even in the face of the most terrifying person in his childhood memories. Persha laughed at Carlton's gaze and suddenly stopped, glancing coldly at his brother. "Raising bugs is my pleasure." When Carlton heard this, his distressed face suddenly lit up, and he hesitated to ask his sister with an unbelievable expression, what she meant. Persha just said implicitly, "From now on, at 10 a.m. every day, come to my room, I'll feed you," and soon after, she disappeared into a curtain of fire. Obviously she didn't come here to see Decatra, but to wait for Carlton to come out of my father's office. Carlton felt Persha's love for him for the first time, and he cried out in embarrassment before the flames were completely gone, I'll do my best, sister." When Persha said words of concern to Carlton, Sung Min saw the explanation of the holy eye. The script of Carlton Maiden's character changed, and there were variables that affected the story and its reasonableness. Sung Min was quite surprised and curious to read the story that Saint Eye was about to reveal. Carlton had changed again. What kind of variable was this time after all? However, Sung Min couldn't concentrate on the holy eye's explanation, because Decatra suddenly grabbed his wrist. He closed his eyes for a moment and then said in a sharp voice, I've learned first-class magic." Sure enough, Decatra immediately noticed Sung Min's change. He didn't intend to hide it even if he was a little startled. "Yes, that's right." Decatra continued to probe Sung Min's power through his wrist. It was Noslan-style magic. "Well, this ice magic is quite difficult to learn, but once mastered, the effect will be formidable. It seems that it interacts with your combat magic." Sung Min had to admit that Decatra had determined his transformation perfectly. He honestly replied, "That's right, I can incorporate the elements into my combat magic." Unexpectedly, Decatra didn't seem surprised, as if he had known for a long time. "The combination of combat magic and elemental magic, very good." do you remember the kind of magic I carved on you? Sung Min recalled that Dekatra must have been referring to the mysterious magic named after him that he had carved on him before the pilgrimage, but he hadn't had a chance to try it out yet. Sung Min immediately paid homage to Dekatra. Yes, I was honored to carry the magic in my name, Dekatra suddenly announced. I will modify it a little. Sung Min opened his eyes wide in shock, and before he had time to figure out what was going on, the mana of the Dekatra was too aggressive and destructive, which could cause damage to Sung Min's body, but fortunately, now that the situation had changed a lot, the tattoos on Sung Min's body quickly emerged and changed. The magic formula tattoos last time were combined with new characters and glued to Sung Min's body again. This time the tattooing process was no longer as painful as the last time, so Sung Min could clearly see how the characters were changing. However, he was still unable to translate these complex characters, nor did the Holy Eye explain anything about the magic formula that Dekatra was using, and the burning sensation finally disappeared as the floating characters were completely imprinted on Sung Min's skin. Seeing Sung Min's curious eyes, Dekatra decided to reveal to her son the use of the tattoo. This magic would help him hide the fact that he was learning elemental magic. Even a talented magician would have a hard time seeing through it, even Evelia. The weak have to hide the 7 parts of their power. Dekatra provided Sung Min with a way to make it happen. He immediately remembered the first time he received this magic formula from Dekatra. One day, it will come in handy. At that time, he probably thought of this situation already. Sung Min asked in surprise, Father, did you expect me to learn both combat magic and elemental magic? Dekatra didn't answer the question, just continued to say what he wanted to say. Here, that's it, that's it. At the same time, the bright red characters tattooed on Sung Min's body were hidden, without any trace left. While Sung Min was still puzzled as to what Dekatra had known and since when, he suddenly asked in an affectionate voice, what should I do when I receive the gift? Sung Min was as innocent as a statue for a moment. What? Soon after, Sung Min realized that at least he had to thank him. He hurriedly bowed his head, thanked his father. Dekatra didn't explain anything further and said in the same cold tone as always, well, you can leave. However, when Sung Min looked up at him slightly, he found his expression unusual. Dekatra just smiled, although it was just a discreet and fleeting smile, but Sung Min was sure that he had just smiled. It seemed that there was not only satisfaction in that smile but also another profound meaning, but he couldn't ask questions, just quietly walked out of the office with a lot of thought. Until he returned to the Maple Mansion when it was dark, Sung Min still couldn't stop thinking about Dekatra's deep smile, from the gift that also echoed in his chest, whether Dekatra had ever given gifts to her children. In the original novel that Sung Min wrote, Dekatra never gave gifts to his children. He may have given something to signify recognition of their achievements, but he never directly mentioned the word gift. But Dekatra had mentioned the word gift frankly to Sung Min. A gift from a supreme person like Dekatra was so named. It was definitely impossible for no reason. Sung Min determined that this was not an ordinary magic hiding spell. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt stuck, only knowing that in the first place, it was not normal for this magic formula to be named Dekatra. It was not just a concealment of elemental magic. After that, Sung Min remembered Dekatra's mystical smile again. The formula is transferred in 2 separate processes. If the first process is to create a platform, then this is to build a practical application from that platform. He didn't explain how it was used before, maybe for the purpose of modifying it now. In the end, Sung Min also realized that Dekatra's use of the word gift was a hint. The ability to hide elemental magic was just a side effect, because if it were just that, Dekatra wouldn't care about dividing it into 2 stages, nor would he use a grand expression like a gift. Sung Min understands that this is another challenge for Dekatra. He must find the hidden ability in that magic formula. A few days later, when Sung Min had learned some of the first and second circle ice magic, it was time to leave for Grandals, and Era and Hampton were ready to go early in the morning. Everything was ready, young master, your devoted shadow. Hampton was ready. Sung Min smiled happily. It's always such a feeling. The strength is great. Wherever he goes, he doesn't need to do anything himself, just go there, and everything else is taken care of by the 2 shadows. In addition, this journey continued with Rudia's participation. Although her arm was not renewed, she was still very enthusiastic to the point of fire. While she was taking roll calls, Era looked at Hampton with a worried look. Hampton, maybe you should put away the things in your pocket. Hampton bent his back to carry his luggage, but still firmly declared, well, what is this much? Rudia happily ran up to Sung Min after a week of not seeing her. making him a little stunned by the blazing flames that were enveloping her. "Rasen, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Sung Min hurriedly patted back. "Okay, you save a little energy, it's quite a long journey, now let's go." Then, the journey of the four began. Being the first maiden to be invited into the swordsmanship and martial arts clan before he even reached adulthood, Sung Min proudly puffed out his chest and raised his head using the teleportation portal and headed for the Grandals. Grandals is geographically located farther away from Maiden than Sod, and the journey is basically more strenuous for many reasons. To get to Sod, you have to cross the Black Sea, but to get to Grandals, you have to cross the Dead Sea first. Then cross the world's largest mountain range, the Alfesaurus. Finally, crossing the world's longest and widest river, the Amazon. Typically, even using the nearest teleportation gate, it takes more than 7 days to overcome all those natural obstacles. But the speed of movement of the Sung Min group was quite fast, so after only 7 days had passed, they had reached Eref, the continent ruled by the Grandals. In front of them was a large but gloomy land, completely covered with forest. Standing in front of the Eref continental shelf, Era carried Hampton on her back calmly and said, "It would take about 3 days to reach the Grandals family." Rudia opened her eyes in amazement. "Well, there is no teleportation portal here." Era replied, "They discourage the use of teleportation portals." Rudia immediately blushed and complained, "But why?" Sung Min heard that and immediately burst into tears, because it was a setting created by him. There is a reason why mages call martial artists barbarians. Despite having teleportation portal civilizations, they don't use them much in the Eref continent. In the end, Sung Min couldn't have any complaints because this was his own setup, nor was there any significant problem for the next 3 days. The trip went according to plan. Of course, this didn't mean that they didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. One of the inevitable things they had to encounter was monsters, because they had to go through the forest and mountains, so there were more terrifying monsters than Sung Min Xiang. One of the most aggressive monsters that Sung Min's group encountered was the spider, which was even as big as the tent in which the four of them rested. But monsters like this were obviously nothing to Era. She was always the first to wake up when monsters quietly approached in the night and was also the only one who needed to take action to destroy them. Just like that, the dangerous creatures that were dealt with by Era without anyone else in the group touching a finger, Sung Min couldn't help but praise her again and again. Of course, it wasn't after killing the 200-year-old black poisonous spider, and Era also told Hampton to extract its poison in case it was needed. Sung Min and Rudia both gasped in surprise, not thinking that something with the name of a 100-year-old monster could be killed so easily. Because Era had dealt with everything along the way before it became a serious problem, Sung Min's group arrived at the main gate of the Grandals' house just as scheduled. The atmosphere around this place was strangely quiet despite the massive size of the gate. The Sung Min group were all overwhelmed by this scene. Although the Grandals were called barbarians, their house was as luxurious as the main house of the Maiden and said families. When Sung Min stood in front of the large gate of the Grandals' house, it could be seen that it was a huge iron gate about 10 meters high, but there was no gatekeeper to be seen, because he opened this gate by himself and entered, which was a long-standing tradition of the Grandals. If the gate can't be opened, one doesn't even have the qualification to enter the Grandals. The servants of the Grandals can open this gate, but most ordinary people, including many magicians, and even some swordsmen, can't open it. Sung Min has always wanted to try to open it. He excitedly approached and touched the gate. Although he only touched the gate, Sung Min felt something. It was not just a simple gate to open and close. Holy I explained, this was an iron door engraved with magic that amplified the fighting soul of the Grandals clan. That is, it responded to the fighting soul of the Grandals clan, naturally amplifies and develops the strength of the fighter. That's why Sung Min felt a strange sensation when he touched the huge iron gate. The fighting soul of his body was reacting. It was a subtle reaction, but he didn't miss it. Sung Min had a fighting soul bestowed by Magner. Even though he was very weak, he pondered for a moment and then smiled slyly. Just by opening and closing this gate, he would become stronger. Meanwhile, inside the manor of the Grandals, Velituder was talking to Magner. Velituder was a father who pampered his daughter, and as a father, he tried to fulfill her every wish no matter what. Magner frankly pointed out this fact and criticized his brother. Rosalind does not deviate not because of our upbringing, but because of the influence of figs. Velituder immediately denied, "Don't say such terrible things, our Rosalind will naturally grow up to be a good and upright child." Magner immediately burst out with an ironic smile, yes, of course, I believe so. Of course, Velituder also knew the fact that thanks to Sung Min's constant challenge to Rosalind, she was able to devote herself to martial arts and achieve significant development. At that moment, there was a report that Rasen's group had arrived at the main gate. Velatutor immediately asked the servant how many people the group had. The servant replied, Rasen Maiden, his 2 dark guards and a fire mage. Sir, Velatutor was a little surprised, since Sung Min was the young master of the Maiden family, so he expected him to bring more people. This group was less than expected. Velatutor asked again. Sung Min Maiden personally opened the star gate. The servant spoke again as if shouting. Rasen Maiden paused for a moment and laid his hand on the iron gate. Sir, Velatutor and Magnar immediately glanced at each other with excited smiles. Do you think the boy has already found out? Magnar nodded and replied, it seemed so. Velatutor was even more curious about Sung Min, but apart from the direct lineage of Grandals, no one knew the secret of our battle soul, nor had we ever made the gate public. Magnar was about to say that Sung Min possessed extraordinary eyesight, but he was determined to protect his student secrets, even to his beloved brother. Magnar only stroked his beard with a mysterious look when he told Velatutor, this kid is really sharp. Velatutor laughed incredulously. If he could solve everything, all the secrets of this world would be discovered. Magnar grinned and looked down at the aquarium. Just wait and see. After all, the fighting soul of the disciple was hibernating in that boy. Seeing Sung Min standing for a long time in front of the door, Era approached anxiously. What's the matter, young master? Sung Min shook his head and replied, nothing, it's just that the door is too heavy. Era just nodded slightly because she didn't want to disturb Sung Min's thoughts. If you need help, just tell me. However, Hampton behaved in contrast to Era, showing off his thigh-like muscles with great enthusiasm. Young master, let me try to open it, I have also practiced very hard. Sung Min removed his hand from the gate and stepped back, giving up the playing field to Hampton because he felt he needed to spend a little more time investigating. While he was thinking, Hampton tried to push the door to the bottom of his pants to no avail, causing him to suppress the laughter in his heart. Hampton blushed and still couldn't shake the door. He was both warm and bitter. Why is this door? It's just a door. Finally, when he couldn't breathe anymore, Hampton had to kneel down in helplessness. Normally I could have opened it, I must be too tired from the long journey now. The young master, both Rudia and Sung Min felt sorry for Hampton and immediately said words of comfort to him. Cheer up, you don't have to try too hard, Hampton. Sung Min thought about the gate again. As the author, he built this world, describing in intricate detail the said clan, but the relatively minor clans such as the Grandals and Maiden are only sketched loosely. In it, the Grandals were of less value than the Maiden, so Sung Min lacked knowledge of the details of the gate, but one thing was certain, the Grandals did not suddenly create this gate. Even if they lived a barbaric life separate from civilization, it was still necessary to have a gatekeeper, but even the direct descendants of the Grandals had to open the gates themselves. If it weren't for the heavenly eye, Sung Min would not have known that there was a hidden background behind this gate. The holy eye's explanation continued to flicker as he looked at the gate. This was an iron door engraved with magic that amplified the fighting soul of the Grandals family. It doesn't allow for infinite growth, but it seems like a device that can aid a bit for the rapid growth of the young descendants of the Grandals. This setup is a bit interesting and also somewhat troublesome for outsiders. As for Sung Min, although he was an outsider, he felt excited, because he felt that his fighting soul had increased a bit after touching the gate earlier. However, it seemed that the growth phenomenon only appeared after waiting for a certain amount of time. After confirming that the power had indeed increased, Sung Min decided to take advantage of this setup while in Grandals. He walked towards the gate again. Okay, let's open the door. This time, Sung Min prepared more carefully than before, activating the fighting soul inside his body before touching the gate as if it were some kind of invisible key. After he descended steadily and pushed the gate with both hands for a while, with a loud creak, the narrow gap between the two doors began to appear and grew larger, although it was still quite heavy and laborious, but he finally managed to open it. This situation was immediately reported to Velatutor. Rasen Maiden had already opened the door. Velatutor smiled with satisfaction. There was no reaction. The servant immediately reported, yes. After considering something at the gate for a long time, he opened it directly. Velatutor's smile deepened. It seemed that the boy had opened the gate easily. Then he looked at Magnar. Did you set it up right? Magnar clicked his tongue and replied, he had made it as heavy as he could. Even Rosalind couldn't open it without using the full power of his fighting soul. Velatutor asked the servant again, did the shadow help him? The servant replied boldly, no, sir, young Master Rasen opened it himself. Velatutor asked more and more excitedly, gently. The servant also seemed more excited, yes, sir, It seems that he opened it without much effort. Velatutor asked more curiously, what about the fighting spirit? Speaking of this, the servant suddenly hesitated. Sir, I'm afraid that identifying and reporting that can be a bit hasty. Velatutor's heart was beating wildly because a very interesting guy had just appeared. He wanted to know if Sung Min's fighting soul was really activated when the door was opened. He immediately urged the servant, just say it freely, it's okay. The servant's answer made Velatutor's eyes widen in astonishment. The fighting spirit seemed to be distributed throughout his body, but it seemed that he was not using its power to open the gate. That means that Sung Min opened the gate completely with physical strength. Magner laughed proudly at his student. You told you, Velatutor also chuckled happily, little brother, you created a monster after promoting interaction with Maiden. Magner almost threw his face into the sky but still looked humble. Monster, he's just a little bit of a strong idiot. Velatutor laughed sarcastically, but still received such a warm compliment. Magner immediately retorted, brother, when is that, old brother, you should remember it wrong, right? Velatutor asked curiously, by the way, was that kid wearing a black robe? Magner immediately smirked proudly, yes, he was wearing a third-level black robe. A third-level black robe meant that the outfit weighed 300 pounds, which made the fact that he opened the gate without using his fighting soul even more impressive. It seemed that this world had produced a martial arts genius, a person who was not from Grandals but from Maiden. Velatutor couldn't contain the excitement to stand up. Let's go, my body itches in anticipation of meeting that boy. Meanwhile, the Sung Min group is being welcomed in the martial arts hall in the Grandals archives. A man in his 20s bowed to them. Hello, I'm Altal, the librarian is tasked with guiding you, I'm going to show you around. Sung Min is familiar with this man's name, although the librarian is a new title that he does not mention in the novel, but the name Altal is very popular in the original story. Because in the distant future, Altal would become Kaizen's best friend, and gradually become the next war king. Sung Min was quite surprised that Altal was a librarian at this age, and a librarian who was destined to become a war king, which was novel and attractive. Alto's muscles don't seem to be very developed by the standards of the Grandals family. For ordinary people, Alto's physique can be considered quite well trained, but it is still not enough to become a war king in the future. Sung Min feels that something is wrong, there must be some secret hidden here. After introducing himself, Altal suddenly blushed as he looked at the person standing behind Sung Min. Can I tell the name of the lovely young lady standing behind him? Sung Min turned his head incredulously and looked back. He knew that he was with his two daughters, but Rudia was standing right next to him, not behind him, and there was something wrong with calling Era a lovely young lady. In the end, Sung Min and Hampton's eyes, Rudia both looked at Era, because there was really no one there but her. Era was also dumbfounded because she naturally became the center of attention and was called the lovely lady. Alto's gaze was actually also towards Era. With a cold expression and deep skepticism from the bottom of her heart, she caught his gaze for a moment without words. Everyone could tell that Era was upset by that remark, although it was clear that Altal meant to praise her and seemed to like her at first sight, but it was really hard to accept that a cold-faced assassin like Money was called cute. With the same cold tone, Era frankly criticized Altal, the Altal librarian. I am serving the young master in front of you. The young master has not yet introduced himself, so how can I do it first? Please keep the rules. Altal shuddered at Era's stern words but quickly smiled kindly. Ah, yes, everyone knows that you are the shadow of young Master Rasen. I apologize if I was rude, please forgive me. I will also apologize to young Master Rasen. After that, Altal hurriedly bowed respectfully to Sung Min, apologized to him, young Master Rasen. Sung Min just smiled and waved his hand over. No need, it's okay. By the way, Sung Min recalled that in the novel, Altal is described as a person with a personality quite similar to a player. Once, he had the courage to approach Rudia and she ended up turning his hair into ashes. Sung Min didn't want to dive into the sidelines, so he quickly changed the subject. Librarian Altal, please lead us to meet the owner. Before Altal could reply, Magner and Velatutor suddenly walked behind them with gentle movements as if they had just emerged out of nowhere. No need, we're here. The sight that surprised Sung Min opened his eyes. Velatutor and Magner moved through space in a way he didn't understand, more subtle than magic related to mana flow, which allows predicting the use of teleportation or catalytic, but martial arts is not like that. Looking at Sung Min's face and forgetting to say hello, Magner immediately laughed and teased, ha ha ha, kid, you look very surprised, I like that silly expression. Anyway, how it feels to be officially invited here by my brother. You are probably the first among the pilgrim mages to receive this honor, Magnar said while smiling with pride in his student. Sung Min replied respectfully to Magnar and Velatutor, I am extremely honored. Meanwhile, Velatutor silently swept Sung Min's entire body again, although he had met him once, but this boy did not look like a 14-year-old at all. According to Velatutor, Sung Min is exuding a unique atmosphere and momentum. He simply calls such things spiritual. Sung Min doesn't have the spirit of a 14-year-old child. He is like a cunning old snake that has lived for 100 years, which makes Velatutor extremely curious. How can a 14-year-old possess such a spirit? It's interesting. After the exploration was boring, Velatutor spoke up, after all, a promise is still a promise. We have a treasure trove of high and middle levels. You want to see which one? I will show you the one you choose, exclaimed happily, oh, there is only one. After I had come this far, Velatutor immediately burst out laughing when he saw Sung Min's bitter smile. I said I would show it to you, but I didn't say how much. Sung Min couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect this world-famous gentleman to be so stingy. Magnar also laughed. He felt that this situation was very interesting. What do you think, kid? Become a victim of some trivial tricks, and then absorb it. After pausing to think, Sung Min said affirmatively, I want to visit the martial arts library. Velatutor's eyes narrowed and confused. Why is it there? The martial arts library is not limited to visiting, and it is not even a third-rate library. Sung Min grinned at Altal, because the librarian's movements seemed quite impressive. Magnar couldn't help but look at Altal skeptically. He immediately scratched his head and laughed because he didn't understand what had happened. Of course, Alto's posture was only better than average, but Sung Min knew that in the future Altal would become a war king. There was no way that a new librarian beyond the age of 20 could learn martial arts and rise to that level from here. There was a need for a fateful encounter or a miracle, and the answer may lie in the martial arts library, so Sung Min has bet on this option. Both Magnar and Velatutor knew that Sung Min was lying. Sung Min's physical ability was far beyond the ability of an average Grandals. Such a person praised the librarian's movements was too absurd, so they sensed another meaning behind Sung Min's words, but Velatutor did not expose it, but excitedly agreed, okay, if you have chosen to do so. Then I will allow you to enter the martial arts library, smiling with bright eyes, thanking you. In his heart he must find the document that Alberto installed in the martial arts library. After being allowed, Sung Min's group immediately set off to the martial arts library. Having to walk quite a distance, it took about 30 minutes to see a 2-story wooden building with a sign saying Martial Arts Library. Altal opened the door first and greeted them with the same open arms as when they first met. Welcome to the Martial Arts Library. If you want to find a specific book, just come and find me. Sung Min smiled and nodded as he walked around. Thank you, Librarian Altal. Sung Min wandered around the library but saw nothing special until a book in a hidden corner caught his attention, not with the naked eye, but with the vision of the holy eye, which seemed to stand out unusually when it blinked. Before touching the book, Sung Min politely asked Altal, Altal's librarian, can I take a look at that book? Altal immediately took the book and handed it to him, and the holy eye immediately recognized the hidden title of the book, The Art of Controlling Tatanka's Mysterious Body, the First Consciousness. Tatanka is a name in the ancient legend of the Golden Tiger tribe. Sung Min doesn't understand why that name suddenly appeared here. This is the first time Sung Min has heard of the Golden Tiger tribe leaving a book. They are not a tribe known for liking civilization or using written language to that extent. Most can't even recognize the letters. Moreover, Tatanka is an incarnation of Curdle. Curdle loves Kaisa Maiden dearly and hates Grandals. He only loves Maiden, but now, there is a book related to Tatanka in Grandal's manor. This is definitely a mystery, so Sung Min is even more looking forward to checking the contents of the book. First of all, Sung Min asked Altal, the librarian, do you know anything about this book? Adjust the glass. Altal checked the book. The book was actually labeled as Tatanka's Brave Stories. Is this a fairy tale? Young Master Rasen will probably like stories like this. Children love fairy tales. Sung Min clicked his tongue and replied, it's just that I'm naturally fascinated by it. Have you ever read it? Altal smiled and shook his head. No, I've never seen it before. Sung Min was even more curious about the book and hesitated to ask further. I guess I can't take the book out of the library, right? Altal nodded solemnly. Yes, you are not allowed to do so. However, you can read as much as you want here. After looking at Sung Min's cunning face for a moment, Altal suddenly worriedly warned him, and please don't use any copy magic. Sung Min can only laugh. I can't use that magic anyway. At that moment, Era stepped forward and Alto's attention quickly shifted to her. can I help the young lady? Era said in a cold voice, I want a cup of warm tea for the young master. Altal politely asked, what kind of tea should I make? Era still kept an expressionless expression, anything except black tea is fine. Altal tried to ask more friendly, okay, I'll prepare it right away, I'll also prepare a cup of tea for the young lady. Era replied indifferently, I'm fine, thank you. Alto's gaze turned to Era clearly. Sung Min knew but chose not to intervene, thinking in his heart, would Altal act like that when he knew that Era was a silent assassin? That thought was funny. Altal went to prepare tea shortly afterwards. While no one noticed, he smiled sly at himself and hummed incessantly. One of Maiden's heirs went to the Grandel's library to find Tatanka's book. Would that kid be able to discover Tatanka's secrets? There was a lot of speculation in Altal's heart. How likely it was that these things were just a coincidence. Altal and his ancestors had been waiting for this day, a mission they had been carrying out for generations. Moreover, Altal realized, the rumors about Sung Min were exaggerated. He was not a scumbag as rumored, which made Altal excited in his heart. I was looking forward to it, the heir of Maiden. When Altal had just finished making tea, the library door suddenly opened violently. Altal greeted the person who had just walked in with a slightly goofy smile. Ah, our Miss Rosalind has arrived. Rosalind glanced at Altal without the slightest respect with the attitude of his master. Altal, Ross and Maiden, Altal replied, he was in the third reading room. Rosalind still showed an indifferent expression and commanded, leading the way. Although she treated him coldly, Altal still responded warmly, yes, young lady. After that, Altal led the way for Rosalind, smiling brightly. He had always been especially kind to Rosalind. In fact, everyone in Grandel's was sympathetic to her, but Altal was especially sympathetic to everyone else. Rosalind knocked on the door, but without waiting for an answer, he immediately opened the door to the third reading room. Ross and Maiden, who had already arrived at Grandel's, had to say hello. She was speaking in a reproachful voice when she suddenly stopped in the middle. It was because she saw Sung Min reading a book. Rosalind was just standing there, watching him. His concentration was extraordinary. He didn't even hear a knock on the door. Rosalind guesses that Sung Min has blocked all unnecessary senses except for reading, which is the ability to concentrate that not everyone has, especially at this age. Seeing that Sung Min was engrossed in knowledge, Rosalind suddenly became more patient. Well, it's not that I don't have free time, I can wait for him for a while, so she went to sit next to Sung Min quietly. 30 minutes have passed, Sung Min still hasn't noticed Rosalind's presence right next to her. It's even more surprising that a hot-tempered and energetic person like her can wait patiently in silence for 30 minutes without complaining. The more Rosalind looked at Sung Min, the more confused she became. How could the person she met when she was a child be this name now? It's no wonder that Rosalind feels strange. The Sung Min maiden she met when she was 6 years old is completely different from the current Sung Min. It's like he's another person with the same name. Rosalind also wondered if he could concentrate like Sung Min. How immersed one must be in order not to notice a knock on the door, let alone someone's presence for 30 minutes. Aware of her own weakness, she could only sigh in her heart. If it were me, she wouldn't be able to concentrate to such an extent. What a strange boy. After about 30 minutes, Sung Min finally put down the book. Phew, that's all for today. At the same time, the Holy Eyes analysis skill was disabled, and all of Sung Min's senses quickly regained their usual sharpness. That's when he noticed Rosalind and screamed in surprise. Ah, when have you been here? Rosalind pouted boredly. After a while, Sung Min blurted out, then you have to speak. Rosalind grumbled, I spoke up and you didn't listen. After that, a series of questions poured out of Rosalind's mouth like a waterfall. What book were you reading? How long would you be here? What book was it? Could you tell me what it was about, if it had anything to do with magic? You need the magic book in our library. How can you use both mana and battle soul at the same time? The repeated questions that made Sung Min not even have time to accept it. Rosalind's unusual curiosity surprised him even more. Stunned for a moment, Sung Min suddenly laughed. Rosalind felt ridiculed and pointed at Sung Min's face in shock. Why were you laughing? Sung Min hugged his stomach and laughed harshly to expose her, threw out a series of questions indiscriminately, trying to evaluate what interests me the most. Rosalind awkwardly denied, don't. Sung Min still laughed out of tears. This is a simple and childish trick, but she must not be the one who came up with it. Is it the instruction of the householder? Rosalind's face turned a little red. She is not good at lying. Trying to lie makes her itch like hives. She honestly confessed, yes, but why did you have to expose me like that? Sung Min cleared his throat and asked Rosalind, which of them made her the most curious. Rosalind replied frankly, the content of the book. Sung Min immediately showed her. Here, look. Rosalind tilted his head in surprise. Tatanka's Brave Stories. Why do you naturally read fairy tales? Sung Min chuckled, carefully reading the rather funny details. Rosalind glanced at the book and frowned. In vain I praised his concentration. He was weird in the past, and now it's still weird. Sung Min smiled. He was talking to Rosalind, but his attention was not entirely on her. Instead, he was preoccupied with the librarian Altal, who had stayed outside the reading room to watch him in silence. But Altal had less control of his energy than Sung Min, so he was easily spotted by him. Looking at Altal's vigilance, it seemed as if he knew something about Tatanka's book. Another day passed. Sung Min stayed in the martial arts library overnight. He was almost finished interpreting Tatanka's mysterious body control art book. Every 6 hours, Altal brought him a new cup of tea. At this moment, the Holy Eye announced, the analysis of Tatanka's mysterious body control art, the first consciousness, was 95% complete. For something called the mysterious technique, Sung Min didn't expect the Holy Eye to be able to explain it so quickly. After handing the tea to Sung Min, Altal lingered and asked him curiously, do you like that book, young Master Rasen? Sung Min nodded politely. Ah, thank you, librarian. Altal immediately smiled flatteringly. No, nothing. If you need anything, just call me. Ah, right. Has he finished reading Tatanka's Brave Stories? It is clear that Altal is trying to probe Sung Min about the book even though he has deliberately avoided the question earlier, which makes him feel uncomfortable and doubt his purpose. Sung Min coldly called out to librarian Altal. Altal still looked innocent and tilted his head to look at him. Yes, what do you need? Sung Min bluntly questioned Altal. Why were you watching me? Just a simple question petrified the atmosphere. Altal was silent for a moment. He never thought that his actions would be discovered by Sung Min. He thought that he had been very careful and did not reveal any loopholes. Sung Min saw Altal's stiff expression and continued to push him. I'm asking you, why are you monitoring me? Altal finally replied hesitantly. Not at all, I'm just here to invite you a new cup of tea. Sung Min glanced at Altal with a sharp look full of suspicion. Since when did the librarian serve tea? Since when? And I have never asked anyone to change tea for me periodically. Just as Sung Min said, making tea is not the main task of the librarian. Moreover, he did bring Era. She made much better tea. Altal tried to keep his composure, but it was obvious that he was confused when he explained to Sung Min, I'm just an ordinary librarian at Grandel's. As Sung Min stared at Altal, the Holy Eye began to receive more information, which meant that his psychological defenses were being broken. Name, Altal license, attribute, persistence, characteristic 1, a member of the White Cedar tribe, part of the tribe that lives in the forest. Feature 2, many generations are associated with an ancient oath. The White Cedars are a race that Sung Min doesn't know about. It seems like it's one of the many auxiliary races in the novel, but Altal looks exactly like a normal human. After considering that Rosalind had come to him and it seemed that the matter of Altal was not closely related to Grandel's, Sung Min skillfully conveyed the information obtained through the Holy Eye. As Grandel's librarian, he must have protected the oath for generations. Altal couldn't hide his surprise anymore. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly before he regained his composure. How do you know that? Sung Min didn't miss that expression and continued to lead. It's in this book, Altal blurted out. As far as I know, there is no such content in the book. Altal had fallen into the trap of Sung Min's rhetoric, and he smiled happily and folded the book, so he had read it. But hey, librarian, didn't you say you hadn't read it before? Altal was silent, recalling the conversation with Sung Min just the day before and realizing his mistake. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this book contained many secrets. Our tribe holds a secret that one day, a great successor will come to find Tatanka's legacy, and Sung Min asked when he heard this, thinking that the Grandals did not know about this. Altal shrugged his shoulders and replied casually, maybe he knew, however, maybe he didn't care too much. Sung Min thought about it. It was true, if Velatutor paid much attention to this, Altal and his ancestors wouldn't have been able to be librarians here for generations. The essence of the masters of the martial arts clan is not to care about small things. Sung Min's eyes narrowed when he looked at Altal. He would be the future war king. Magnar's successor shook the continent with a single fist and knocked the enemy unconscious with a single glance. However, at the moment, looking at Altal, there was no sign that he would become a future war king. If it weren't for Sung Min's existence, perhaps he would eventually awaken as a war king. He thinks that may actually have something to do with Tatanka's book, plus of course some appropriate time and condition factor that he has not yet discovered. Sung Min decides to bet on the future. he has established a good relationship with Kazan, there is no reason why he can't get along with Kazan's best friend and the future War King. Finally, he reveals to Altal, the real name of the book is The Mysterious Art of Body Control of Tatanka. First, give me one more day, and I'll understand it. Suddenly, Sung Min could feel a strong desire emanating from Altal. A full understanding of the content of the book was what he really wanted. Before Altal had time to ask, Sung Min suggested in advance, I am willing to share the content of this book with the librarian and discuss it together, okay? Altal couldn't hide his confusion at Sung Min's generosity, although he wasn't sure why he did it, but he still wanted to seize this opportunity. Yes, of course. At that moment, the Holy Eye revealed a new prophecy, a variable that affected the probability of the story, and its consistency appeared. Another 6 hours passed. Sung Min completely deciphered the book when the Holy Eye announced, had completed the full analysis of the mysterious body control art of Tatanka, the first awakening. The Holy Eye completely absorbed the content of the mysterious body control art of Tatanka, the first consciousness. At the same time, Sung Min felt the energy overflowing throughout his body. A new power was engraved in his heart, the mysterious body control art of Tatanka, the first consciousness, all karma, engraved in your heart. A skill that sounds strange, but Sung Min knows what 10,000 karma means. Roughly speaking, it is 10,000 bytes, a power that he himself established when he wrote the novel, but he still couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why is it here? Although this is an ability for the supporting character and is not described in detail, Sung Min remembers that the focus is a characteristic, causing a strong bite sensation anywhere on the body is touched. With just a light touch of a finger, those affected by this technique will feel immense pain. The real content of this skill in the novel written by Sung Min is that the veteran War King, Magner, considers universal karma to be the most troublesome of the current War King's skills. Altal. No matter where it is applied, it feels as if the flesh is being torn apart by the teeth of the beast. Indeed, those with lower abilities will be torn apart with a single touch, and so the power of all karma has been unleashed. Even in the latter part of the novel, War King Altal still relies heavily on this skill. Sung Min stared at the new skill in his hand. The fact that karma was described as the first consciousness suggested that this was a basic technique, and so, it was entirely logical that the future War King would never forget this basic thing and use it throughout his life. Exactly 6 o'clock passed. Altal knocked on the door of reading room number 3 again with a nervous mood. Young Master Rasen, can I come in? Sung Min of course didn't want to delay his plan, so he happily invited him. Come in, Librarian Altal. Altal walked in with a slightly excited look on his face and asked Sung Min, can I ask what the topic of the discussion you were talking about was? Sung Min happily waved the book in his hand, a discussion of the secret art of Tatanka, the first consciousness, all karma. Altal doubted or pushed up the frames of his glasses as he looked at Sung Min. Young Master Rasen, as far as I know, discussion meant exchanging different opinions on a topic among many people. But unfortunately, I didn't know anything about Tatanka's martial arts. How could I give an opinion, and participate in the debate? Although Altal didn't show it clearly, but Sung Min could see his low smile with hidden anticipation. He smiled slyly. Every building dedicated to martial artists has a training ground for martial arts practice, right? Even the library. Altal doubted or tilted his head to confirm, yes, the martial arts library also has such a place. Sung Min was full of confidence and affirmed, I will perform all the karma there. Altal opened his eyes in amazement. Sung Min immediately seduced, I believe that witnessing this technique will bring great benefits to you, Librarian Altal. A chill ran down Altal's spine. He was surprised for 2 reasons. Sung Min could learn a new skill just by reading, in less than 2 days, and one more thing, he even deduced that it would be useful to him. Altal couldn't understand how Sung Min could know so much. Altal had many questions, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. He immediately asked Sung Min, the martial arts training area at the back of the building, let me lead the way for him. Sung Min replied happily, let's go. Sung Min and Altal arrived at the martial arts training ground right after. It was a suitable setting for a martial arts enthusiast family. Even their library had a training ground. The reason why this library was also called a dojo was because it had the most solid and spacious training ground among the libraries. When Sung Min and Altal stood opposite each other, he asked him curiously, so what should I do? Sung Min immediately suggested, I will use the karma on an unimportant part of the librarian. Okay, this is a win-win situation. Sung Min can use the power of karma without risk, and Altal can directly experience its power. After that, he looked at Alto's hand and gestured, can you stretch out your hand a little? Altal didn't know what this skill was, so he couldn't help but feel confused, but he still followed my words. My hand, this is it. Sung Min clenched his fists. The power of the new skill was activated immediately, the feeling of a violent energy exploding around him. When Sung Min began to use Wan Yi, the tendons and muscles on his hands were all bulging, and after accumulating enough energy, he stretched out his 2 fingers as if he were exercising the most positive posture. Altal, who had not been touched, felt creepy by the strong flow of qi on Sung Min's fingertips. Based on the movements of his hands, it was possible to guess that this move did not even need to use a fist, just a slight touch was enough to make the opponent cry. Before touching Alto's hand to cast 10,000 karma, Sung Min solemnly declared, Tatanka's secret technique is the first consciousness, 10,000 karma. However, just as he was about to use his power, the world suddenly turned gray, everything except Sung Min stopped. Of course, time also stopped immediately. He innocently watched the space around him freeze. This experience was not new to him, but every time it appeared was a time that made him tired. Sung Min watched the world stand still with a speechless, shocked expression. What else does this world want from him? Then, he quickly began to ponder. Every time the world is frozen, it is often related to probability. The first thing that makes Sung Min wonder is why the Grandals have Curdle's book. According to Alberto, Curdle despised the Grandals. The conflict between Alberto and Curdle began when Alberto turned his attention from Maiden to the Grandals. Then why was there Curdle's arrangement with the Grandals, especially an arrangement named after a martial art? Moreover, that arrangement seemed destined for Altal to eventually become the War King, and Altal used a completely different style of martial arts from the War King Magnar. Suddenly, another thought crept into Sung Min's mind. Alberto and Altal, names that sounded hauntingly similar. It may just be a coincidence, but in Sung Min's novel, adding Al to a person's name is very rare because he thinks it signals misfortune. That's why the villains in Sung Min's novels often have names that start with Al, like the Sorcerer Alien or the Black Rose Alblica, who, although seemingly trivial, likes to focus on these subtle details. As Sung Min ponders, the book of the Creator's establishment rustles open in his hands. The world itself fills itself with a part of it, and the inside of the book once again reveals the secret story that he does not yet know. Curdle hid Tatanka's martial arts in several ruins, including the ruins of the Grandals family. Curdle's emotions were very complicated. He never expected to arrange something related to martial arts. That's all this world reveals to Sung Min. The rest is blank space for him to fill in, but as soon as he looks at the part that he can write, he is instantly stunned. A page filled with white space suggests that Sung Min needs to add deep and perfect setup settings, which is far more complicated than any fix he's ever made before. At that moment, the one-time erasure was provided as a prerogative of the Creator, but this did not make Sung Min more reassured, but on the contrary, made him even more panicked and sweated like a bath. Sung Min discovers that the eraser he used in his inventory, receiving the disposable eraser, means that the task of building the setting this time will be full of dangers. After all, he is rearranging the events of the distant past. Sung Min really felt terrified. A cold smell ran down his back. The current rationality or probability can withstand small deviations, it can be modified, but if the rationality of the past collapses even a little, then the present will be broken. The skeleton of the weak probability will be irretrievably destroyed. The world has stopped, there is no bondage. Sung Min has the opportunity to ponder for a long time, how to patch the holes safely and perfectly. The more he thinks deeply, the heavier he feels in his heart. This world is designed by himself. It sounds grandiose, but in addition to worrying about his own death, Sung Min is also worried about the thought of the world collapsing, a feeling like an author who can't stand the breakup of his spiritual child, which is magnified 1,000 times. Sung Min shook his head and kept reminding himself absolutely not to make mistakes. In order to rebuild this world even more perfect than at the beginning, only I can do this. And after a moment of reflection, he remembered Alberto's previous words. I still love Curdle, but whether Curdle still loves me as a friend, I don't know. Perhaps Curdle is nurturing hatred for me. Sung Min realizes that the important part is the wording here. The wise man Alberto does not declare for sure that Curdle hates him or hates him. It is likely to be given, and that is only a guess about Curdle's thoughts. After thinking through, Sung Min picks up a pen and begins to fill out the book with more seriousness than ever because of the responsibility of a writer and the guilt of his past self for neglecting to set the setting of the story. The first words were written. Alberto had no idea that Curdle loved him as a friend, and that Curdle hated him as much as he loved Alberto. Sung Min thought of this because when he was a child, his mother used to say that love and hatred are only a thin thread apart, and the day before, they could hold hands and promise a lifetime. But the next day, that promise became a thing of the past and sank into oblivion, only a feeling of hatred or even hatred when looking into each other's eyes. The emotional world of adults is just that complicated. But at that time, the young Sung Min didn't understand what his mother was saying. He only knew that a happy family can also fall apart at any time, and similarly, a friendship, no matter how close, can crack. From love to hatred is as simple as flipping a hand. What's even more amazing is that in some cases, these opposing emotions can coexist and swap positions in the blink of an eye without the person himself or her even realizing it. Alberto had previously stated to Curdle, "I assure you that my heirs will definitely surpass yours." Curdle didn't react angrily to these words. It was Sung Min's judgment, because Curdle really loved Alberto. Even if he felt hatred in some way, it was still love in his heart. Based on this complicated psychology of the character, Sung Min continues to write in the book. Curdle sincerely wishes for his friend Alberto's wish to come true. Of course, that wouldn't be feasible in their time, in part because Curdle's self-esteem wouldn't allow it. But when there is enough time, everything can change. Sung Min tries to analyze Curdle's actions with a question that swirls around in his mind. If I were Curdle, a character who both loves and hates Alberto, what would I do? In the end, Sung Min concluded, Curdle, through relentless research, has acquired the ability to resist Alberto's fighting spirit. Alberto's martial arts are extraordinary, but Curdle has devised many ways to counterattack, which are friends and rivals for life. It's not impossible. However, Curdle needed real combat experience. To avoid Alberto, Curdle operated under the name Tatanka and took on the role of leading the Golden Tigers. The culmination of this process gave birth to Tatanka's martial arts, but in the end, Curdle still wished for Alberto's dream to come true one day. So Curdle hid Tatanka's martial arts book in the Grandals family so that Alberto's descendants could find it. One day, the heirs of the Grandals will rise and honor Alberto's legacy. Curdle cherishes the desire for Maiden to prosper but also secretly wishes the same for the Grandals. Ostensibly, he shows resentment and hatred for the Grandals, but he still cherishes the clan that Alberto has created. When Sung Min stopped writing, the feeling of tension was still there. This was the most feasible hypothesis he could come up with, and he was quite satisfied with it. But this world values rationality. Is it easy to accept the contexts he creates? The writer's thoughts and the rationality of the world can always differ. At that moment, the holy eye was displayed, the missing probability had been partially restored, the rationality had been fine-tuned intricately, and the right to delete once did not disappear. Sung Min breathed a sigh of relief when the rationality was restored. Moreover, he could still use the one-time deletion right for later, which would allow him to be a little more comfortable. The joy continued to multiply as the holy eye displayed the message of activating the creator's privilege, adding 2 lines, her eyes shining with joy, not just 1, but 2 lines, as if we had succeeded in assembling a significant portion of the probability. Without wasting a moment when he saw the privilege of adding 2 lines, Sung Min thought that he had to invest in the future without changing the current probability, and so he began to continue writing carefully. The 2 lines that Sung Min added were very simple and pragmatic. The librarian of the martial arts library, Altal, always repaid those who helped him. In addition, Altal also possessed Tatanka's natural talent in martial arts. Sung Min satisfies himself that this is a worthwhile investment. Moreover, the rationality of the world is not significantly disturbed because he is not greedy. The focus is only on Altal personally. Given the potential to be the king of gladiators in the original story, the setting of Altal having a natural talent is appropriate, not interrupting the other settings. Only a new overlay is added. The world returned to normal after that. Altal continued to be stunned by the terrible power that was spreading from his swollen fingertips, an overwhelming feeling that made him want to withdraw his hand, but at the same time curiosity pushed him to reach out towards him. Tatanka's secret technique, the first consciousness, all karma was cast. This time Sung Min was no longer interrupted by anything. His fingers seemed to radiate the blazing heat of fire with countless tiny lightning bolts scattered across. When the smooth finger touched Altal's palm, a numbing sensation ran along his arm as if electrocuted. At the place of touch, the flesh seemed to be torn from the inside by the sharp blade. The movement was simple but the consequences made the person who suffered it stunned. Altal was dumbfounded for a moment before he realized that blood was flowing profusely in his palm, but he didn't scream at all. On the contrary, his gaze at the wound was extremely attentive and excited, as if he had just discovered a new horizon. The skin in Alto's palm continued to crack until the swollen finger left it. The wound stopped expanding, although it had only touched each other for less than 3 seconds, but the wound lasted as long as his palm. The power of the move was proven. Even Sung Min himself didn't expect the effect of this move to be so terrible. He had only used the smallest amount of mana he could. Sung Min hurriedly withdrew his hand with a stubborn look. Defensive, Librarian Altal, you are okay. Blood flowed profusely as if Alto's hand had been bitten by a ferocious beast, but he didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, he looked at him with excitement. I'm fine, but most of all, I wanted to see him do it again. Please. Something just flashed through my mind, and at this moment, Alto's eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had just been enlightened for a brief moment and longed to enlighten his mind again. Sung Min looked at Altal's bloody hand shyly. I thought he should stop the bleeding first. However, Altal still pleaded very steadfastly. Please, just once, young Master Rasen. Sung Min clearly sensed Altal's determination. It seemed that his establishment of his talent had begun to work, so it was not convenient for him to refuse anymore. I understand. Immediately afterwards, Sung Min activated the universal skill again. Energy massively flowed from his 2 fingers. The heat made Altal even more excited to wait. The feeling of electric shock running down Alto's arm when Sung Min just touched his hand, the pain made him grit his teeth, but his eyes were still burning with desire. After the second attempt was fruitless, he asked Sung Min to try again. By the 3rd time, Altal still stood there tenaciously, muttering in his mouth as much as he could. He was almost fascinated by Tatanka's mysterious move and then continued to ask for a summons, just one more time. Instead of just once, Altal repeated the request nearly 10 times. His hand was almost torn apart, and Sung Min also became tired. Tatanka's secret technique used up most of his mana circle. This combat technique consumed more mana than he thought. Seeing that Altal's hand was trembling and bleeding as if he had just been run over by a truck, Sung Min shook his head and sighed. Librarian Altal, you need to be treated. Treat you first, and then I will show you again. Although Altal was panting in pain, he still stubbornly shook his head. Young Master Maiden, can I ask you to do one more thing? Instead of calling Sung Min by name directly, Altal addressed him with a solemn title. Such deliberate solemnity showed that in a short period of time, Alto's attitude had changed dramatically, as if he had become a different character. Sung Min sensed a variable capable of impacting the world that had appeared, and that will definitely benefit him in the future. Sung Min asked Altal a little expectantly, what do you want to ask me for? Altal replied without hesitation, I want to simulate this secret technique. Sung Min opened his eyes in surprise. Do you want to simulate it? He vaguely guessed this, but didn't expect Altal really wanted to try to imitate it after just a few collisions. It took Sung Min himself 2 days to learn this secret technique thanks to the Holy Eye, but he didn't expect that the heavenly establishment in comprehending Tatanka's secret art had such a great effect. The effect was faster than he thought. Sung Min also did not hesitate to give his hand to Altal to test. Here, this time I will lend you a hand. Altal luck burst out with the power of the fighting soul in his body, and the abundant energy began to rush down to the concentration point at the tips of his 2 fingers. Even though it was an injured hand, he still didn't care and used it to try his move. After gathering strength for a while, feeling that it was enough, Altal vigorously waved his hand. His sharp gaze looked at the palm of his hand and fell. The secret art of Tatanka, 10,000 karma. However, the result was not as spectacular as what Altal showed. Sung Min only felt a slight heat and tingling in his palm, and the place where he was touched was only slightly reddened, and at most it felt like he had been stung by a bee. The second try, the third try, the attempts continued. Altal was caught up in the subtle feeling that there was something that seemed tangible but not quite tangible. Just as I thought, it was really not easy to use. It seemed to be obvious, but at the same time, it is not so. Sung Min immediately held his hand and instructed Altal wholeheartedly. He was almost done. Now, focus a little more energy on his right hand, keep the amount of battle soul stable but increase its density. In that way, the battle soul mass would decrease, the gathering of the battle soul volume would decrease at the fingertips but would amplify its impact at the same time. Altal seemed to have become enlightened and shouted. After that, Altal continued to practice. Sung Min observed him very closely. The way of casting universal karma was becoming more refined. About 3 hours passed. Finally, Altal had mastered the first consciousness in the secret art of Tatranka. Sung Min was quite stunned. Altal had learned all karma just by observing, although he didn't have any special abilities like the Holy Eye, at least in the field related to Tutankhamun's secret arts. Alto's talent far surpassed Sung Min. After 3 hours had passed, Sung Min had to use powerful mid-level combat magic to fight against Altal's universal karma. This means that Alto's universal karmic power is getting stronger, Sung Min said with real sincerity. I never thought that anyone could learn a secret technique just by observing. Altal also replied with the same sincerity, young master maiden, you are my master, and your face immediately turned out in that moment. What? Alto's eyes were shining. This power, the karma, seemed to have been engraved into my body. It felt like this power had been sleeping in my veins for a long time. Although Altal was saying sincere words, his deep gaze really made Sung Min feel worried. He had never expected to become the future War King's master. But Altal knelt down to worship the master reverently. You are the one who awakened this hidden power, the 7 young masters of Maiden. I am truly grateful to you. I will regard you as my benefactor for the rest of my life. Can I accept you as my master? Even though Sung Min knew that Altal was sincere, but he suddenly felt regret for making a gratitude arrangement for him, which was a bit too much compared to the normal gratitude he imagined. Sung Min scratched his head embarrassedly to show his refusal. This is really a big step. Altal still looks at Sung Min with unwavering eyes. It is said that fate is such a miracle, isn't it? I have learned that. Sung Min awkwardly tried to convince Altal, I'm from Maiden, and you have a relationship with the Grandals, right? Altal didn't hesitate to dismiss his seniority with the Grandals. After all, it was just a contractual job. Sung Min thought to himself that Altal hadn't worked here in the first place just because of the contract for generations, but he didn't dare to say those words. A little confused, he looked at him and then began to say to the space next to him, this is what the librarian wants, so, what do you think, master? Where Sung Min's gaze turned, Magnar slowly revealed, he knew all about the Grandals family's customs. The Grandals never followed guests, they allowed maximum freedom within the range they had set. However, Sung Min also knows that Magnar is an exception. A few hours earlier, Rosalind had had a cozy lunch with Velatutor. While chewing on a soft fried egg, Rosalind spoke up, Father, don't you need to keep an eye on Rasen? Velatutor replied calmly, keep an eye on him. Rosalind complained frankly, that guy, we never guess what he's up to, don't you see? Velatutor laughed at Rosalind's wary attitude. He was quite sly. If he said he was 140 years old, not 14, I would have believed it. Rosalind's eyebrows furrowed suspiciously. Such a person would ask to enter our library. Don't you feel uneasy at all? I heard that he is hiding in the martial arts library and has no intention of leaving. Velatutor burst out laughing. Rosalind, we are not allowed to supervise our guests. Rasen has been given the authority to study at our martial arts library. I have personally allowed that. So we must maintain the order until the end. Rosalind still grumbled, but I still found it strange to him, and Velatutor replied in a voice that seemed more serious, if I don't keep my promise, what subordinate will listen to my orders and trust my decision? Rosalind thought for a while and then nodded, okay, you were wrong. Velatutor patted his daughter in a low voice, even if Sung Min got something or plotted something while inside the library, it doesn't matter, any trick can be crushed with absolute strength. This was Grandal's pride, wasn't it? Rosalind nodded as if he understood. Then she heard Velatutor muttering something with a mischievous smile, but, there is someone in our clan who can ignore my authority. I have already given the order, but if he does not comply, there is nothing I can do. Rosalind tilted his head and looked at his father curiously, who's that? Velatutor chuckled without saying a thought in his heart, of course, if he was discovered, he had to be severely punished, that was the way to maintain discipline, but what if it was a perfect crime that had not been detected? It couldn't be punished because no one knew about it. Magnar, you must be watching carefully now. A few hours later, Magnar was discovered by Sung Min in the martial arts training ground. Magnar just appeared and giggled. Sung Min couldn't know that he was hiding, no divine eye could recognize his hiding, so Magnar guessed that Sung Min could only guess based on intuition. Whether or not to respond was entirely up to him, and he decided to respond. Magnar answered Sung Min's question with a sharp glance at Altal. Oh, it's interesting to hear this. A librarian of the Grandals wants to take Maiden's heir candidate as his master. Magnar's sly smile made Altal rush to explain that, but Sung Min sneered. Even if Magnar didn't appear, it didn't matter, but he still appeared to prove that he had something to say, so Sung Min quickly followed. Isn't librarian Altal behaving excessively? Magnar shook his head casually. No, the librarian is not a Grandal's bloodline. The librarian can choose his own residence. The Grandals never force one's personal will. Sung Min laughed mischievously teasingly. It sounded like this was a great place. Magnar shrugged calmly. If Maiden seemed more attractive than Grandals, it was Grandal's fault, not because the librarian made the wrong choice. Then, Magnar suddenly pointed directly at Sung Min. From now on, I am not talking as the second master of the Grandals anymore, but as your master. When did you learn that so-called secret art? You were going to say that you learned it from the library, in just 2 days in Grandals. Earlier, Sung Min was amazed at Altal's innate setting effect, but Magnar was even more astonished when comparing Sung Min with Altal. Altal had inherited the talent of his lineage, but Sung Min had created something out of nothing, just by reading books. Although he knew about Sung Min's special eyes, he never thought that there would be creativity out of nowhere. Magnar thought he knew a lot about Sung Min in the past 4 years, but now it seems that it is not. His talent far exceeds his expectations. Magnar was very excited to see Sung Min really show his mastery of all karma. He almost screamed with joy in his heart. This is the potential of martial arts. It is rare. It is the first time in his life to witness this scene. An innate talent that can render even geniuses useless, and to witness a genius of the next generation who has the potential to surpass him right in front of his eyes brings an indescribable sense of satisfaction to Magnar. Magnar was laughing and then suddenly turned to a serious voice. Someone specially arranged this. I wonder who it is. It must be fun to discover it myself. Well, at that moment, the Holy Eye appeared, and the destroyer of the settings began to wonder about the mysterious context. With this information, Sung Min can be sure, the destroyer of the settings referred to by the Holy Eye is actually Magnar. The name is quite grandiose, so grandiose that it is frightening. A dubious context is meant to have the ability to break the rationality, and if the rationality is broken, the world itself could collapse. My happiness suddenly felt heavy. I needed to be careful when talking to him. Magnar then looked at Altal with a generous smile. Altal librarian. Altal was relieved after the conversation and replied happily, yes, Mr. Magnar. Magnar politely suggested, I want to talk to my students privately. Is it okay? Altal immediately straightened up solemnly. Of course, if you are my master's master, you will speak to me just like the Grand Master. I will listen to the Grand Master's words. Altal seemed to have decided, no matter what Sung Min said, he was still determined to treat him like his master. Before leaving the training ground, Altal put his arms around his head in the shape of a heart towards Sung Min. Master, I love you. The overly cordial greeting made Sung Min shudder. Seeing Altal tossing away, Sung Min whispered to Magnar, is that a common way to say goodbye in Grandals? Magnar shook his head in disgust. Only my brother uses the word love when talking to Rosalind, which is usually the case. However, that's not the important thing now. Magnar is very excited about Sung Min's development potential. Now that the librarian is gone, let me get straight into the matter. Sung Min tilted his head at him in a daze. What's the problem? Magnar suddenly crossed his arms in front of his chest in an absolute defensive posture. His eyes were burning with will to fight, asking for a shout. Try to use that secret technique with me again. You restrained your strength just now, didn't you? Sung Min was a little stunned by the huge air that flowed from a flick of Magnar's hand. He momentarily couldn't understand why he had to show off his strength to this extent when he was sure he wasn't strong enough to injure him even if he used all his strength. However, Magnar was simply overly excited. He waved his hand in a defiant posture. Let's use that move with all your strength. The same process of casting the universal karma took place again, but this time Sung Min had poured all the mana into it for maximum effect. After experiencing it for himself, Magnar clicked his tongue and nodded in evaluation. So it's so powerful. I don't know what he was thinking, but he suddenly asked Sung Min to take off his clothes. Even the black robe had to take off. Sung Min was startled and cried out like a girl being peeked at when she was changing. Why did she suddenly have to take off her clothes? Seeing Sung Min's shy expression of rejection, Magnar let out a cold voice full of sarcasm. Oh good, if I tell you, just take them off. Why do you ask so much, always with your mouth dancing? Who does anything, you have to cover it up. First, Sung Min took off his outer garment and then the 300-pound black robe inside. He immediately felt a rush of vitality fill his body as he was released from that weight, but still couldn't guess what Magnar was going to do. After making Sung Min stand upright, Magnar grabbed his wrist, the other hand rested on his back. He stood there for a long time with his eyes closed, seemingly probing Sung Min's chi and fighting spirit. After a long time, Magnar opened his eyes and stared at Sung Min. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. Have you considered learning martial arts? Sung Min doubted or frowned. Martial arts, I've learned quite a lot. From the age of 10 to 14, Sung Min was trained by Magnar for 4 years, which was the hardest 4 years of his life in both his previous life and this life. Magnar's training, the buffalo and cow couldn't even bear it, let alone a human. It was miraculous that Sung Min was able to overcome it all. Sung Min remembered those days and nights of hard training like exile and suddenly felt shuddering. Maybe what he had practiced for the past 4 years was not martial arts. Magner clicked his tongue and replied, "It's just physical training." Sung Min exclaimed, "So, what about the things you taught me?" Magner shook his head and sighed, "Those are just the basics, I have laid the foundation for everything." Sung Min asked Magner in confusion, "So what is the martial arts guard?" Magner considered for a moment before asking Sung Min, "What is the true origin of martial arts?" Sung Min frowned and expressed a puzzled expression, "It comes from the power of the fighting soul." Magner continued to guide Sung Min's thoughts, "Then in order to learn martial arts, you should increase the amount of fighting souls, isn't it?" Sung Min opened his mouth in shock. The amount of fighting souls, from 10 to 14 years old, his fighting soul has not increased even a little. The only thing he ever had was to absorb a portion of Magner's fighting soul long ago. Therefore, Sung Min felt that the growth of it was quite unbelievable. Wonder, is it possible, Master? Moreover, even the battle soul in my body is now Grandal's. How can I inherit the power of Grandal's? Sung Min understands that even if he is a disciple of Magner, it is impossible. Grandal's power only belongs to the Grandal's family, and it is not right for others to learn it. That's why Magner thought about this for a long time, but he was very firm when he made his decision. "I thought I was going to do something that I would regret for the rest of my life. I would impart to you the power of true martial arts." Magner grinned and started his lecture. The magician uses mana cultivation methods to absorb mana, which accumulates in the heart to form a circle. "I am right." Sung Min nodded in disbelief. The master was right. Magner went on to explain, "On the other hand, we fighters don't use mana cultivation methods. We absorb chi through meditation and infuse it into the muscles and meridians of the whole body to accumulate to form the fighting soul." Grandal's meditation was equivalent to the mana cultivation method, but it was a secret technique that was not passed on to outsiders, and yet Magner declared to Sung Min, "I want to teach you this meditation method. It may be too late to learn, but I have seen the power of your mysterious ability. Your eyes, if I give you a book on Grandal's meditation techniques, can you explain it yourself?" Sung Min opened his eyes in surprise. "There is such a book?" Magner nodded casually, "Of course, in the first-class library." Sung Min shouted in surprise when he thought that Magner wanted to sneak the book for him. "The first-class library, is it really okay to do so, Master? Has he asked Grandal's for permission?" Magner grinned. Of course he didn't allow it, and Sung Min was even more panicked. "It would be theft, Master." Magner still laughed as if he had a very clever plan in his head. "Who said I would take it out?" Sung Min began to feel stunned by Magner's recklessness. "What do you mean?" Magner grinned again. "I just need to use what I have in my head, so it's not stealing, right?" Sung Min wants to go crazy with this crooked appearance of his. Even a king eel like him doesn't dare to imagine this. After shaking his head for a moment to regain his composure, Sung Min looked at Magner hesitantly. "What if the landlord found out?" Magner laughed out loud as if it was obvious. "Do you really think he wouldn't know?" Sung Min replied languidly in a smug voice, "Yes, of course he will know." Magner continued his absurd story with a calm expression. "You are right. If you think otherwise, you are not qualified to be my disciple." Hearing this, Sung Min immediately understood that Magner must have had a secret negotiation with Velatutor about whether or not to pass on Grandal's martial arts to him, and he could only breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. The day before, Magner had visited Velatutor's garden, which was called the Fog Garden, which Velatutor took care of on his own without anyone's help. Here, white dew flowers bloom all year round, and today is no exception. When Magner entered the Fog Garden, the first thing he said was a complaint, which was indeed an unpleasant hobby, which he saw every time he walked in. "Let's be realistic, why are you trying to grow these things? They can't even be eaten." Magner snapped a flower with his hand and tossed it in his hand with an indifferent expression. Seeing Velatutor standing up in the mud, Magner chuckled again. "Who would have thought that you were the king when you saw him in this form?" Velatutor clicked his tongue and replied, "What does appearance matter? It is undeniable that the current Velatutor looks more like a peasant in the countryside who is enjoying his peace more." Magner shook his head in disbelief at Velatutor's thoughts and quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, why did you call me here?" Velatutor replied openly. "I think you probably realized it already." Magner narrowed his eyes and looked at Velatutor. Velatutor's Garden of Mist was not a place that anyone could enter. It was a space reserved only for Velatutor. Anyone who entered without his permission would be severely punished according to the clan law. Unauthorized entry could even result in the death penalty, so it was a sacred place and symbolized the absolute power of the head of the clan. Only Velatutor's wife had the freedom to enter and exit at will, and even his beloved daughter. Rosalind needed his permission to enter here. Magnar asked Velitudor bluntly, is it because of Rasen, and Velitudor did not hesitate to confirm, yes, from now on, I will not speak as Grandel's head of the house, but as a brother and friend. Disciple, given your reckless curiosity, I don't think you'll stop plunging in without thinking, especially since you've liked that Rasen so much. Magnar still pretended to be naive and replied, oh, you've shown that too much. Velitudor continued to speak in a voice of applause but also wariness, yes, and that boy's fighting power had been proven when he passed through the main gate. If he learned to control and develop that power properly, perhaps he could become an excellent fighter. Magnar replied in a proud voice, not perhaps, but certainly. This was the first time he had seen a genius surpass him. Velitudor nodded and continued to ask, did he think he was only good at martial arts? Magnar laughed even more proudly, no, that boy's mind was much smarter than his disciple. In fact, the most terrifying thing was his mind, as if he had swallowed 3,000 cunning snakes. Velitudor nodded in agreement with Magnar. Moreover, the most terrifying truth is Sung Min's youth, only 14 years old. His potential is immense, no one can predict how far he will grow, as well as the threat he may become to the Grandals, even with the head of the Velitudor clan. So Velitudor became extremely wary of implicitly speaking, from my point of view, I will raise Rasen. Magnar shrugged his shoulders calmly, you have already done it, you are his master. Suddenly the chi from Velitudor's body exploded, a cloud of dust rose, and the wind blew through, causing the mist flowers to sway back and forth. He said in a stern voice, no, I'm not talking about that obvious. I don't think I understand you. Magnar is still stubbornly hiding his thoughts. People say deep down that there are probes, and the heart of a sinister person is someone who measures the wall. How can you understand me clearly? Velitudor stared at Magnar for a long time, and finally, after a moment of silence, he sighed, I may not know everything, but I know your insatiable greed for martial arts talent. Will you listen if I tell you to stop? Magnar didn't answer, but in Velitudor's mind he knew that Magnar must have made a decision. Magnar would definitely teach Sung Min everything he had learned from Grandals, including martial arts and meditation skills, so Velitudor could only strictly warn, what he learned in Grandals must not be taken out. That applies to both you and me, which is the law of our clan, and if you break that law, you will have to give up everything you have gained from the Grandals. Magnar shrugged casually, sounding like he was talking about cutting off all the tendons in his wrists and ankles, destroying his fighting soul and turning him into a scumbag.